Low key, niggas hating cause they don't want no beef. Stay gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we gon' eat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How y'all doing? Apparently, the only thing we've missed thus far is the judge asked Alicia, was she going to testify? And I believe she said she was. She's going to exercise her right to testify. So, truth was right. Alicia Andrews will be taking the stand in her own defense. I'm interested in seeing what her attorney is going to ask her and how the prosecution is going to cross examine her. But she is taking the stand today. And the judge went on recess a few minutes ago to deliberate on something. But yeah, that's all we've missed thus far as Alicia saying, yeah, I'm going to testify. Yep. It's 40 degrees in Memphis. It's cold in the bitch on Halloween. This don't make no sense. Morning, Mad. Good morning, Miss B. It's cold out here in these streets. Cash Patel was caught using a $60 million FBI jet for a date night. Well, damn. That's that's living it up in style. Why does the FBI have a $60 million jet? Who the fuck they flying around in that? Truth is on truth is I don't know what truth has something to do this here morning. She has something to do. Yeah. Do I need to? Yeah, I don't have much to say. Hopefully she'll be back in a minute. But yeah, I'm definitely all ears seeing what she got to say in her defense because you normally don't hear people taking the stand in their own defense. It does show me a bit of narcissism. She thinks she gonna be able to man, I sent the link. You gonna be up here by yourself. I ain't talking. I just had to let the people be aware of what was going on. But other than that, I ain't got nothing to say. But hold on, I send the link. Um, um, what am I looking for? Oh, the link. The link. The link. Excuse me. Invite guests. Copy. I remember which one of these 5 emails to send it to. Let's see here. Mad. Oh, how the hell? Oh, you must have got it from Truth. All right. I'm sure, like, how in the hell you get that sucker?
Yo,
All
yo.
right.
Hey, how do you stream it through the stream yard?
What do you mean?
Just hit the button like to my channel.
Oh yeah, in the top right hand corner, at the top where it says top right hand of the comments, it says it's a blue box that says stream to your destination. You just gotta make a title and you make a title and yeah, do all the things. Man, I can't believe this. This is crazy. This crazy, man. It crazy, man. Hold on. Oh, well, now I have to send the email. Um, Yeah, but is she gonna be the first the first person called today? They trying to get with that. I did see where they said they trying to arrest their case to be through Tuesday. So I believe they're gonna try to get her up out of here today. And Monday they just do jury instructions and closing arguments. Send it to the jury Tuesday.
Do I make the show in the YouTube studio or on StreamYard?
It's in StreamYard, sir. It's in StreamYard. It's a box in StreamYard that says at the top right hand corner of your StreamYard screen, it says send to stream to your destination.
Yeah, I already did that. I put YouTube. Oh,
You was right,
it didn't say
Truth.
that a second ago.
Huh?
It says return to dashboard. What's the dashboard? Oh, skip destination. Man, I'll figure this out later. I'm about to eat my breakfast.
Yeah, it's
But
really like a two-step process. You just click the blue thing, you select which channel you sending it to, you put a title in, and then you just finish it at the bottom. It's a box at the bottom. You click, and it automatically does
you,
it.
you know I'll figure it out eventually.
It ain't nothing to figure
Yeah.
out. It's three steps.
No, this is the first time I'm using this channel on the StreamYard too, so I'm sure I ain't gotten too much set up. I was OBS, but I ain't got enough bandwidth. I need my Ethernet cord.
Let's see. Well, shit. Let me see if I can find where she said she was going to testify. Let's go. Let me go to the
Good morning, all the
trial.
people in the chat.
Oh,
Okay, the court reporter has returned. We're back on the record. So, Ms. Andrews, this
this
is
where I
the
started
part of the
watching.
trial where you have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify, okay? So, first of all, do you understand that this decision is solely your decision?
I
Do
skipped
you
it back,
understand that?
y'all.
Okay. And do you understand that nobody can force you to either testify or to remain silent? Do you understand that? Do you understand that if you do testify, that you'll have to take an oath to tell the truth, you'll be questioned by your counsel, and then the state will have the opportunity to cross-examine you, and you will have to answer all questions that are asked of you. Do you understand that? And do you understand that, as I indicated before, only you get to make that decision? Okay. Have you had sufficient time to consult with your counsel about whether or not you wish to testify?
Man,
And
keep it a
has
book.
anybody, including
Keep it a book, man. You will fuck this young hoe, wouldn't you? Keep it a book. Murder is pans and all.
No,
You will wait for her to get
no,
out of jail and fuck the shit out of her.
no. Maybe 20 years ago, but I don't learn. She, she looked like trouble.
I mean, besides her taking part in a murder,
Still,
your own attorneys in any
did you hear
way,
how she talked to her boyfriend? I don't need that type.
well, they all talk like this. That's just how they all talk.
That's why my fault.
pressured you or threatened you or coerced you or promised you anything in order to get you to make the decision to testify or to remain silent? And has anyone, including your own counsel, made any promises or assurances to you what the verdict in this case will be? Okay, and do you understand nobody can? No one can predict ever what a jury will do or not do. Do you understand that? Okay. All right, and what is the decision that you have made? Are you going to testify or are you going to remain silent? Okay, very good. All right, I find the defendant is making a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent decision that she's going to exercise her right to testify. Okay, very good. All right, and State, did you take a look at Jury instruction regarding the statement of particulars. Does that track the language? Have you looked yet? Or if someone could just give me I guess I could look for it, but if someone had a
For
copy of
as
the statement
poor
of
as we
particulars, I can check
think
myself.
Alicia's attorney
Okay.
is, that nigga
Sure.
has he's a prestigious lawyer.
Instruction tracks the language.
And he got his
Okay,
own
very good.
practice.
All
So
right, we
this
ready
ain't
to
no
go?
public defender unless the court
And what
appointed
is
her
it?
this public defender. He got a
Okay.
firm in Miami and in Tallahassee,
Okay.
I think.
I fucks with him, man. He doing the best thing.
He used to
Okay,
be the
so
assistant
I will
ADA,
have to
so he
take a
used to
recess
prosecuting
to
these
review
type
the
cases.
motion and to rule on it. All right? I shall be back.
And that's where we're at. We still waiting on the judge to come back. And it's been at least 20 damn minutes. She ain't got back yet. Nothing.
She said that was an intelligent move for her to testify. I think so too at this point, because them other two people just fucked you up.
I don't think it was an intelligent move. But I don't think she was saying the move to testify was. She was just saying that she believes that, like, even if she would have said no, she still would have said she's making an informed, intelligent decision to either testify or not testify. I think the wording would have been the same. She's just saying that she believes nobody coerced her and she's making this on her own accord after thinking about all the possible ramifications. The prosecutor gonna eat her ass up.
They might try, but
No,
but if she
this is what their case
if she
rests on, G. They not finna take it light on her.
I mean if I mean the only thing is possible is how she the
Damn,
interrogation
bruh, it's
compared
gonna
to
be
what
like
she's
this.
really saying.
Did you text that you hated Foolio? Yes. Why did you hate Foolio? He was in a different game. Did you want Julio dead? No. Did you know they gonna get her? Bruh, they is finna fuck her up. Ain't no two ways about it. This
So so so
cross-examination finna be lit.
so are they saying she was basically sent a hit on him or something?
That's what that's what they about to find out. She trying to say she ain't had nothing to do with it. They finna ask so many questions to trip her up to prove that she had something to do with it. They finna fuck her up. When you found out that Foolio was murdered, did you call the police? No. What did you do? They finna fuck her up. I don't think she should have got on the stand. Her words are going to be used against her. Then we already got her in the interrogation room lying, so that's gonna be asked. Why did you lie?
I mean, now it's time to pull a rabbit out the hat. You know what I'm saying?
Just
We seen, we seen, we
she
seen
can't
folks do it
control what
before.
the prosecution asked. Her lawyer better be quick on the objection, but she cannot control what the prosecution asked her once she put testimony out there. And they're gonna ask her questions about what her lawyer asked, plus they own. They're finna pull the
Now,
pit bull out on
if
her.
if she come up there and play victim, yeah, her ass is grass.
This is see. This should the cross examination should be an easy victory for the prosecution. Now this is where they win their case right here, cross examining her. She's the most important witness out of all this shit. If she decides she gonna talk, oh yeah, you got to win the case today, prosecution. Especially if you got
We gonna
higher aspirations, you got to close this one.
you gonna cover the NBA commissioner in front of Congress, NBA
Nah,
and WNBA commissioner.
I don't care about this shit.
Man, that's a lot
They
of
talking
money,
about
boy.
sports.
They been
What they talking
screwing
about?
us.
Sports betting.
Nah, the betting and the racism. It's gonna be deep. It's gonna be real deep.
Ain't no damn racism in the NBA.
Not racism, but it is something else. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems like not the NBA, but the WNBA. You know they link. You know what I'm saying? It is something in the WNBA that just ain't right. It seems like if you straight, you getting the hardest time in the world. Like if you was got
Well,
daggone difficult.
well, most of the athletes that play in the WNBA are gay, so there's that. That's the number one knock against women basketball. Y'all look like men out there. Y'all look like dykes. Don't nobody want to see that. That's why we prefer volleyball and shit of that nature. Softball, where they still look
But
like girls.
that's the controversy this year and stuff. It seems like the straight girls are making a hard comeback, and the what you call the dykes ain't liking that shit because they ain't getting the
Yeah,
attention that the straight women was getting or getting right now.
you couldn't pay me to go to a WNBA game, man.
I
If they
don't know. I
gave me,
would go see the fever
man,
play, man.
if
I
they
would,
gave me 2 tickets and $100 and a free jersey, I still wouldn't go.
man. The Indiana Fever is the American team right now for the WNBA. Man, I'm
That's
going to see
man.
them. They got they got the hardest crowd out there.
I believe you, and guess what? For 2 tickets, a jersey, a free beer, and $100, I ain't going. I still wouldn't go.
Oh, if I was in what you call,
I'm
I
not
don't know. You
answering
know
this.
how much they took. You know how much they tickets are? People were paying $6 for a freaking ticket and basically get down almost to the floor. Man, I would go see a
$6.
WNBA game just for the hell.
Yeah, nah, I'm good.
Six
See
dollars.
that
That's how
give
bad.
it
That's how bad the ratings was.
$6 is damn near giving away the tickets, and ain't nobody going.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Which go they taking off 75% if you come in halfway through the game. That's how bad it was doing, and it seemed like the league don't want to grow. They want to stay where they at instead of
They
letting the
can't.
new fresh people come in and
They
raise it up.
can't grow. Their product is shitty. Don't nobody care.
I seen two girls dunk. They have a
Oh, here
future.
we go. We got somebody that didn't listen. They said there are straight players with husbands and kids. What are y'all talking about here? And I could have sworn Mad said the Dykes are upset that the straight girls are starting to get all the attention. And I just pointed out the WNBA is a league where it's probably 50% straight women, 50% gay, unlike male sports
No,
where 99% of the population or the people playing are straight and you got one gay dude.
I think it's more like 90-10 in the WNBA.
No, WNBA is 50-50, nigga. Most of them hoes is dykes, Ben Dykes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's 90% dykes up in that motherfucker, about 10% straight
I won't
girls.
give
That's what it
I
seemed to me.
won't I ain't gonna give them 90%. Well, okay, 55-45.
See, even Miss B said 70. This way,
Very good. I've entered an order denying the
oh
motion.
shucks.
Clerk? We'll do that at the
I'm gonna
conclusion of
get
the
my Jimmy
evidence.
Dean.
All right, here you go. If you wouldn't mind, hey, copy. There we go. Okay, are we otherwise ready to proceed? Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury. Oh, who's going to be your next witness? Okay, very good. Let's get her on the witness stand. Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. Let's bring in the jury.
All rise.
Good morning, people coming in. Good morning.
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to proceed. Defense, call your next witness.
Man, they go straight to the wolves.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Ms. Andrews, can you please turn to the jury and introduce yourself by name?
My name is Alicia Andrews.
All right, Ms. Andrews, you're charged with 2 counts. One is first-degree murder, and the other is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Did you know that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No, I did not.
Did you have any involvement in Charles Jones's murder?
No, I did not.
Did anyone tell you anything about a plot to kill Charles Jones when you went to Tampa?
No, they didn't.
I want to take a step back. How old are you, Miss Andrews?
22,
And at the time of this incident, how old were you?
21.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Which high schools did you go to?
I went to Rains High School in Andrew Jackson.
How long did you go to Rains High School for?
I think it was like a year, I believe.
It was a year. Do you know what year that was?
I think maybe 2017, 2018,
All right.
one of those.
And where, on what side of town is Rains?
I think that's considered the north.
That's the north side?
I think so.
All right. And did you live on the north side of that town?
I'm like on the north/east.
Okay. Why were you going to Rains?
My sister was going there, so I wanted to go to a school where I knew somebody.
When you were at Rains High School, did you hear of a shooting that happened at Rains High School?
Yes,
All right. Was this shooting big news at the high school?
yes.
Why?
I mean, everybody talked, and it was at a football game, so police came. It was all over the media.
And was it made known to you who was involved in the shooting?
Yes.
All right. Who do you know was involved in the shooting?
I just would always hear the name Robert Howard, but I didn't really know him.
You didn't know him personally?
No, I would see him, though, but I didn't know him.
Where would you see him at?
He would be at the football games or, like, the Christmas tournaments, and they would have, like, these track meets that everybody go to called Bob Hayes.
Okay. Did you leave Rains High School to go to another school?
Yes.
Why did you leave that school?
I mean, it just really wasn't for me, and my sister had already graduated by that time, so.
All right. Where did you end up going?
Andrew Jackson High School.
And where's that school?
I don't know what side of town it's supposed to be. North, I guess.
When you left Rains High School, did you have any friends still at Rains High School?
Yes.
Did you still communicate with those friends from Rains?
Yes.
Did you also have friends that went to the new school?
Yeah.
And do you maintain any friendships from either of those schools today?
Yes.
When did you meet Isaiah Chance?
It was like towards the end of 2021.
Towards the end of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, tell me this. Were you in high school when you met him?
Yes.
And when did you graduate high school?
May 2021. I don't remember the date though. But It was
Okay.
May.
All right. So, when did you start to date Isaiah Chance?
I would consider that like in the summertime.
Summer of after you graduated?
Yes.
All right. Did you know him before? Did you know him before you started to date him?
I knew of him.
All right. What did you know of him?
He had a sister that I was close with that, well, not close with, but like cool with at Rains High School.
Okay. And when you started dating in May or after May of 2021, how long did that relationship last for?
It wasn't very long. We were on and off.
Did you ever live with Isaiah Chance?
No,
Where did you live?
I stayed with my parents.
All right. And did Isaiah Chance ever come over to your
Thank
parents'
you for
home?
the $20
He never
cash
been
app.
inside, but he's picked me up.
All right. Did you, at any point in time, ever stay the night at Isaiah Chance's home?
Yes,
Who did he live with?
his mom and family members, like sisters.
How long would you stay, just generally, how long, or typically, how long would you stay at Isaiah Chance's house?
Sometimes it would be a week or two or days. It depends, like, what I'm doing.
All right. Did you have a job?
It depends what year. I did have a job.
Well, what jobs did you have?
I worked at Amazon. I was a substitute teacher. I had a lot of jobs. Ulta Beauty, worked at Victoria's Secret. What else? I think that was all of them.
All right. When you were growing up at Rains or the Andrew Jackson High School, did you see any of the gang activity or the gang back and forth while you were in high school?
I saw it online.
All right. What types of things did you see online?
They would go on Instagram, like
You
they go
didn't
live.
get, you didn't
Everybody
get the
would be sitting
cash
with
app, but
everybody,
you
like,
talking and
watching.
enjoying the show.
Like we're young, we don't have nothing to do, so we'll be kind of tuned in, just watching.
Don't be annoying, Allie.
And when you
I
say
can
they
make
are
shit
going
up.
live, who is they?
The victim in this case, he would go live, and I guess the other people that didn't like him,
All right. And who are the other people that didn't like him at that time?
the individual that goes by Young and Ace.
Okay. So they would go back and forth on social media?
Yeah, along with other people.
Was this popular conversation in school?
Yes,
And would people send these lives and these different things to each other?
yes,
Would people text about these things?
yes,
And would people talk about these things?
yes,
Would they talk about it at school, like at lunch?
yes,
Would they talk about it during practice and for sports?
yes,
Would they talk about it at football games?
yeah,
All right. This was common knowledge to everyone in the schools?
yeah.
Why?
I mean, again, we were young, so everything that's going on in the media, everybody just talked about it.
Did you have any personal connection to Robert Howard?
No,
What about to Spaz?
no,
All right. Did you know Spaz?
no, I heard of him.
All right. And when I say Spaz, I'm referring to Gerard Adams.
Yeah, I don't know him. I heard of him.
Okay. Did you have any personal connection to this individual, Bibby?
No,
All right. Did you know of him?
yes.
And how did you know of these individuals? Spaz, Bibby, how did you know of these people?
When one individual died, some people would post it, so I would see it.
Okay. When you started to date Isaiah Chance, how was your relationship with him?
In the beginning, it was good, I would say. And then he changed over time. I mean, once we got comfortable with each other.
What did he change? What had changed about him?
He started to be a little more controlling. Like as I got older and I would want to go out, he didn't like that.
In what ways was he controlling?
Like he would tell me what to post, what not to post, or if he didn't want me to take something down, or don't wear this, don't wear that, like little stuff like that.
And when he was having these controlling ways, would you listen to him?
Yes,
Why?
I mean, I didn't know no better at the time.
Other than just having controlling ways, did Isaiah Chance ever put his hands on you?
Yes,
How many times?
I wouldn't say I was counting, but it's been a few times.
Do you remember the first time that it happened?
Yes.
When was the first time that it happened?
Back in like 2021 at his house.
What happened in that situation?
We were arguing over the phone. Like he wanted my phone and I wouldn't give it to him. And that was the first time he ever like snatched it and he ended up hitting me.
Hit you how?
With a closed fist. And I was kind of like just blocking myself and saying stop.
All right, were you standing up? Were you on the ground?
I was on the bed, the edge of the bed.
And how did it stop?
His mom came in. He was telling him like
She's
to
a
back up off
battered
me.
spouse
And he was
now,
like,
son
no,
of
she
a
good.
bitch.
And he closed the door.
All right, that was the first time.
Yes,
Did you have any bruises?
yes.
What happened? Did you go home when you had the bruises?
No, he wouldn't let me go home.
Who would not let you go home?
Isaiah.
Why would he not let you go home?
I think it was because he didn't want my parents to see it, and he probably thought they would make a big deal, which they would, so.
So, were you, I guess, hiding the bruise that you had?
At the time, yes.
Did you eventually go home?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened?
Yes, my friend.
Who?
Jewel.
All right. Was there any other times that you can remember Isaiah Chance putting his hands on you?
It was a few more times after that. I don't remember the specific date, but I know it was around my birthday in 2024. And then it was another time in 2022. It was a few times.
All right. Did he ever, outside of your house and in the car, did he ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that situation?
Well, the one in the car was before we went to Tampa. It was a couple of days before that. Somebody called me and I ended up telling him it was someone that he didn't want me to talk to, like one of my guy friends. And he assumed the guy liked me, so he got mad. And he came to my house, insisting that I come outside. So, I go outside, I look in the car, I'm like, what? He said, get in the car. I said, for what? And then he gave me a look, so I got in the car.
When you got in the car, what happened?
He drove me to like a park, and then he stopped and he was like, let me see your phone. And I said no. But he ended up grabbing it. He was telling me to unlock it, and I wouldn't unlock it. And that's when he repeatedly hit me to unlock the phone.
How did he hit you?
Like on the side of my face. So if I'm in the passenger seat, somebody hits you from the side, you're hitting the side of the seatbelt thing. It was like on the
Okay.
side. I don't know what they call that.
Where the seatbelt comes out of?
Yeah, like
Where it
I was-
retracts?
Yeah, my head was hitting on that.
All right. And how long did that last for?
I believe we were sitting there for like 20 minutes because I get frustrated and I just start kicking and hitting back, and then he told me to stop.
After that, did you go back home?
Later on that day I did. Well, once we sit there for a minute, he ended up talking to me, apologizes, then we go out to eat.
Was that his way of making up to you?
Yes,
Did that happen more times than one?
yes.
Man, the prosecution gonna it her a new asshole. This bullshit line of questioning. This hoe is saying he beat me.
Something I want
He beat me. Nobody knows he beat me, but he beat me.
Tell you the truth, money boy. I don't seen it, boy. A lot of insecure dudes about their masculinity. do that kind of shit to these kind of girls,
I
and they
ain't
scared as hell to
saying
bust
he
a move.
did. I'm not saying he didn't, but he beat me. Ain't no reason for
You
her to
recognize
take
it, sir?
part in a
Yes.
goddamn murder. She
How do you
ain't
recognize
leave.
it?
It's me
That
and
is
some
She
white
said
absolutely
man
she
in a
true.
brought,
picture of
Well, just
mine.
tell
she
me, how
brought
do
her
you recognize
dumb.
it?
Okay, I'm gonna be stopped. Let me finish. When they take a break,
Well, I
we'll
see
continue.
my face.
All right, and did you take these photographs?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph you took?
Yes.
At this time, defense would move, what's defense exhibit 7 into evidence?
Yeah, she said he came to my house and told me to come outside, and I ain't tell my parents. The fuck? He wanted to hide the bruises from my parents, but when I had a chance to tell my parents he outside threatening me, I went outside and got in the car. I can't wait for the prosecution.
I apologize, Judge, the computer is frozen.
I was just there. I didn't know. I was dropping locations, but I didn't know what was going on. He beat me. He made me do it because I got beat 17 months prior. He made me do it.
I mean, let it all hang out. I mean, he didn't do too much to protect her from this. He got her up in the mix, so
She got
you get
herself
what
in
you
the
get.
mix, Mike. She got herself in the mix. The
I mean,
fuck?
yeah, by being a follower, but still, I wouldn't want my chick around no shit like that. I don't know what he was thinking.
Coming in so fast, I can't even put out a motherfucker's fuck. I'm about to answer what case this is. Yeah, but you don't know what side you on. You like rest in peace, Foolio. What you saying she innocent and she ain't do it, but you saying give her time, boy. You don't know what side you on.
All right, Miss Andrews, what is this photograph of?
My face.
All right, and why, what is on your face?
That's when he bruised my eye.
Who is he?
Isaiah.
Do you remember when this was, time frame?
I don't remember the exact date, but I recall sending her a picture though.
Who is her?
I think that's Jewel.
Now, why did you send this picture?
Because I was already telling her about the other incident, so when I sent it to her, I'm like I'm fed up, kind of like just telling her like, what do I do?
All right, what is this photograph?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Exhibit
Same exhibit.
for the record, correct?
Yes, same
Are they
exhibit.
marked, are they different photos within one exhibit?
It's a composite exhibit,
So
yes.
do you have them identified for the record?
It'll be exhibit 7, it'll be A through D.
So what is this? You showed her A initially,
Well, the first one was D.
and what is this one?
This is going to be B.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
What is this a photo of?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Is this a separate incident or the same?
It's the same day.
All right, and why did you take another picture?
I was just showing her closely.
Showing 7A. What is this a photograph of?
Of one of my phones.
All right, what is the phone showing? What are you doing in this photograph?
Showing her that the screen is cracked.
Who is her?
I believe I sent it to Joel.
All right, and how did the screen get cracked?
He broke it.
How?
I think he threw it to the ground.
All right.
I don't remember exactly how he threw it, but
And while that exhibit is still up, hold on. How often or how many times did Isaiah chance to break your phone?
from 2021 to 2024, maybe 4 times.
Was it always the same
So
way?
every year and twice in 1 year.
No.
What other ways did he break your phones?
I think one time he threw it to the wall, like repeatedly threw it to the wall over and over so that it wouldn't turn back on. And then the very last time he bent it some kind of way. So like this, I don't know what they call it on the iPhone. It had like a dent in it. I don't know how he broke it though, like what kind of way he broke it.
All right, and when he would break these phones, who would get them fixed?
My parents, or if I had a job, I'll get it fixed. Isaiah only ever paid for one to get fixed.
What is this a photograph of?
Showing her my eye,
Who is her?
Jewel.
And again, is this a new part of the
Yes,
composite?
this is 7, exhibit 7, and this is going to be C.
Okay, thank you.
So this goes to that.
Hey, check out that comment above that one. I believe down on or something.
It's already gone. What he say?
Says think about these questions are to verify that she has a pattern of keeping things a secret.
And that's why her ass going to jail. She had 2 hours to tell somebody she was scared and beaten, and they was finna go kill Julio Foolio. She could have texted somebody, dialed 911 and hung up. Whole bunch of shit. She's scared of him, and he's scared of the goddamn police. We know he's scared of the police because he ran.
But
He ain't kill him and stay there and be like, I did this shit. He ran.
Police slow though.
So he's scared of the police, so she could have upped him. No.
Yes.
911 is a joke.
I guess.
Flavor Flav told me that.
She drove one of the cars. Oh, they having a sidebar. Now this is some bullshit though. She so she was consistently getting her ass whooped, but she was at home one time and he pulled up on her and told her to come outside, and she did. She
Yeah,
didn't
that's
stay in
one of
the
them
house.
chicks.
She didn't call the police and say, I don't want this nigga outside my house. He out here. She didn't get her parents involved, who she said he was scared of, and he didn't want her parents to see the bruises. But she didn't tell them when he was outside and she didn't want to go. Man, look.
Boy, that's one of them chicks, boy. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn. Take this to the spot. You got 20 minutes. Don't stop nowhere. Don't talk to nobody. Get back here. And she, yes. That's one of them chicks.
Yeah, she a setup chick. She was a young, dumb setup chick. Young, somebody said, man, she could have had any nigga in the world and she wanted a thug that beat her. And it's just fuck it. Then the thug ain't necessarily bad, but she had a thug that beat her. And she could have had any nigga she wanted to in the world.
Miss B, you remember yesterday when the person was up on the dude was up on up there testifying. This dude committed murder and got out in like 4 or 5 years. So if she would have snitched on him, how quick could he get out? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of variables to how y'all saying she could have just told when you see people just this dude did murder in school and got out in 4 or 5 years. Was here to testify?
Yeah, she trying to act
Or
like she
was he still
Cassie in
locked
this
up?
jail. I don't know. But she trying to act like she was Cassie in this situation. Oh, he beat me. He beat me. He beat me. I didn't know no better. That motherfucker
And
had
then he could have been
17 jobs
he
in high school.
he could have been one of those dudes that, you know what I'm saying, playing for the unexpected. If I go down and she snitch, whoop that trick. You know what I'm saying?
I guess. I just said she going to her ass going to jail. I know that. That's all I know is she going to jail. Now for how long is the question, but she going to jail. She not getting free for this. She's not a cooperating witness, which is why her ass is on trial. And then we still got to go through her boyfriend trial, and they're gonna use her testimony in his trial.
I think she know what she don't got herself into. It's all over her face. You know what I'm saying? The best thing to do
Right.
now is come out and tell what you know. If you going
She
down,
been
go out, goddamn, go out shooting.
she been in jail all this time. She know what the fuck she getting into. Her lawyer explained to her before she went to trial. If they offer her a deal, her lawyer explained to her, look, if you go to trial, this is what you facing. It's risky. You want to do it? And she said yes. She know what the fuck she done got herself into. She just thinking that pretty privilege will get her off, and it might work. It might work though. I don't think it is, but it might work. We've seen pretty privilege work an awful lot. Then she looked mixed.
All right, Miss Andrews, I'm going to show you something. I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
All right. What is it? Without telling me what it says.
A message from Isaiah.
And are these messages that you see here, are they accurate representations of the messages that you received from Isaiah?
Yes.
How do you recognize these messages?
Looks to
The message
definitely
that he
played
sent
a
me,
part
they
in
got
case.
iMessage.
At this time, the defense will move Exhibit 8 into evidence.
State you renew your objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, same ruling. Overruled, you can admit it.
All right. Do you recognize this email address here at the top?
Yes.
All right. And whose email address is that?
Isaiah.
And do you see where it says message sender?
Yes.
All right. Do you see the body of the message here?
Yes.
What does it say?
He said, stop fucking boasting yourself, goddamn.
All right. Do you remember this message?
Yes.
This message went to who?
Me.
Do you see this second message here?
Yes.
What does the message say?
He said, the fuck you keep advertising yourself for?
All right. And this is from Isaiah Chance to you?
Yes.
What was he talking about when he says you keep advertising yourself?
I don't remember what picture I posted, but I posted a picture on Instagram that he didn't like.
Now, this third message, what does it say?
I said, I'm not advertising myself.
Can you read the fourth message?
It just say deleted.
That message comes from, you know if you sent that or did he send that to you?
It say his name at the top, so I think he sent it.
The fifth message here,
He said deleted.
when he says delete it, what is he talking about?
He told me to take the picture down.
And what did you respond and say?
Okay.
Why did you take the photograph down?
I didn't really have a reason. I don't like to cause conflict between us, so I just took it down.
And that was in October of 2023?
Yes.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes?
She's technically not snitching because she's on trial herself. If she was snitching, she would have been the star witness on them other niggas' case. She wouldn't be on trial if she was snitching. She's trying to use the battered wife defense. I was forced to do this. I was scared of him. He made me do it. I didn't have control. I'm young. I'm impressionable. I was a kid even. I met him when I was a teenager. That's what they trying to do. He manipulated this young woman into doing this shit.
I still say possible, but if she took the plea deal, is that snitching?
It depends on if they need her to testify or not. Her plea deal could just be like, I'm guilty to conspiracy, and that's it. But when you
When you said
testify,
earlier
no.
that you just didn't want to have any disagreements between you and Isaiah Chance, if you do get him upset, what typically happens?
He'll probably end up hitting me or fighting me or something. It depends if I'm around him.
It depends what?
If I'm around him at the time,
Was Isaiah Chance a jealous person?
yes.
And did he get angry when he was jealous?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you stayed with him throughout the abuse and throughout him being angry and jealous with you, of you?
It was kind of like he was manipulating me. Like I did want to leave, but I didn't want to leave. And I mean, you really want to understand unless you're in the situation. It's not that easy to leave all the time. And then I'm young, and he'll tell me, nobody wants you, nobody gonna want you, and like he'll make statements like that, and I'll kind of just like, okay. So I settled.
During the interrogation, you make a statement about you being pregnant before. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
Have you been pregnant before your most recent pregnancy?
Yes.
All right. And what happened during that pregnancy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy.
Sustain the objection.
Do I answer it?
No,
No,
hold on.
I sustain the objection. It means you cannot answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. I want to talk about this trip. Well, let me first talk about the Airbnb. At a certain point in time, did you send an Instagram message to someone inquiring about an Airbnb?
Yes.
That Instagram message was sent from your phone?
Yes.
Isaiah Chance was not using your phone at that time.
No.
Why did you send that message?
He called me and said, can you text the girl that do the B&Bs? Let me know what she got available.
All right. Did you know why you were asking for the Airbnb at that point in time?
No.
When you asked the individual for the Airbnb, for the inquiry about the Airbnb, did they respond to you?
Yes.
Did they respond immediately?
I think the first message was fast, but the last message, she took a minute.
All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb through this individual?
No.
Was this individual that you sent the message to, was that Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No.
Did that person that you sent that message to, do you know if she even knew Rashad Murphy?
No, but I knew her, so I knew she had a, he told me something, he was like, how do you know it's not Rashad's girlfriend? But I knew the girl, so.
Hold on. When you say he, who is he? You talking about the officer?
Yeah, the detective.
All right. We'll get to the interrogation. But the question is, did you know, or do you know whether this woman was Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No.
All right. All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb in this case?
No.
When the Airbnb, did somebody book it?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you when someone else booked the Airbnb?
When I called him back about the message I got, he told me, oh, it's already booked, it's okay.
When you say you called him back, who is him?
Isaiah.
All right. And so when you called Isaiah Chance back to tell him that you received a message back from Instagram, the woman on Instagram, he told you what?
He said it's already booked, it's okay.
All right. So someone else booked the Airbnb.
Yes.
Do you know who booked it?
At the time, I didn't know.
All right. Did he tell you that Rashad Murphy booked it?
No.
Did you ask any questions about it?
No.
At what point did you figure out that Isaiah Chance was going to Tampa, Florida?
That's the next day I called him on the 22nd.
All right. This is the day of?
Yeah, the day
The
we
trip
leave.
down?
Yes.
All right. And how did you learn that he was going to Tampa?
I called him early that day like we always do, and I'm like, what you doing today? He said, I might be going out of town. I said, I wanted to go.
Did he tell you what he was going out of town for?
Nope.
Why did you want to go out of town with him?
Well, we were supposed to go to Atlanta, and we ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
You said you were supposed to go to Atlanta, and what happened?
We ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
All right. When were you supposed to go to Atlanta?
It was beginning of June.
All right. So, did he tell you where he was going?
What, the
Like the
September?
city?
Yeah.
All right. So, what did you know about the trip?
Nothing much.
All right. Did you know who was going?
No, at the time he just said me and him. He told me to pack my stuff.
Where were you at when you had that conversation with him?
I'm at home.
Do you know where he was?
No.
Did you come to find out where he was?
Yes.
All right. Where was he at?
He referred to him as his little brother. He said his little brother's house.
All right. And how did you find out that he was at his little brother's house?
When I arrive and get in the car with him, he drives to someone's house, and I said, why are we here? He said, we're going to ride with my little brother.
All right. When you say little brother, who is that? You know his
Sean
name?
Gathright.
Okay. And so you get to Sean Gathright's house by Isaiah Chance picking you up and taking you there?
Yes.
All right. Where did Isaiah Chance pick you up from?
It was a club that we met at.
All right. Did somebody take you to the club?
Yes, my sister.
All right. Is that because you do not drive?
Yes.
All right. So after your sister takes you to a club, are you actually partying at this club?
No.
Is it just a drop-off location?
Yeah, it was closer, and he told me to just meet him there.
All right. So Isaiah Chance picks you up from this club, and you go where?
To his little brother's house.
All right. When you get there, what do?
I just sit in the car.
You were waiting.
Yes.
Was the little brother, was Sean Gathright there when you arrived?
No.
All right. Was there a car in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
Do you remember from the video, do you remember what color car was in the driveway?
It was a white car.
All right. And the brother was not there yet?
No.
When the brother got there, did you communicate with the brother at all?
No.
All right. Is there a reason why you don't communicate with individuals that Isaiah Chance is friends with?
Well, he tells me how to talk to his friends, so I just got in the car.
Why does Isaiah Chance tell you not to talk to his friends?
Because he'll think I like them or something like that. He just makes up stuff.
All right. So you get in another vehicle, and where do you sit in the vehicle?
Backseat.
And what happens next?
We drive off to a gas station.
What happens at the gas station?
I get out and get snacks.
All right. And do you know if there's anyone at the gas station? Anyone else?
No.
All right. What happens after you get snacks from that gas station? You all go to Tampa?
No, they drove to some, I guess, apartments.
Apartment complex?
Yes.
And what happens at the apartment complex?
They get out of the car and they dap two bigger guys up, but they had the windows outside.
So let me back up. You said they. Who is they get out the car?
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car and they dap to their two bigger guys, two
And-
dark-skinned
And
guys.
explain what you mean by dap.
Like shaking hands, acknowledging each other.
What happens after they get out, they being Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, after they get out and they acknowledge these other two individuals?
They get back in the car and drive off.
Who is they?
Sean, he drives off because he's driving.
All right. So what happens after you all leave this apartment complex?
We head to Tampa,
And are there any stops on the way to Tampa?
another gas station.
What happens at this second gas station?
They get out of the car, they're talking, but I'm still in the car.
All right. Who's they?
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car.
All right. And they're talking amongst each other?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what they're saying?
No.
All right. Do you ask what they're saying?
No.
At the time, do you care what they're saying?
No.
After you go to this second gas station, what happens?
Then we go to the Airbnb.
All right. When you arrive at the Airbnb, who all is in your vehicle?
Just Zay, me, and Sean.
Who gets out first?
I think they both got out at the same time.
All right. And were you paying attention to where they went when they got out of the car?
No.
What were you doing as they were getting out of the car?
I was on TikTok.
On your phone?
Yes.
And when you got out of the car, where were they at?
I didn't see them no more.
All right. When you didn't see them, what did you do?
I mean, I did what he told me to do. When he got out of the car, he said, when you're ready, it's the first door.
All right. So did you go to the door?
Yeah, I just knocked.
And what happened when you knocked? Initially.
He didn't open it.
Did you use an access code to get into the Airbnb?
No.
Did you have an access code?
No.
Do you have the Airbnb app on your phone, or did you have it on your phone?
No.
When you arrived, are you on your phone?
Yes.
Do you call anyone?
I was calling Isaiah to see if he's gonna open the door.
Okay. Did you see a Ring camera in front of the door?
Not at first.
All right. Do you care if there was a Ring camera in front of the door?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it's a camera.
When you get to the door and you get inside, how are you able to actually get inside?
Isaiah lets me in.
All right. And when you get inside, is it just yourself, Isaiah, and Sean Gathright inside?
Yes.
And where do you go?
Upstairs.
Are there any rooms downstairs?
No.
And upstairs, what's upstairs?
2 beds in the bathroom. 2 bedrooms in the bathroom.
Did you choose to occupy one of the bedrooms?
Yes.
What did you do while you were sitting in the Airbnb from the time you got, well, let me ask you this. Did you get there around 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did you do for the next few hours?
I was in the bed.
What were you doing in the bed?
Scrolling through Netflix, trying to find a show. Then I was on my phone a little bit.
At any point in time while you were upstairs, did Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright leave?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
No, Isaiah told me, be right back real quick. He left.
All right. Did you ask him where he was going?
No.
Did they include you in their travel plans?
No.
At the time, were you hungry?
Yes.
All right. Were you looking for something to eat?
Yes, on DoorDash.
What were you looking for?
Some Pizza Hut.
All right. And is that the Instagram post that we've seen throughout the trial?
Yes.
All right. Did you ultimately order Pizza Hut?
No, they were high.
When you say they were high, what do you mean by that?
I was trying to get like 10-piece wings and a small pizza. I didn't want to buy it. It's too high.
Okay. Would you expect Isaiah to be buying food for you while you're away?
Yes.
When you didn't purchase the Pizza Hut, what did you decide to do?
I texted him and said I was hungry.
And then after you text him, what happened?
I think he said, I don't even think he responded. I think he just came back and asked me, it's like, what do you want to eat?
Did you make a decision about what you wanted to eat?
I said, I'll get McDonald's.
Okay. And what happens next?
He told me to hold on. He went downstairs.
And what happened?
He comes back and say, come on.
And what did you do?
I mean, I got up and went.
Did you get in any particular car at that time?
Yes, it was the gray car.
All right. And did he tell you to get inside of that car?
Yes,
And you got into which seat?
the passenger seat.
The front or back passenger?
Hey, what you mean front or back?
Front seat or back seat?
Oh, the front seat.
Okay. And when you got in the vehicle, who was in the vehicle?
Isaiah comes outside and Davion.
And who sat where?
Davion gets in the front seat and Zay gets in the back seat.
Why did Davion get in the front seat as opposed to Isaiah Chance?
I mean, I wouldn't know what they said before they came out, so I don't know why he got in the front. But I assumed it was because he wanted food too, so he came.
At the time, did you know Davion Murphy?
No,
Had you ever seen him before?
no,
And when you got in the car, did he say anything to you?
no.
All right. Did you think that it was weird that he was sitting in the front seat next to you?
Yeah, I didn't know he was going.
Do you ultimately make it to McDonald's?
Yes,
When you get to McDonald's, do you order food?
yes.
And who pays for the food?
I think it was Isaiah. I think he paid half and I did the other half. I can't remember.
There's a point in the McDonald's video that we've seen where Davion Murphy is lighting some sort of cigarette or blunt. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you remember, not just the video, but do you remember the actual event in the car?
yeah, I remember.
And when he was doing that, what did you do?
Nothing.
Why did you do nothing?
I mean, I don't know him. It's his car, and I'm not really I don't talk much, so I was kind of scared to say something.
When you left McDonald's, well, you did leave McDonald's at some point, right?
Yes,
All right. And then at some point, does Davion get out of that car?
yes,
And is it just you and Chance?
yes.
Do you know, at the time, did you know an individual named Kyla Enright?
No,
Did you know that Sean Gathright was talking to an individual named Kyla Enright?
no, I did not.
Did you know that Sean Gathright was texting an individual named Kyla in right?
No.
At this time, had anybody told you anything about Julio Foolio?
No.
Were you searching Julio Foolio's Instagram account that night?
No.
Did you even know he was going to be in Tampa?
No, I did not.
After you leave McDonald's, do you go to a club?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this club?
I mean, I know the name now. It's Teasers.
At the time, did you know the name?
No.
Why did you not know the name at the time?
I mean, it was kind of irrelevant. I didn't remember. We didn't go in it, so
You did not go in the club, but why did you go there?
we're thinking about going in there.
Whose idea was it to go to this place?
Isaiah.
And did you follow his idea?
Yeah, he said he was taking me out.
Did you have any reason to think that he was doing anything wrong or illegal?
At the time, no.
When you got to this club, did you all park?
Yes.
And where did you park?
I believe it was the back of the parking lot.
Was that the only space available at the time?
Yes.
And were you driving?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. At any point in time during that night, did you drive the vehicle?
No.
When you when you get out of the vehicle, what happens?
We start walking, and he stops me and say, "Let me see your phone."
Do you give him the phone?
Yes.
At the time, do you think anything of it?
No. I mean, he always has it.
Did he ask you for the code to get in?
Yeah.
And did you give him the code?
Yeah, I did.
Do you know what he did with the phone?
He tried to make a call, I guess. He had it up, but I didn't hear what he was saying.
All right, so let me talk to you about this. Is it weird or strange, anything out of the ordinary, for Isaiah Chance to use your phone to make phone calls?
No.
Had he done that before in the past?
Yes.
Had he spoken to Robert Howard using your phone before?
Yes.
Had he spoken to other individuals using your phone before?
Yes.
Do you know why?
No, but I assumed it's maybe because he don't want him to have his number.
When he would speak to individuals on your phone, would he always speak around you?
No.
Would he sometimes leave the room?
Yeah.
All right. And do you question him about why he's using your phone or why he's leaving the room?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it wasn't really a big deal to me at first.
So back to the parking lot at Teasers. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 41. And this is 41B, I believe 7. 8. All right, do you recognize this parking lot area?
Yes.
Do you recognize the car that's the silver car there, the top of the screen?
Yes.
What car is that?
That's the car we were in.
At this time, do you know where the other 3 boys are at?
No, I don't.
Do you care about where the other 3 boys are at?
Your object to, calling co-defendants boys.
Sustain the objection.
Do you know where the other 3 men were at?
No.
And do you care where these other 3 men were at?
No.
All right. Do you remember what's happening inside the car at this time?
I think we were just sitting there talking at first.
All right. And again, you're not driving this vehicle.
No.
Is there a reason why you have on a mask in this video?
Yeah, I was pregnant at the time, so I didn't want to smell any smoke and prevent like any health issues.
Why did you think that you might inhale smoke?
Because usually the clubs in my city, like the lounges, as soon as you go in, they let you smoke, so it'd be a lot of smoke in there. I didn't know how it was down here, but just in case I wore one.
All right. Did you wear a mask to conceal your identity?
No,
Did you have on a hoodie?
no.
What did you have on?
Some blue jeans, a blue jacket, and a regular shirt.
All right. What type of shoes did you have on?
Some like regular Crocs I designed.
Crocs, almost like slippers?
Yeah,
Those are not boots or anything that you could use to run in?
no. They're like the fancy ones where you get to put the things in them. I don't know what they call them.
When you say thing, you mean the pins in the top of the shoe?
Yeah, like you get to put what you want to put on them.
Okay. Are you and Mr. Chance getting out of the car now?
Yes.
Does Mr. Chance tell you that he's going to this club so he can find Julio Foolio?
No, he didn't.
If you can remember sort of what's happening in this moment, can you tell the members of the jury?
I was walking, then he stopped me and said, "Let me see your phone."
At this time, are you trying to conceal your identity at all?
No,
Are you ducking or hiding or crouching behind any vehicles?
no, I'm just walking.
Are you stopping when he stops?
Yes,
And are you following him?
yes.
Do you know what he's doing with your phone?
At the time, I just assumed he was trying to call someone, and they wasn't answering.
Did he talk to anyone in that clip?
No,
Do you ultimately leave this location?
yes,
Do you go somewhere after that?
yes.
Where do you go after that?
It was another club called Players Club.
At the time, did you know the name of that location?
No,
And who decided to go to the second spot?
He picked it.
Did you know of any clubs in Tampa?
No.
When you got to the second location, what happened?
We get out, walk across the street, and he walked up to the guy that they work at the front door, and he asked him how much was to get in.
So at this second location, you said, who asked how much it is to get in?
Isaiah asked the bouncer.
And what happened when you asked?
I don't remember the exact words, but he told him a price, and I guess he didn't like the price, so he just walked off.
Did you all stay there for any period of time?
Yes.
It's a short period of time?
Yeah.
And when you didn't go into the second location, what were you thinking?
Nothing much, like maybe he just didn't want to go in.
Were you also wearing a were you also wearing a mask at the second location?
Yes.
Did you go somewhere else after that?
Yes.
Where'd you go next?
Truth 18.
At the time, did you know what Truth 18 was, the name of it?
No.
Did you know who was going to be there?
No.
Did you ask Isaiah Chance to go to Truth 18?
No, he picked that.
Did he ask you for permission to go there?
No.
When you get to Truth 18, what do you do?
We sit there first, then we get out. He just starts to walk. He still has my phone, so I just walk after him.
Okay. Do you know if he talks to anyone while he's on your phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what app he's using to communicate with individuals?
No, at the time I didn't know.
Do you know if he's talking on FaceTime with anyone?
I believe it was FaceTime at that club that one time.
At Truth 18.
Yes.
And do you know who he was talking to at the time?
No.
When he's talking to the individual at Truth 18, there's a photograph that you've seen in evidence of the downstairs at Truth 18. You remember that photograph?
Yeah, I remember it.
All right. At the time that the photograph was taken, did you take the photograph?
No.
All right. From looking at it, what can you tell about that photograph?
I remember him flipping the camera because we came to a stop, and he said, like, man, he said that, man, this shit crowded. And he flipped the camera and was showing somebody on the phone.
Okay. Do you know who he was showing that on the phone?
No.
And when you say he was showing it on the phone, this is like he's showing it live?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how that live viewing became a screenshot photograph in your phone?
I think he just took a screenshot of it.
At the time, even though you didn't know exactly who he was talking to, did you, I guess, figure that it was one of the three men?
Yes, because he also said, where y'all at?
Did he say anything about Julio?
No.
Did he show you a firearm or anything like that?
No.
Did he say anything about wanting to kill Julio in front of you?
No.
Showing what's in evidence in State's Exhibit 44. Do you see this video?
Yes.
All right. Do you see yourself?
Yes.
All right. What is happening right here?
He's walking with the phone up,
Okay. And what are you doing?
just walking behind him.
All right. And do you know where he's going at this point in time?
No, I'm just following him.
Do you know why he's walking where he's walking?
No, I never asked.
All right. Is this where you all are at? Is this kind of like in direct eyesight of the top of the staircase at Truth 18?
I don't know if right there, but I don't really remember that.
All right.
She ain't really telling though. She saying she don't know. She don't know nothing about what they had going on.
And you see you walk towards the sign and then back towards the right.
Yes.
All right. When you were standing anywhere in that parking lot or on the sidewalk, were you able to see Julio Foolio?
No.
Do you know that he's even inside?
No.
And is Isaiah Chance saying anything on the phone that would give you an indication that Julio Foolio is inside?
No. I only actually heard him say the two things. He said that it was crowded and where y'all at.
Okay. After you leave from off the screen here, do you know what you're doing next?
We walk back down. He stops on somebody's car, still holding the phone, and I'm kind of just leaning on him talking.
When you say he stops on somebody's car, like whose car was it?
A random person.
So not like someone that he knew?
No.
And when you say he stops on, he's leaning on someone's car?
Yeah, like leaning back with the phone.
And you and Isaiah Chance are talking at this point in time?
Yes.
All right. Do you ask him why you're not going inside?
Well, I think I did. Yeah.
And do you want to go inside at this point?
Not really.
Why not?
We already been to two places. It was getting late, so I didn't really care to go nowhere else. He chose that place.
All right. At this point, what do you want to do?
Get some food.
Even though you just ate maybe 3 hours earlier?
Yeah, it was McDonald's. Just some nuggets and fries.
All right. So were you still hungry?
Yes.
And at this time, you're still pregnant?
Yes.
She ain't cooperating either because she's on trial, charged with the same thing the mother niggas is.
You go somewhere else.
Yes.
Do you know where you're headed after you leave Truth 18?
No, I mentioned food, so I assumed he was gonna go get me food.
All right. What does he do when he leaves Truth 18? Does his behaviors change anything at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
I mean, he started to act weird. I'm like, where are we going? He drive off to, I believe it's a college campus.
What she's doing is testifying in her own defense right now. This is her defense attorney asking her these questions. The prosecution gonna fire her up. No, actually, when they said, "Did you hear her say? Did you hear anything about him wanting to kill Foolio?" She said no. She could have said yeah. She said no. I didn't hear shit. She asking where y'all at. It is crowded. That ain't admission to nothing. That don't sound like somebody finna get killed.
Do you recognize this exhibit from earlier?
Yes.
You ever been to this location before?
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Before this incident,
Oh,
had you
well,
ever been
no,
there before?
that day, yeah.
And did you recognize this area when you were in that area?
No.
They better not take no break before the prosecution get in. It was some gang shit, Patty. He got killed over some gang shit. But they better not take no break before the prosecution can question her.
He is softballing these questions here,
From this view,
in a way.
do you know which direction you came from?
I think he was straight ahead.
It's like at the very top of the screen.
Yeah, I think so.
And again, who's driving at this point in time?
Isaiah.
When you come from the area where the top of the screen is
Correct.
at,
This is her lawyer.
which direction does he go in this intersection? Pause it.
The way he questioned her do bring up a little doubt. She's gullible as a motherfucker. I wouldn't even say gullible.
Man,
She wanted to be a tag along and got herself put in some shit. I'm going.
like they don't need to
All right.
give her no
So
time to think
you
about
came
this shit.
from the top. How did you end up on this corner making this right here?
That's where he turned.
Well, how did you get on that street?
I mean, that's where he just went. I don't know.
Let me ask you differently. When you came from the top area of the screen, did he make a right at this intersection if you're actually in the vehicle?
Yeah.
He made a right there?
Yeah, like he went straight and turned.
All right. And then did he make a U-turn to get to where he's at now?
I believe so.
All right. Clear. And for sure, that's the cruise that you were in?
Yeah.
Just let it play. All right. Now, the cruise is off camera right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happens when the cruise goes off camera?
He makes a stop in USF parking lot.
What does he do when he makes a stop?
He hops out of the car.
And when you say USF parking lot, is it in an actual parking lot that he stops the car?
No, it's like in the middle of the lot.
All right. So it's not in an actual space?
No.
When he hops, you said he gets out of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. What does he do when he gets out of the vehicle?
He gets out my phone and he walks away.
He had your phone still?
Yes.
And you said he walked away from the vehicle.
Yes.
What did he do when he walked away from the vehicle?
I mean, I don't know what he's doing when he walks away, but he has the phone up. He just walked down.
All right. At this point, did you follow him?
No, I'm still in the car. He left the car on.
Why did you not follow him?
I didn't know he was getting out. He just came to a complete stop and hopped out.
All right. When he did that, did you think that that was strange?
Yeah.
Did you know at that time that he may be trying to kill someone?
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that?
No.
After he hops out of the car, how long is he out of the car for?
I think it was like a couple minutes. It wasn't very long though.
Does he get back in the car?
Yes.
When he gets back in the car, do you say anything to him?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I didn't know what to say.
All right. You see the cruise
Yes.
and you see the red light.
Yes.
When he ran the red light, what was going on in your head?
Why is he driving crazy?
Did you say anything to him at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm like, where you going?
Did you look at him?
Yeah.
And what was he doing?
He just holding the phone up driving.
Was he talking to anyone?
No.
So why was he holding up the phone?
I think he was looking at something on the messages.
All right. Did you see the car go into that lot to the right?
No, I didn't see it.
Thank you, Miss B, for sending the clapping seal. I'm just not seeing it. Thank you.
All right. You see the car go into the lot to the
Yes.
right? At that time, did you know what he was doing?
No.
Did you know where he was going?
No.
All right, did he tell you to look out for anyone?
No, he didn't.
Did he tell you to identify where Foolio was at?
No, he never told me that.
All right. And how long are you inside that parking lot there in that hotel?
It was very quick. He just turned around.
Did he get out the car and talk to anyone?
No.
Did you get out the car and talk to anyone?
No.
And then after you leave that parking lot, what happens?
He drives off to like 2 streets over.
Well, okay. Do you hear anything?
Yeah, I heard shots.
All right. Tell me about the shots that you heard.
Um, it was like a lot, and I looked at him like my mouth open, like you heard that? But he didn't really pay attention to me. He like, what? So I didn't say anything.
After that, what happens?
He waits a little bit, then he drives off back to the Airbnb.
All right. At this point in time, what's going on in your head?
I mean, I heard a lot of shots, so I didn't know what went on. Somebody shoot in the air, somebody got shot at. I didn't know.
Did you know that somebody died?
No,
Did you know that someone got shot?
no.
Yes, yes.
Nah, James, she's testified on her behalf in her trial.
And I know I had a lot of coughing this morning too, so, okay. So let's go ahead and take we'll come back at 11:05, okay? Very good.
11:05. That's an hour and Judge. That is an hour and 7 minutes from now, motherfucker. Well, I guess we can discuss what the mad and dropped. Shit. So yeah, now she ain't relocated. If anything, she's probably in protective custody because she killed a popular rapper. But they ain't even done. Her defense attorney is not even done. Oh, well, I don't know. It's 10 o'clock here. I assume. Oh, okay. Well, y'all, I forgot we're on different time zones because it's 9:59 here. Okay. I was thinking a whole hour. So yeah, different time zones. My bad, y'all. Yeah, damn, y'all on my ass. I'm getting text messages. Y'all in my jet. No, it's 6 minutes. I'm sorry. God damn. My bad, people. Shit. Oh my boy. We do. If it's interesting, see if it's interesting. Like I wish Diddy trial was on TV.
Yeah,
That
I
shit
would
would have
hear
been
Trey.
entertaining. You so really you gonna call me and say that shit after everybody else done already got on my ass?
I don't
Really?
know what it's called, but you know, it's over the head aneurysm because you think the lady going on an hour break.
You is behind, ma'am. The chat and I done got text messages, phone calls. You did that shit on purpose. The fuck?
What?
You did it on purpose to bother me.
When I got your number to call you, I paused the line because I got it on loudspeaker and it's your line. So I paused the line so I didn't know the people told you they were out here. Okay, now you know. Okay?
I would say fuck you, but I don't know where you went.
I'm trying.
Bye. Whatever channel you watching on, could you please double tap the screen and give a like to us? Give us a like, whatever channel you on. This finna get good. But yeah, for everybody that's asking, this is her defense attorney asking her questions because she did what defendants typically don't do. She decided she was gonna take the stand and explain her side of the story. She's not a cooperating witness. She is on trial, facing charges, just like the other 4 people that come behind her, including her boyfriend. So she not snitching. She just playing dumb, and she's trying to distance herself away from the situation while playing dumb and saying he beat me. She got a trifecta defense working here. I was scared. I didn't know what was going on, and he beat me. He was just taking my phone and shit. I know I was at these clubs and stuff, but I didn't know. I had my Crocs on, G. I wasn't dressed for no club. I had on Crocs. So yeah, it's I can't wait for the prosecution. This what they gotta win their case off talking to her. And they don't have to do too much, but just go off some of the shit that's been asked. Why you didn't hop out the car? I ain't know what was going on. Why didn't you leave the relationship when he was beating you? I loved him. The prosecution they got to come with some shit. Everybody is using the casty defense. But nah, she's not immune from prosecution. She ain't cut no deal. She is on trial. I don't know though. I think the light skin privilege may come in. I hope not, but she got light skin privilege going for her. We have seen this shit happen before. Where they get 5 years and then Kim Kardashian come along and get them out. And then you got a whole little series. They write books and shit and just be rich. Marry another nigga. She young and light skinned and everybody, it's no shortage of niggas talking about she fine. It's a whole bunch of niggas thinking it. They don't care that she set somebody up. They like, she ain't gonna set me up. I can rehabilitate this bitch. That's where we at with it. But at her age, she could get out at 50 still. Did she have her mask on when dude was smoking a blunt? I don't know. She had on a mask and Crocs. It's COVID. It's a different time. She looked like straight trouble. I don't like she sat down and said, I'm with it at all. She trying to say she ain't say that. She was scared. She didn't make any decisions. Fear took over. Fight or flight kicked in and she chose to flight. She fled. Judge said, ho, we gotta take a motherfucking break. Y'all is doing too much in this bitch. And this is the best part of the trial in 8 days because everything else was boring as fuck. I'm glad she did take the stand. We got action. If 50 out and below, her skin will still be good though. I know them niggas that be in jail skin be glowing. What's finna happen? They finna cross-examine her with all the evidence at her Foolio's party out. They just watching. This getting deep, twin. My. She said she wanted Foolio unalived. Judge needed a blunt for this shit. Yeah, this shit is crazy. Damn, that was really. I don't know. I'm to be honest, I ain't really been paying attention because she was boring. I don't know if she was there or not. Somebody in the chat to know though. She suffered from battered wife syndrome. She couldn't leave. Somebody said, yes, she was there at the party. It's a cold game. I don't know. And everybody told me that it's now because it's 11 o'clock there. So everybody's saying they should be back now, but typically these people don't follow the time that they set. I just saw a head move though, so they may be back kind of on time. Maybe before 11:10 or 10:11 my time. She suffers from young and dumb, full of calm. Basically, she was a pawn. They got video. She a sit-up bitch. They trying to come back on time. The bathroom line was long. Oh shit. Now I see heads moving. I think they're about to come back now. Hey, the judge already did a recess when they started this morning. So she trying to push through. Because I think she may be the Well, no, this is the first witness the defense is called, or no, they asked how many more witnesses, or who's your, oh, they said, who's your next witness? And he said her, so she may be the last one. If it's one more hour, it's fucked up, G. That, there you go. They getting the jewelry back in yonder. Well, they tricked us. I thought they was back. They said, fuck that. I definitely think she knew what was going on. She enjoyed the danger. She enjoyed the lifestyle. The judge smoking, playing
We know
Foolio
they have a
on
process. We're gonna
shit.
get the information, so I'll give you your chance. So let me just hear what allegedly happened. All right, very good.
I'm sorry, sir, is it Mr. Coffey?
That's Mr. Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Strickland. I apologize.
It's okay.
And is that Mr. Brandon? That's Mr. Brandon, okay. And Mr. Coffey,
Is the young gentleman that entered?
yes, okay.
Yes.
All right, very good. Okay, so, anyway, hello, everybody. That's fine. You can, I tell you what, why don't you guys have a seat? And is it Mr. Fusco?
Yeah, Mr. Fusco.
Fusco, I apologize. Okay. So there's been some representation made that there potentially someone was taking photographs. Okay, and sir, what is your name?
My name is Shamar Mitchell.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, and so was someone taking photographs of
I
you?
was just notified, my brother had said, like, I think he just took a picture of her.
Okay, what is your brother?
What?
Wait, hold on one second. And what is your brother's name? Trenton Mitchell?
Alfred.
Pardon me?
Alfred.
I can't hear you. Alfred, okay, I apologize. Okay, my hearing's not all that great. So, Mr. Alfred, did you see someone taking your photo, or what you believed was someone taking your photo?
Yeah.
Okay, and who was the individual?
That was
Which dude?
No, not him, not you first.
the one that's sitting down.
Now, that's snitching.
White male?
No, black gentleman.
That's snitching.
Both of them. Okay, and that's is it Mr. Bethea?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, So you believe they were taking photographs of
I
you?
know he did. I seen
The one,
Okay, one at a time, because the court reporter, okay, so Mr. Alfred, what did you see?
I was sitting right there, and then I would just look over there, and he was right there.
They
What you thought was
spooked.
surreptitiously taking photos of you? Okay,
and then when I looked again,
I mean, they got the point and everything.
Like, how you doing?
okay.
I just want to let everyone know, like, we don't know either, like, we don't know no one here.
Sure, I understand. No
I called
one's,
the courthouse this morning, it says open to the public.
Yeah.
And I said, can we come? They said yes.
yeah, no, it is open to the public, and nobody, and I mean nobody other than the authorized media, is supposed to be taking any video or audio recordings of the proceedings, or any of the participants, or any of the audience, or the jurors, or anybody. Okay, so, thank you all very much, I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Bethea, were you taking photos of any of the people that were watching?
Yes, they were conferring with Mr. Fusco, and I am concerned with the safety of our client.
Okay, but you understand, you're not allowed to do that. You're not,
Outside. It was outside.
so it was outside.
Outside, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sitting there, my own business, I noticed that. It looked curious, it was suspicious, I took a photo, that's it. Now, I'm talking about it. Yes, it's a photo, you come see it, you take a photo of me, it's off space, you're more than welcome. And then I got really upset, so, there's a question, why?
Okay, well, do you understand, due to the nature of this case, why people might be upset that they're being photographed, particularly members of the public that have nothing to do with this?
No, we tell them we don't.
Okay, hold on, wait, just one at a time. So, and Mr. Brandon, did you take photos outside?
No, I have to be totally honest. Ever since the beginning of this trial, Mr. Fusco has kind of been making some suspicious.
Listen, I didn't ask you that.
No, ma'am.
The question I asked you was, did you take photos of these gentlemen or anybody during the course of this trial, either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So, listen, due to the nature of this case, no more photos. Don't take photos, particularly of members of the public that are just showing up. Like, just don't do it. I've gone at great lengths to accommodate both sides when they've had witnesses who didn't want their identity publicized. I've instructed the media, really against the First Amendment, not to broadcast their faces. And so I would ask everyone, if you're going to take photos of anybody in this courtroom, or either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom, you got to ask me first. No more photos of anybody, okay?
Yeah, additionally, while I'm sitting over there next to Mr. Fusco, he's moving around, causing attention to himself, breathing very heavily for the jurors to hear him. It's very distracting while Ms. Andrews is testifying.
Okay, well, I'm not going to limit what Mr. Fusco does, and I would just notice that throughout the course of the trial for both the state and the defense, you all are constantly moving around as far as getting exhibits and helping the attorney that's doing the questioning or the cross-examining, and I haven't limited that in any way. I'm not going to tell Mr. Fusco where he can or cannot sit, okay? Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. Just so the court's aware, Your Honor, I do not represent Ms. Mays. I'm here as just an observer. I did represent Mr. Jones during some entertainment law matters that he had in the past, in a case in Duval County. I was sitting right up front supporting the mother of the victim. For whatever reason, the attorney decided to come and sit right next to us and the victim's mother during the witness's testimony. I'm not certain why, so.
Okay.
There was some uncomfortable movements by all parties over there, being that he decided to come sit with the victim's mother. But
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, very good, let's go.
The judge said, I don't give a fuck about this dumbass shit. Them niggas scared though. He took our picture.
Oh, and I'm sorry, while I'm at it, I'm sorry, before you bring the jury, 1 second. Mr. Bethea, please delete those photos. Okay? Of just members of the public.
Them folk better not be YouTubers for real. And why the fuck y'all care? Y'all streaming or talking about the shit. Why do y'all care about y'all photo? They could have been giving y'all journalistic credit. Them folk went in there and pointed hard. Them right there. Them two. Bro right there with the
Bring
black
the jury.
hat on. the green suit.
All rise.
All rise.
We just here because it's open to the public.
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Mr. McClymonds.
All right, Miss Andrews, I think we left off where you heard gunshots. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. After that happens, what happens next?
He drives back, but I did make a reaction, but we didn't get the same reaction, so I left it alone.
And again, at that point in time, did you know that anyone had been shot?
No.
Even though you heard gunshots, you didn't know that anyone had been actually shot?
No, they could have been shooting in the air or something.
All right. Did you know that it had anything to do with Isaiah Chance?
No.
Were you suspicious of anything at that point?
Yes.
All right. And what happens after you leave the Home 2 Suites?
He was like 2 streets over, and he stopped and waited.
Stop and wait for what?
I don't think anything particularly. He was just on the phone.
Was he saying something on the phone?
No, like he was on an app, like Twitter or something, just scrolling.
What happens after that?
We go back to the Airbnb.
When you get back to the Airbnb, is anyone there?
Yes.
Who's at the Airbnb?
It was the other guys was there downstairs.
And did you go inside the Airbnb?
Yeah, I did.
And when you went inside, what did you see them doing?
I mean, they were just sitting around. One was on the couch, one was sitting at the dinner table, I think. And they were just sitting there, looked tired. They would stink. I just went upstairs.
All right. Did you see any guns when you went inside?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any rifles at all, anything?
No.
They got to the house before you?
Yeah.
When you went upstairs, what did you do?
I changed, got back in the bed.
And what happened after that? Did you go to sleep?
Yeah.
In the morning, I assume you woke up.
Yeah.
And what happened when you woke up?
Well, he wasn't right there, so I texted him. I told him I was hungry. What happened? I know we ended up arguing about something. It was kind of petty, though. I just wanted food, and he takes so long to get me what I wanted. So I was just waiting there, and I took a shower. And eventually he come in there, he shows me outfits, what he want to put on today. And then that was pretty much it.
At some point during that day, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go?
Back to Jacksonville.
Was it your decision to go back home?
I mean, no, but I didn't mind. I was ready to go anyways.
Why?
I'm there with other people I don't know. It wasn't a trip that I thought it was going to be, so I was ready to go.
Did you take an Uber back?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Isaiah.
Why did you not take the Impala back?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't ask him. He made the decision to go on Uber.
Did Sean Gathright, the one who was driving the Impala, did he leave before or after you? Do you remember?
I think he was after.
Did he offer a ride to go back to Jacksonville in the Impala?
No, I remember him saying he had somewhere to go.
When you get in the, well, let me ask you this. There's a pink bag that the state's referencing, seeing you walk
Yes.
out of the Airbnb with it. You remember that?
Yes.
Whose pink bag is that?
Isaiah's.
And why does he have a pink bag?
I mean, it's his mom's bag. He just had clothes in it, though.
And were there any rifles in that bag?
No, it was just clothes.
You've seen the rifles that have been in this trial?
Yeah, I seen it.
Can those rifles fit in that pink bag?
No.
And the bag itself, was it heavy?
No,
What was inside the bag?
it was his clothes.
Did you look in any of the bags, any of the other bags that were there?
No, I never even seen those bags in the Airbnb. Unless when I was upstairs, they could have brought it in, but I didn't see them when I was down there.
When you get in the Airbnb to go home, what are you doing?
Just in the back seat, listening to music.
Are you talking to the Uber driver?
We exchanged a few words, but nothing much.
At any point in time, do you tell the Uber driver to slow down? Are you worried about the Uber driver speeding?
No,
Do you have any guns on you?
no,
Did you commit any crimes?
no.
You get back to Jacksonville that day,
Yeah.
and what happens next?
We get out the car. I just get in his car, and then he drops the guy that was in the back, Rashad. He dropped him back off to the place he was at.
All right. Did the Uber driver help you all with your bags?
Yeah.
All right. That day, the day after you went to these nightclubs, did you go on social media at all?
I went on there, but wasn't doing nothing.
All right. When you say you weren't doing it, what do you mean by that?
I wasn't making any posts.
Okay. Yeah, so that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking just if you went on social media.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see anything on social media?
Yeah, TikToks. I was on Instagram.
All right. And did you see that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, had died?
Yes, on TikTok.
And what did you see, if you can remember?
I think people were outside recording, like the hotel.
All right. Did you recognize the hotel?
Yeah.
And when you saw that on your social media, what did you think?
I mean, I was confused. I'm like, that's probably what I heard, but
All right. And did you ask Isaiah about it?
not necessarily asked him, but I showed him the video.
And what happened?
He was like, dang, and who page was it on?
Did he at that point tell you anything about him being involved in anything?
No, he didn't.
Did you think it was strange that you were in that area?
Yeah.
At a certain point in time, do you think that the individuals who were there, who were at the Airbnb, that they had anything to do with this?
I mean, at that time, I mean, I could say they were being weird, but I didn't think they were I don't know them personally to say, oh, they're a killer. Like, I don't know.
And when you say they were being weird, what do you mean by that?
Like, I remember I walked downstairs to get some ice. It's like everybody stopped talking. I'm like, I didn't know what for.
At some point, do the police come to talk to you?
Yeah.
And when the police come to talk to you, what do they come to talk to you about?
He asked me like what I did that weekend. Was I in Tampa?
So they're questioning you about the shooting?
Yes.
The first time you talked to the police, is it in the interrogation video?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 59. I'm going to publish to the jury. Can you wait a 10-minute mark? Is that you in the interrogation room?
Yes.
All right. And what do you have on?
Blue jacket, some Adidas, and I believe Crocs.
Do you recognize the two individuals?
Yeah.
Play it so you can see this.
Man, what I miss?
She don't know nothing. I'm going to get in the shower and shit. I'll be listening.
Different device. Judge, the sound is not working on any device, so I'm unaware of what's going on. So I'm trying to fix it.
Okay?
You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may.
Just so you know, again, like you said, you want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff,
Is there a question?
There's about to be one. I'm about to ask you a question. So, Alicia Andrews, we're watching this video. I want you to tell me what you hear from Detective Ramos.
you can answer it. If you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to answer it.
What did Detective Ramos just tell you?
He said I can answer if I want to answer. If I don't want to answer, I don't have to answer.
This is, you are in charge of what happens to you in your future starting right now, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? You have the, anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during questioning. Do you understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before or during questioning, free of charge. Do you understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that? Do you understand all the rights that I've just read you? So you understand at any time, up to you.
Mr. Andrews, had you ever had your rights read to you before?
That would have been the first time.
And
okay.
When he's reading the rights to you, are you paying attention to him?
Sort of.
I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video?
Do you remember him asking you any questions about any facts prior to showing you the video?
No.
Can you see that?
What is Detective Ramos showing you?
A video of me at the Airbnb.
Had you ever seen the video before?
No.
Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell?
Does he have to beat that out of you?
No.
Judge, in your honor, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Going on here?
Wait, I'm not in the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I see him.
Do you remember what town you were in?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it difficult for you to tell him that you were in Tampa?
No.
Can you tell us what you're doing down in Tampa then? Here's the be honest.
Just going out. I had just went to Orlando 2 months before that. So he asked if I'm the person.
Who's he?
It's my boyfriend.
Got him?
Yeah. Why did you call me?
Well, what do you call him?
Zane.
Zay?
When the detective called Isaiah Chance gutter and you laughed, why did you laugh?
I mean, I thought it was weird. Like,
What?
they're detectives. I thought they were going to at least use his real name.
Were you trying to say that you didn't know who Gutter was?
No.
In fact, did you tell them that your boyfriend was Gutter?
Yeah.
So does he go back, you don't call, you never call him, Dada? Never?
That's not like the norm.
Okay. Zay, you can call him Zay, if that's what you know him about.
What went down Tampa with you?
When you told the detective that you don't know the people, was that true?
Yeah.
Do you know, or did you know Davion Murphy?
No.
I mean, today, do you know Davion Murphy?
Yeah, now.
All right. Do you know, or did you know at the time, Rashad Murphy
No.
and Sean Gathright? What communications or contacts had you had with Sean Gathright at the time?
None at that time. I just told him I met him maybe one time.
Okay. You're saying none at that time, then you said you just met him one time. So I just want the jury to be clear. At this time of this interview, how many times had you met Sean Gathright before?
That would be 2, including Tampa, so that would be the second time.
Okay. The first time you met Sean Gathright, what was that at? Where was that at?
His house.
All right. And was he the only one there?
It was him and the other people I didn't know, but I think it was some of his family members.
All right. Was it a gathering?
Yes.
All right. With multiple people at the house?
Yeah.
And what did you do at the house?
I walked in, and Zay introduced me to them. He was like, this is my second family. He was like, what do you want to eat? So he fixed me a plate.
All right.
How long did you stay there? I don't remember that time. It was long.
Do you remember meeting SeanGathright's mother there?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember if she was even there?
No, it was a lot of people.
All right. Do you, if you were to call out the people that were there, would you recognize them?
No.
All right. Hold on. While you're inside this interrogation room, do you feel any pressure?
Not in the beginning, but later on, yeah.
Why?
I mean, he was talking over me and yelling, and I felt like I was just closed in by 2 men.
The detective, was he cursing at you?
Yeah,
In your view, was he threatening you?
yeah.
What types of threats did he make to you?
He said I was never going to see my baby. I was going to spend life in prison. He said you were never going to get to go out again, do your nails, your hair, something like that. He said a lot of stuff.
All right. When they asked you about other individuals like Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy, at that point in time, did you feel comfortable talking about these individuals?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I don't really know them, so I didn't want to talk about them.
Did you tell the detective that you were the one inside of the cruise
Yeah,
at McDonald's?
yeah, I did.
Did you tell him that you went to clubs?
Yeah,
You told him that before he showed you any video of a club?
I think so, I did.
You also pointed out Isaiah Chance as being in the car at the McDonald's, right?
Yeah,
Did the detective know that Isaiah Chance was in the car at the McDonald's?
no,
You gave him that information?
yeah.
Getting an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here?
All right. What did Detective Campbell just ask you?
Did I DM a girl on Instagram?
When he asked you that question, did you remember what he was referencing immediately?
No.
You don't? You did, when you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, I know something.
Yeah. Tell what happened on
Yeah,
that.
she do like have I never did it though.
She does what?
She does have like you can bring something for her advertise.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name. It's a light skinned girl. Like she do promos. She posts on Instagram.
Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know who
She
booked
said
it?
no, text back.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and one other like we're still going.
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like I'm a good person. Like when you got me going. Like
When you say that you left first, are you referring to when you left to go back to Jacksonville?
Wait. I gotta hear what it said again. I'm sorry. I gotta hear what it said again.
When you guys left the Airbnb? Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
I'm a good person. Like when you got me going.
When you're making that statement, are you referring to after, like when you all are leaving the Airbnb to go back to Jacksonville?
I think I was.
The person that he's mentioning, he says the one that's in the driver's seat at McDonald's, you know that person to be Davion?
Yeah, now.
All right. And did Davion ride back with you?
No.
Where did you go to that?
24 flat.
Well, it can't be you and Abby because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front. Were you there by yourself at Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Abby because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front.
That's fine.
Because they don't come in at the same time.
Was there some confusion about you letting people in the back door of the Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did the detectives believe that you let people inside the back of the Airbnb?
Yeah, that's what he thought.
And he thought that you were doing that to conceal their identity?
Yeah.
How did they get in?
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
No.
Were you there by yourself at Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Abby because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. You're every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys went out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Or did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went into the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one in the front door?
I did not.
Huh?
I don't know. I did not.
No, I understand how you got in the front door. How did anybody else get in? Because nobody else is on camera. Hussein was with you, he stayed there, right? He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know, I just know.
He didn't go in the front door.
When he's asking you the question repeatedly, you understand what he's asking you.
Yeah.
Is he accepting what you're saying?
No.
When he does not accept what you're saying, do you get frustrated with him?
Yeah.
Are you showing that frustration?
No, I'm kind of doing like
I'm
a,
going to sustain, don't lead the witness. Ask the next, rephrase your question.
Are you showing the frustration?
no, I'm just doing a nervous laugh.
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so,
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
well, I don't know. You know, ask him that, 'cause I don't know.
Why did you say, did y'all ask him that? Who is him?
Isaiah.
Why did you say that?
Because I mean, it's about him. Like, go ask him.
I'm going in for myself, yeah.
I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty?
Are they back at this issue with the Airbnb door?
Yeah.
Did you open the back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did they get in the Airbnb because they did not go in the front door?
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. You just see me tap anything in, so what they gotta do with me?
You opened up the front door and you got it.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get it?
I'm seeing okay.
Nobody else went to the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
He has to give you the code
over there.
Was it 100% truthful that you went to the back door, that you let people into the back door?
No.
It's actually just audio of that. You have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code. Oh, it's audio recorded. It's on audio.
I have the code.
The guy gave you
Y'all
the
could tell me,
code.
I don't know. I don't have.
Did you hear Detective Campbell say that the guy gave you the code to go in?
Yeah, he did.
Is that accurate?
No.
It's on audio.
Okay, go back and listen. What code did you hear me say?
I can tell you this. How many women do
I
you
didn't
know?
have the
Hey,
Airbnb out.
how many women do you know that have been to prison?
I don't know.
Go to 38 flat. Or you could just let it go. I didn't realize it was so close. Just let it go.
Did you know any woman that's been to prison? You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without the truth, without a truthful statement right now, is a horrible place.
I gave you the truth.
No, you have not.
I have, whether you believe it or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know.
What was your response?
I said, I don't know. I don't know you.
So, when you say that you don't know him, does that mean you don't see him in front of you?
No.
What does it mean when you say you don't know him?
I don't know him personally.
Is that the same sort of response you gave about whether you know Davion and Rashad Murphy?
Yeah.
All right. There were some things during this interrogation that you said that were not accurate, were not truthful. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What were those things generally about?
I mean, everything I didn't answer was about them.
Who's them?
The other co-defendants.
Did you have any concerns for your safety at this time that if you said something about another individual, it could come back on you?
Yeah.
Did any of the detectives at any point in time, whether it be on this video or otherwise, did they tell you that they would make sure that you were safe from anyone?
No, they didn't.
Obviously, were your parents present?
No.
Was anyone there to assist you?
No.
At the time of this interview, do you know where Isaiah Chance was at?
No.
Do you know whether if he got pulled in by the officers at the same time?
No.
This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't, he's in the passenger seat, aim for the passenger seat. You talking to two grown men who've been in this way too long. Like how, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody, and he talking on the phone the whole time, I ain't hear nothing, you know what he said? That makes sense to you? How does that make sense? I'm here I am. I'm right here. Come on, here's the second house. Come on. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. Drive around one more time. Hey, park real quick. He's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that?
First of all, was Isaiah Chance saying anything like that to you?
No.
Was he saying anything like that on the phone?
No.
Is that just the officer's assumption about what was happening?
Yeah.
When the officer here gets in your face, what do you feel?
Aggravated?
Are you hearing me say that? You didn't hear me say that?
What did you tell him?
I said, no, I'm kind of zoned out.
It's a game changer. You know, it's a game changer. And it's sad, man. And it's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
When the officers asked if you went down to Tampa with anyone other than Isaiah Chance, did you tell them that you went with his little brother?
Yeah.
All right. And at the time, did you know his name?
No.
Did they show you a photograph of the little brother?
Yeah, they did.
Did the photograph look like him initially?
No, not at first.
Why not?
I mean, I remember him having bushy hair, and he showed me a whole different picture, so I said no.
And you drove down with this individual, Sean Gathright, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yeah.
All right. Were you staring at his face the entire time you were driving down?
No.
Where were you at?
In the back seat?
And were you looking at were you trying to look at his face while you were driving down?
Not really.
When you got to the Airbnb, did you and him hang out inside the Airbnb face to face?
No.
Did he go to McDonald's with you?
No.
Were you at Teasers with Sean Gathright at any point in time?
No.
And Sean Gathright, did he ride back to Jacksonville with you?
No.
Do you believe if you told the officers, these detectives here, if you told them what they wanted to hear, do you think they would have let you out?
No.
All right, Miss Andrews, are you still in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
I mean, he may think that. I never broke up with him.
When you say he may think that, what do you mean by that?
Like, we just got arrested. Nobody broke up with each other. None of that.
All right.
You
Are
scared of him,
personally
though?
in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, it's noon. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess, okay? Is 45 minutes good enough for you guys? Okay, 45 minutes it is, all right? So be back here at 12:45, and we will continue the trial, all right? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, 45 minutes ain't bad. Oh shit, here come the good part. Are y'all still together? He may think that we ain't never break up. I thought you were scared of this nigga. You supposed to be like, yes, we are not together. Hell no. I am free. Jail has gotten me free from this nigga's clutches. 45 minutes. I'm not talking for 45 minutes. Sorry, not gonna do it. Boy, I can't wait though. This afternoon is gonna be real interesting. I could play 45 minutes worth of music. I think I got about that much loaded up, but yeah, it'll be all right. I read y'all comments. Whatever channel you're watching on, double tap the screen, give us a like. Hit the like, my guys and gals. She ain't see nothing. She ain't know nothing. She ain't heard nothing. That's her story. Hey, why ain't it open? Oh goodness, girl. What in the foo-foo? Hold on, my phone. My phone is acting up. Hold on. Hold on. Why I won't? Okay. Something's going on. What the hell? All right, y'all. I just got sent something. We going this is y'all is about to get a view into what I be doing around these hemp pods. Hold on. Here. Let me see. Take that down. Y'all just keep me abreast to when it get 11:45. I'm not gonna be able to cut this trial. Gonna be long though. I ain't gonna be able to cut it out, but fuck it. I don't care. Ring record it if I need to. Um, wait a minute. We're gonna react to something right quick. I promise we be in this girl's subconscious. Anything we say, she end up doing. Anything. So I'm finna do a quick little reaction, and then y'all keep me abreast in the chat about the time. so I can get back. But this, so y'all won't have a quiet field break. We're gonna react to some shit. This is what we typically do over here on this channel. For y'all people that don't know, we're about to watch Eat with Q. She's an American, African American, who has married a Nigerian. Now, they've been married almost 3 years, and earlier, well, last year, they aired each other out and things of that nature. They was talking horrible about each other. Her more horrible than him. But they got back together because one of my supporters had went in his chat when he was doing the Q&A and asked will he talk to me, and then all of a sudden they marriage reconciled. I hear they marriage and they back together. And we was pointing out she hadn't been cooking lately, and here she go with a cooking video. So let's see what they cooking. Oh, it's only 21 minutes. Let me put the speed on 1.25. All right, let's see what the Fiberismus doing. When you cook it right, my husband's reaction to his favorite meal. Okay, they got a new bowl in there. They got a new mixing bowl. Okay, then. Dust. It's the dust for me.
This is a workout.
Oh, there's him. There's him doing it. Okay, they got the lights set up and stuff. Okay, then. She back to the tracksuits, y'all. Back to the damn tracksuits. The new T-shirt alert only lasted one video.
Oh my God. Woo. You guys, I'm getting my workout in. I'm getting my workout in.
Was that her doing it or him? Why I look like, wait a damn minute. Why I look like the pot on the floor?
Guys, I'm getting my workout in.
Why is the pot on the floor? Because she's sitting in the chair. That's the chair legs here. And she showed herself bending down saying she getting her workout
Oh my
on.
God. Woo.
Okay, she bending down.
You guys, I'm getting my workout.
She's gonna edit the video, but yeah, that's the leg of the chair she's sitting in. She showed the leg of the chair.
I'm getting my workout.
Why in the fuck why is the pot sitting in a skillet on the floor? What Truth? Why the fuck did you send me this? Truth? Did you why in the blue hell did you send me this? Did you know that the pot was sitting on the floor in the skillet? Oh boy, this some ghetto shit. There's smoke coming up out there, motherfucker.
Volume, but like sitting, like very ripe plantain. That's what it is for this.
That's the bowl she used when she used to cast her spell and crush up herbs and shit. That's that bowl. So that's a witchcraft bowl. Yeah, yes, ma'am. You got me looking at witchcraft bowls and shit.
Explain to me what sense it make for you to cut a court case, and I know they on break, to go over there to the booth. You do too much, Trey. I did not send you this.
I am entertaining the crowd since I wasn't finna talk for no 45 minutes about the defense and prosecution. So yeah,
you're supposed to be discussing the case.
I am discussing the case when it come back.
No, you discuss the case while they on
Look
break.
here, look here. You don't run me, ma'am.
I'm telling you, your ADHD is out of fucking control. How do
You don't
Florida
run me.
to Abuja?
Because you sent me the link.
Well, I did not send you that link for you to interrupt court, sir. I didn't do that.
Yes, you did.
Trey.
Yes, you did.
Try to get it together. And yes, That bowl is on the damn floor.
In a pot. It's on the floor in a pot.
Yes. Uh-huh. I'm just telling you, that wall behind Good Willie, that stucco looking shit, don't nobody put that shit in their house. That's a fucking listen, we got some investigating to do. This ain't right. This shit is not right. This shit ain't right. That wall behind him is giving me. Who buys a house with walls like that? I'm just saying.
Fuck that. Who buys a house like that with the burglar bars?
I'm tired of this whole line. I'm tired of her coming out here trying to manipulate the YouTube streets. I'm sick of that milk dud head having ass bitch. It's time to investigate. Okay. Now I'm finna go because I ain't supposed to be calling you. But I got.
Are you on the road to the Atlanta?
Why are you in my business?
I was just asking, are you on the road to Atlanta? It seemed like it's almost the first of the month and stuff.
What the first of the month got to do with any damn thing?
Your schedule kind of like mine.
My schedule is nothing like yours, sir.
Your schedule kind of like mine, sis.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
So you didn't answer the question, Alicia. Are you headed to Atlanta or not?
I am minding my own damn business, Trey. I'm being grown. I'm grown. I'm growner than you.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Bye, Trey.
Bye. They ain't even told us what's in this motherfucking bowl. We have no idea what this is smoking.
To make it very sweet. Very ripe protein.
She's a witch doctor. What the fuck is he talking about? Is he chanting? Is he casting a spell? What the fuck is Goodwill saying?
Yeah, see. It's making liquor soup, but it's not easy to get out. Just get it there.
I don't even tell you what Mark.
I need a towel. Look at me. That's why I wanted to do it.
What the fuck is that? It look like mustard.
Wow.
Then they got the Lion King music in the background.
My baby, you have become an expert of these recipes. Thumbs up, my
This nigga sleeves little as a bitch.
love. Really good. I can't wait to smell
Oh,
them.
that's the bread.
Let's see.
It looks so good. I can't wait to dig it.
Let me see
Pounded
the
yam.
breeze and get the name.
More stew.
Father, we thank you for having us food. Thank God, bless us and find us in Jesus' name. Amen. Yes. Okay, I need a little sip of water.
One bottle of water. They keep that one bottle of water on deck.
That one cool.
So yummy. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Hey man, see, for the people who hadn't experienced this, I said how I get on Good Willie because we needed a break in between these cases. Y'all know we gotta fuck. Goodness gracious. Son of a bitch. Okay, where is Goodwill? This is how Goodwill was when he cooked his own food.
So good.
That's how he was when he cooked it himself. This is how he is when he tastes her food and he hiding a bitch. He tasted the broth first.
That one. That one for. That's your name.
So yummy. Oh my gosh. Wow.
You did your thing there, baby girl.
Thank you.
Man.
This is my honey's food, his river's food
Oh,
on
it's buffet.
Lulu. One of my favorite dishes from Okrika.
My traditional food.
Yeah.
This is what it is like.
So good. Good, right?
He ain't acting like it.
I'll
He
come
just-
back to
okay,
check
there
on
go the
you.
little dance.
It's
There go the
very
little
good.
baby dance.
Oh my god. Baby, you are doing some great job. You're a great chef.
Thank you, honey.
I give you 100 on this.
Thank you.
You're a great
Love you so
chef.
much. Wow.
The back.
Maybe how's your own? Oh, wow. Wow. Baby,
Yes.
where did the food go? Huh?
Ew.
My baby.
Ew. What is
Did you
that, a
enjoy your
turkey
own
neck?
Best one ever.
Babe.
So you that part that the ham Jolunu is very smooth.
That's the best part. That's smooth.
That's the best part. That's one of the
Got it
best part.
dripping off
That'll
the
be very
chin.
smooth. And it's very smooth.
She ain't tried to hand this
Yeah,
nigga
it's
no
That'll
napkin.
be good. And usually it's so nice.
Thank you, honey.
You did very great. I'm so proud of you.
This is an
I love
impromptu
I love
reaction.
you too, sweetie pie.
Improving yourself as a river queen. So who want to test that now? Who want that? Now you want the test?
I passed the test already. I passed the test 3 years ago. But now, honey, you can't mess with me, honey. I know how to make my husband's food.
You did not pass the test 3 years ago. There she go eating the bread, and she says she stopped eating the bread, losing weight.
This is
That Onunu is so good. Like,
my God, babe. I can't believe you
Wow.
step it up to this level.
it's so good. Like, this is my favorite meal. Like,
Like you gotta make the soup.
Again, this is Goodwill's reaction to something he made himself.
So good.
He ain't did all that with his wife meal.
Very nice.
you have to.
But
You have to make the Onunu very
then apart
smooth.
from that, the Onunu that will be smooth and well flavored as well.
Yeah.
So since it's very overripe plantain, that's has a lot of sweet in it already. So with that plantain, overripe plantain with the yam, that's already a
So
sweet
good.
flavor. So you can practically eat this
By itself.
Without
It's like so, even by itself, it's so good.
Without it, so
You can't do that with pounded yam. You can't do that with
no,
fufu.
no,
But this is not a swallow. This is an enjoyment. You don't swallow it.
it is flesh.
Yes.
You don't swallow it. It's not a swallow.
Lily, sweet Lily, baby.
It's swallow, but it's not a swallow.
Okay.
Sweet Lily, baby. Sweet Lily.
And playing with the damn cat.
My Lily, my little Lily. Come on, don't lick me too much.
So the cat got food on it because he ain't washed his hands.
Lily.
Lena's a licker. I don't know why she licks so
She
much.
likes so much, man. Like,
And then she has another something going on right there. But she's okay. She's fine. That's just from her being outside. She just loves being outside, Lily. Pretty girl, Lena. You enjoying Nigeria? You look so pretty.
that's answering you.
Yes. Lena,
Ew.
you look so pretty. Oh, she's a pretty girl. She's gorgeous. Look how pretty
She's a tiger.
she is.
She's a tiger.
These niggas is showing us a cat.
Lena's a licker. She can't help herself. Lena's a precious angel. Oh my goodness, her
Th-
precious
these
angel. She never
niggas-
stop licking.
This
That's
is
all she do is
content.
lick.
A cat.
Licky, licky.
She's so pretty. She always feel like somebody's
I
leaving
thought she was
her or
gonna
she missing
show us
out.
her
Selena
cooking.
is nosy. She cannot miss what's going
She don't wanna be
on.
part of it.
She has to be a part of it. I could be hugging my husband and she'll start meowing, meowing because she wants to be in the middle.
If we're lying,
She wants to be in the middle of
if
it.
we're lying down together,
She feels like she's missing
she'll
something.
jump to bed.
She feels like she's missing something all the
Wherever
time.
we are. Like, so if I should sit at the other couch and you're here, she's just gonna be in the middle.
Yes.
In the middle of.
She has to be in the middle. And it's not even like she's jealous. It's not a jealousy.
So when we're together,
It's
she
a
loves
don't
it
leave
more.
me out. I want to be a part of it. If y'all looking out the window together, let me look out the window too. If you guys are sitting on the couch together, let me come over there together too.
She enjoys it better when we're all together.
She loves it.
Mostly
She
when
wants
sit
it when
together.
we're all together. Like when me and him are next to each other,
That's what
she
she
comes.
loves. That's what she loves most. We like
It's so sweet. She's a sweetie pie. Lena's a very
sweet
good girl.
little Lily.
This is my husband's girl, honey.
Sweet Lily. Baby.
It's his girl.
Sweet Lily. Baby.
This is crazy work.
Well, you guys,
Where is
we
these
literally woke up on the
babies?
couch after eating onunu.
So they fell
Literally woke
asleep
up on the
the
couch after eating onunu. Let me tell you something, ladies.
We didn't see you eating shit.
You don't have to be African to make onunu. If you want to,
We didn't see you make shit. We didn't see you eat shit. We don't give a fuck about a oh no, bitch. We got Popeyes, KFC, Old Charlie's, and a whole bunch of other restaurants. Raising Cane's. We ain't got time to be eating no motherfucking new. We don't even know what that shit was in that bowl. And the bread was, I know it was golden color. Don't nobody want that shit, but your husband and you apparently. Oh, no. This is some lame ass content.
make a comfort meal. Listen to me and listen to me closely. If you want to make a comfort meal, and you know you like plantain, you know you like yam. Have I ever
We
seen
fell
yam?
asleep on the
Okay.
couch, and I'm just gonna shoot
In
a video.
America, if you want to try African dishes,
I'm gonna wake up
specifically
from my
Nigerian
nap and
dishes,
go straight to
go to
talking
your
in the
local
video.
African store. They
Take
usually
young
have
included.
African stores in your city. You just don't know because you're obviously not African or Caribbean or anything like that. So if you have one of those type of stores in your area, Caribbean store, African stores, go to an African store, African grocery store, whatever. They should have yam. They should have yam. They should have plantain. Because I've never really seen plantain like that. I mean, there were a couple times at Walmart that I saw plantain, but it just didn't look. The quality just wasn't where it needed to be. It didn't
We
look like
fine,
plantain,
ma'am.
like that I would want to
We don't
buy.
want
So if you
stew.
want like plantain, go to the African store. I would love for you guys to try this dish. Well, you can do onunu with pepper soup.
You ain't had
That's what I did with
Akia
my
over there
husband. I
number
did
1 time.
chicken pepper soup, and it was delicious. It's spicy soup, very yummy. The only thing that you guys probably wouldn't be able to get is scent leaf. That's what I put in there. I put the scent leaf in there, and it's so delicious. So yeah, if you want any of the seasonings that I'm using, if you want any of just anything that I'm using, you can probably find it most likely at your African store, or your Caribbean store. I would even recommend shopping. Just if you're new to African food or Caribbean food or something like that, I would recommend, and you have an interest and you want to try the food, I would recommend just finding that store, the African store or the Caribbean store. Walk around. Just walk around, look inside. You don't have to buy anything. Just walk around and see. They have big giant bags of rice. They have beans. They have all type of stuff, seasonings that you're probably not going to be able to find in Walmart or Target or whoever, wherever you're shopping, Dollar Tree or whatever. You might not be able to find these seasonings. So you can find these seasonings and herbs and spices and stuff like that. You'll be surprised. You'll be shocked. So give it a try. There are a few seasonings that I absolutely think that you should absolutely have, whether you're trying African food or whatever food you're cooking. I think you should absolutely have those seasoning cubes. Seasoning cubes. You can make broth out of those seasoning cubes. You can season your meat with those seasoning cubes. You can do everything, even if you just didn't have anything, any fancy dancy garlic powder, onion powder, and all that. If you have those seasoning cubes, you can make a delicious meal. I highly recommend trying onunu. If you have anything that you can get that consistency, that smooth consistency. I've seen some people cook it in a food processor. So basically, you just boil the yam, boil the plantain together. I'm gonna leave a tutorial down below. My sister-in-law, Happiness, she has a cooking channel, and if you guys are interested in making, she actually even did show you how to make onunu. I'm gonna put her information in the description box. Click that video, you guys. Watch how she makes it, and make this. If you want, y'all are in. Don't make me emotional. Don't make me emotional. If you're on the East Coast, you're already in the season. Season is changing. It's getting cold. If you are in one of those states where it's getting cold right now, it's going into
Why
the
would you
fall,
be
make
emotional?
onunu for your family, your husband. It's even This is even good
Why
like if
would
you
she
never had
be
swallow
emotional
before.
in the
But this is not a
pre-uploaded
swallow. This is
video?
what I love about onunu. It's not swallow. You actually eat it. You chew it up and you taste it
Man,
and you enjoy it with the
this
soup.
bitch is
So
putting
this
out
is soup
anything
season
for some views.
even in America right
This
now.
is
It's
dog
fall, it's
shit.
getting cold. This is a perfect meal, a cozy meal. I'm
This
talking
is
about
dog shit
stick
for
to your ribs
content.
meal. I'm talking about feeling comfort, feeling love, feeling just warm and cozy on the inside, and you want to serve this to somebody that you love.
She
This
just
is a
throwing
dish that reminds
anything
me of
out
just
here.
you make this for somebody that you love. This is not just anybody dish. That is exact, and I'm not kidding when I say
Bitch, you make all food for somebody you love. What the fuck?
this. When I first tasted this dish, I
This is
literally felt like,
stupid.
oh my gosh, like I've been missing this. I've been missing out. And it's my favorite of my husband's dishes. I love fisherman soup, but onunu is just so good. Like it's not a swallow. So you guys, please try it. Please make it. Hubby's coming in. Baby, I was
Okay.
telling them about how they should try to make the onunu.
True, what?
I was
True,
telling
look,
them about
true.
how they
Did
should
you
try to
see
make
that?
the
True, look at
onunu.
the dough.
Coming in. Baby,
He's
I was telling you
struggling with
guys,
that
please try
goddamn.
it. Please make it.
He's struggling with that dough, True. That was odd. Let me go to normal speed. We still got about 20 minutes before the trial resumes. Thank goodness we only got 5 more minutes of this bullshit. New. This saved me the review tonight. Fuck that.
Hubby's
This
coming
is boring.
in. Baby, I was telling them about how they should try to make the
He's struggling.
onunu. I was telling them about how they should try to make the
That
onunu
don't
in
look like that
America.
outside
Like
we saw.
they should just try to make it for their husband, try to make it for their family, because this is
If
cold
they go the
season in America
hallway,
right now, and it's one of those meals that's like comforting and cozy, right, honey? Like we just woke up from onunu, eating onunu. It put you to sleep.
Oh my God.
how y'all just wake up and he coming in the motherfucking door? He coming in the door, but y'all just waking up. And then you just woke up and started recording. Again, this isn't live. This is an upload.
Like, I don't know, is it his stress or people go through making it? Like, it takes a lot of effort for you to put that meal together. A lot, and that's why sometimes you be like, I don't want to do it. Because you have to know how to do it perfectly, and you have to love the food, apart from making it perfect. You know what I mean?
It's so good, honey.
I personally enjoy it, but then the soup was 100. I did really,
100.
the onunu, oh my God, so tasty and well smooth. I mean, if you want us to show you
How he
how to
got
make
on a
it,
long tee
just
with
watch
his
the video to the
sleeves
end.
is short?
You see,
I told him that Happy's
my
videos in
sister,
there.
The shirt long as a motherfucker.
Sister Happy, that's what we call her, because she's our elder sister. Yes. So what's your channel? We're gonna put it. Are we typing it? Yes, we're
Yes.
typing our channel. Watch it, how to make it. Make sure.
Please make this dish, you guys. Please.
Like, I mean, just know how to. Just know how to
They
make
was
your
really
recipe.
trying to say this shit hard. Ain't nobody making
Even
this
if you make the
bullshit.
pepper soup, forget about the onunu.
No, don't forget about the.
No, I'm just saying if they don't want to make the onunu,
You can do.
they gotta make that soup
Make-
just for
okay,
the
you can make
weather.
that soup
You gotta
and-
make the soup.
You can make that soup and use it with rice.
Yes.
And use it with any potato.
Yeah.
Any
Yam,
meal,
whatever.
yam, whatever, like
This
say,
fool
and
recording
all
in the
that.
dark.
So that
So if you want a nice cozy soup for this season, make the pepper soup fish. I mean, not the pepper soup. Make the pepper soup with either fish or chicken.
But baby, you kill it. You know where you actually nailed it was you didn't use fish, you
I use chicken.
used chicken.
Yes.
And what you eating probably wouldn't even know
Yeah.
is chicken.
It's so
You
good. The
chicken
soup
fish.
is so
You know
good.
what I mean?
You guys, pepper soup is so. Thank you, honey. Pepper soup is so good. It is delicious. It's spicy. If you like spicy, you would love it. It's so good. But yeah, you guys, we don't want to make this too long. We're rambling now. But
Y'all could have
You
kept this.
took me off on any book. Come on.
Did we really need
You
to
took
see
me
this?
off when
I thought we were getting exciting new content.
yes. That one not
We got this bullshit. They got the
If
curtains
you-
though, covering up the burger bar.
You really you shut me up.
stop it,
If
honey.
I wasn't at home when they're making it, I'll be like,
They house
no,
came fully
somebody
furnished.
made.
Stop, honey.
I
No.
would not believe it.
Baby, it was
No
not
way.
that
If
good.
I wasn't present.
It was not that good,
Are you
honey.
kidding me? My village food, it didn't wine me. It didn't wine me. My own village food.
Yes.
Baby, you too try.
Oh my gosh,
And the way you
honey.
salute.
Thank you,
You get
honey.
levels.
I appreciate you.
You get levels, baby.
I appreciate you, my
This
love. Listen,
is
honey,
so
it's because I
so
love you.
quality,
No one's going to learn how to
so
do their
accurate.
man's
My baby, like
culture.
this. From my baby.
poor
Three goes out,
dialogue,
Baby, how do you feel after your nap? That old Nunu will put
poor
you
content.
out.
Man, that would knock me out. Then I woke up like start craving this minute again. I said, baby, I need more Nunu, and she gave me some again. And it almost knocked me off. I was like, no, that ain't happening. Baby, I'm gonna take a little walk. And so I just got in now. Love you, Fig Nation. Keep it 100.
Yes.
Stay positive. Stay love. Always show love. Support humanity. Be your best self and enjoy life.
That's all you can do.
That nigga said a bunch of nothing. All right, y'all. Let's see here. Pull that out. I almost did the wrong thing. We still got the trial going on. We got about 14 minutes before they bring their happy ass back. Wait, I'm about to before good Willie said, but stay 100. Whatever the fuck that means.
My bad. Internet tripping this morning. That's okay.
Yeah, I
She
got
about
nothing. I'm ready for the shit to pop off.
yeah, that should be in a couple of minutes.
That was the most boringest video she done put out since she been in the bougie. She showed us her pounding, I guess, the yam, putting some potatoes in a pot, him taking 3 bites, them playing with a cat, and her waking up telling everybody to make this shit. What the fuck? And that's content. Just cause we said she ain't been cooking. Goodwill been doing all the cooking. She threw that shit out quick. Yeah, I went for a walk. I went to sleep again, and then I woke up and said, "Hey, give me some more food." And she gave me some more food, and then I woke up and was like, I need to take a walk because I don't want to go back to sleep. This is some bullshit.
Yeah, I definitely got to order a new connection. Got there either later on today or Monday. This is not fun. Shit. And this is a mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Mic check, mic check.
Hopefully they'll be back up here in a second or two. We're 45 and late time. We gonna have action.
Hopefully my internet will get me through this.
Some stuff on your table. I didn't want to touch it while you guys were at lunch, but can I get some of the, no, the one you're at council table? I was at the other one getting the exhibits. Yeah. Thank you. Can you say that? Or is that yours? This is the one. Okay. All right. Ouch. That was it. Thank you.
the instruction on closing arguments. I'm gonna print that one up as well. I'm gonna print a couple things up and then we'll get going.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, dagnabbit. No, that's not what I wanted to print. Ay, caramba. Okay, let's see if I got it right. I did, okay. Are you all going to want me to instruct the jury, before, on the elements, before closing arguments or after?
Judge, I would like it before.
Okay, so I'm gonna review these one, okay, I'm gonna review these one more time. I'm gonna put them in the order that they're going to be given to the jury, and, I'll read them to the jury before closing arguments. All right, we need, Ms. Andrews is on the stand, defense counsel's present, state's present, everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, very good, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews, you've testified about your on-again, off-again relationship with the co-defendant, in this case, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told this jury about some instances where you had been hit by him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've dated Isaiah Chance for over 4 years. Isn't that true?
Not over 4 years.
How long?
It's about just 4 years.
Just about 4 years, okay. And it's been on again, off again, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, you have dated other young boys, is that correct?
Maybe.
Does Kamari Outing sound familiar?
Yes.
He's a boy that you had dated, and you still were talking to him, in fact, up until the time of the crime, June of 2024. Is that correct?
We never dated, but yeah, I was talking to him.
And in fact, at some point, Isaiah Chance got upset and made phone calls to him, right?
Yes.
And you had conversations on your phone with Mr. Kamari Outing where you two discussed that. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
And they were still on your phone. They were backed up. They were saved on your phone, and they were on your phone on June 23rd of 2024. You never deleted these messages that you had with Kamari Outing. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I have to see the message. I don't know. What is that message?
Okay. Your Honor, I'll approach the witness. Would looking at those messages help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Ms. Andrews, if you'll take a look at this.
Same one.
Ms. Andrews, you recognize these messages from your phone?
Yes.
And Kamari Outing, he was a member of 1200, isn't that correct?
No.
No? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C12. That's a photo of you with Kamari Outing that was still on your phone. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's not Kamari.
That's not Kamari?
That's my cousin.
Okay, what's your cousin's name?
Marcus.
Marcus? Okay. And in this messaging with Kamari, he's upset because Isaiah Chance has called him and basically told him that you're with him and that you're pregnant, and you're still trying to get Kamari Outing to talk to you, right?
Objection, hearsay, and
Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, that's my best friend.
And he doesn't want to because of Isaiah Chance, correct? In fact, you're the one that keeps on insisting that he not block you and that you and him continue to talk. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the message behind that, that's my best friend. And Isaiah called him and was just going on and on about, he didn't want him to, he was giving him a reason to not text me back, to not talk to me. That's what that was about.
And so despite the fact that Isaiah Chance doesn't want you to have anything to do with him, you're fine with disobeying what Isaiah Chance wants because this is your best friend, right?
Yeah, and at the time I sent that, I was at home in my bed. I was not with Isaiah.
But all of these messages are still saved and on your iPhone, right?
I mean, I guess so.
They were, not you guessed. They're on your iPhone, right?
They're in my iCloud.
Yes. And so your iCloud backs up your iPhone, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how that works, but I think so.
Okay. You don't recognize these messages? Something that you typed and you received on your little pink iPhone?
I believe so.
Okay. And your phone is also password protected, right?
Yes.
Because certainly when Isaiah Chance is using your phone that night on June 23rd of 2024, at some point when you're walking in that parking lot, your phone locks up, right?
Yes.
And you have to enter in your password.
Yes.
And so that's what happens with an iPhone. After your iPhone is not being activated over a lengthy period of time, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, it does what?
It locks.
And so what do you have to do every time that happens?
Unlock it.
And obviously Isaiah Chance didn't know your password because you're standing there right next to him, and what does he have to do?
He asked for the password that first time, but he's looking at me.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 34. You know who this is, right? Charles Jones.
Yes.
You have known who he was since 2021 when you were at Rains High School, right?
I knew of him, yes.
You were well aware of him, right? This is something that you discussed a lot with your friend Jewel Jordan.
I only discussed him maybe 2 times.
At the time when you were doing that, did you date somebody by the nickname K Shorty?
We weren't dating.
You didn't date him either, right?
No.
You weren't upset talking about Jewel Jordan and Julio, Foolio, Charles Jones recruiting all these young men that were getting shot up in this gang war?
I wouldn't say upset. I was just gossiping.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But this is State 75C13. This is a photograph with you and K Shorty.
Yes, that's Therese.
Okay. And do you see what he's doing there?
Yeah.
He's throwing up like 12?
I don't know what the sign means. I mean,
Have no idea what that means. But you're posting this on TikTok, right? You love TikTok. You've talked about,
Yeah.
right? You posted on TikTok. You're both posing together.
yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that you intimately know a lot of people who are associated with these gangs, you have no idea what it means when he's throwing up that sign.
No, I don't.
No idea whatsoever.
Overall, go ahead.
You followed Charles Jones on Instagram, isn't that correct?
Maybe back then.
Did you ever unfollow him?
Probably.
You were still following him when this crime occurred, right, on Instagram?
I don't remember following him.
You don't remember? You never looked and you never saw any of these advertisements that Julio Foolio was going to be in Tampa on June 22nd?
No, I never seen those.
You did not like Julio Foolio back in 2021. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I wouldn't say a personal issue. When you say like him, didn't like him.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 75C2, conversation that you had with Jewel Jordan. So I want you to read what you texted to her back on January 19th of 2021.
I said, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody. people from out east this they side, so of course they gonna say something, but it don't even be proper like that. What like that for real? Foolio be the one talking shit. Then all his little niggas come. Then other extra people.
So you are talking about out east, correct? That is a territory of 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about how the people in 1200 dish they side, correct? And then you're also talking about Papa, that's little Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
You know your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend since you were little, Jewel Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it.
I never told her that.
You never
I said
said
I've
that?
heard allegations of it, but when I asked him, he denies it. So of course I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Foolio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Jewel Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see, what did you text her?
I said right, so it's gonna go
And
on.
I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly, so if you could just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
I said right, so it's gonna go on, and they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that, so it's gonna keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge it to the game, go retaliate or something. They sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Rains High School that died in this gang war, is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Rains High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will go crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and he tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are gonna start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Rains High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Rains High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Rains High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted about the time I got up, but Foolio had said it'd be everybody. Foolio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that. It was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Rains game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right? Will?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Rains, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in the same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss
I mean,
Andrews?
I didn't know his real name. I'm just referring to him as Baby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Baby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gay name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know, so.
And then Jill Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting it to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Foolio. Laugh my fucking ass off. Ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And shit, that was Will friend. Fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
And so you don't like Julio Foolio. That's fair to say back in 2021 you didn't like him.
Yeah, that was my opinion when I was 17 years old.
And your exact words were, he need to die, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. I'm 17 just gossiping.
Okay. But you really are talking about your friend Will, and you're saying, fuck that code shit. If he shot me and my friend died, you're referring to Will and his friend Spaz that died.
Yeah, I was saying he knew probably who killed his friend. He should have spoke up. I'm saying if it's my friend, I'm going to tell who did it.
So you were upset that 6 Block, and you believe 6 Block and Julio Foolio's group were responsible for your friend getting shot, correct?
I mean, that was what was on the internet, and I wasn't upset. I mean, I'm just gossiping. I really don't care, honestly.
And then you emphasized it, right?
No, she emphasized
She
it.
emphasized it. Then I want you to go down here and say what you said, 1/22 of 2021.
I said, bitch, hold on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends left my ass up. I do not like him.
Okay. And tell us again who Therese is.
Therese is the person I'm in a picture with.
And then what did you say?
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I was reading the comments.
And then what did you say here?
No, that's her talking.
Oh,
At
I'm
the
sorry.
top.
What did Jewel Jordan say in
She
response?
said, that is Julio, though. He recruit a bunch of dumbass niggas who willing to die.
And then what was your response to that?
I said, right, and he started to realize. But first time I saw him, that shit clicked on. When Foolio called we all in the garage, he talking about, nigga always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I could be the one that died, not him. I ain't nobody guard. I said, bitch, I was dying.
And what do you mean when you texted that?
I was in the garage with Therese one day, like just chilling, and one of his, I think that was his cousin or somebody older, and he gets a call from Foolio, and he, I think, asks him to ride somewhere, and he tells the friend, like, at the phone, he goes, he said, I'm not riding nowhere with him. I'm not finna die. And I just sent it to my friend. I'm like, well, I'm over here laughing about it.
And you said Isaiah Chance, you did not know he was in a gang. Is that correct?
I mean, I heard people say it, but when I asked him, he says he's not.
You also also were aware of what happened at the town center, is that correct?
Yes, it was on the news.
Tell us what happened at the town center.
Some people died in a car leaving Wasabi.
Young and Ace, correct?
He didn't die, but he got shot.
Young and Ace's group, is that correct? They were in that car.
His cousin and brother, I believe.
And he was the only one that survived, correct?
Yes.
His brother was killed.
I think that was his brother, yeah.
Person named 23, Royal Smith, was
yeah.
killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And Isaiah Chance, he was upset about that, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't know if he's upset, but he would say, like, he's heard about it sometimes.
That is something, a moment that he has shared with you intimately about what happened at the town center. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I already knew what happened, but he's explaining to me, like, he don't like to go out there.
Correct, because 23 died at the town center.
Yeah, he believes there's violence out there. He don't want to go out there.
And he was upset about it, right?
I mean, I guess so.
You had a conversation. You don't remember the conversation you had with him on your phone where you wanted to go do something at the town center?
Yeah, I believe I showed him a restaurant I wanted to go to.
That's you here, right? You want to go one day, question mark?
I think, is that him?
Oh, that's him, you're right.
That's him.
That's one of his old phone numbers, 904-575-7534.
Yes, that's his old number.
And he's like, you want to go one day? And you said, yeah, it's in the town center.
Yes.
And then what was your response?
I sent him a TikTok. I was responding to the TikTok saying, laugh my ass off, bro.
And then what was his response?
He said, I hate it here. I hate it there.
Why would he hate it there?
I guess he's traumatized about it. Somebody you know died out there. You don't want to go out there.
And his next response to you?
He says, I don't like the town center.
And then what did you say?
I said, you hate everywhere. We don't got to sit in.
And then what did he respond to you?
He's telling me 23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what was his next
He said, I
response?
don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do switch moves, like an NF.
And what was your response to this texting conversation?
I said, well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So this is a conversation that you have had more than once with Isaiah Chance, isn't that true?
I think that's is it the one time?
You said
I
you
don't
forgot
know.
about it, right?
No, I'm saying I forgot that happened in the town center because I've seen it on the news.
You knew who 23 was, right?
So we referred to 23, yes, I knew of the person.
Knew that 23 is associated with Young and Ace, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I knew that.
He has confided in you about more than one death that occurred in this gang war. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know of more than one. Which one you referring to?
You know, Antonio Tilley died between October 6th and October 7th of 2023.
Yes, he told me his friend died.
He was traumatized by that, correct?
I mean, I wasn't around him to know if he was traumatized, but he
Didn't
said
you-
he was sad, yeah.
Didn't you have a texting conversation with him October 7th of 2023 when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head?
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for, just
space,
more
right?
support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if he don't want me there, I'm not gonna go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not gonna just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed.
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe you went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, would looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023 refresh your recollection? See that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And and it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend Isaiah had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
He says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I'll talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say in direct response to that, you're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
Overruled.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio, the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths.
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
And also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I didn't live through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed.
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
And you yourself know about it.
Yes, it's on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about, and I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure of any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before, though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started, when I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's why I was assuming I was going to jail for it. I later ended up in a room with two guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes.
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
Yes.
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
Yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell him that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, Again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do that job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere. So
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes.
You live with two loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
Yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told them.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes.
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says. Is that correct?
At times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but I'm
You
not.
think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in his jail. He sends me verbal messages and where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know his ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like, literally before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped. So I just do what I have to do.
You were also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Yes. All of them don't do their job also. So.
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm going to call.
it's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes
You
back
gotta
to me
burn the
being
phone.
happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. They can all, I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. He wants me to call, he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, it's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised, and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get into your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see. Recently as June 27th of 2025, did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him?
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that. No. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the messages when he asks us. He says, "Can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?"
So at some point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times.
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
Yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is
Yes.
within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days. Yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So sometimes he's ended communication and broken up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And so can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
Oh, I said, "Bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable."
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, the court reporter's got to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, "Bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across, you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad. The fuck." And then I said, "And you acting like I'm not pregnant. You gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude." And I said, "Bye, bitch."
So this reconciliation that you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, "What you doing?"
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship, and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing them out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You guys
was.
trying to get back together, right?
It was. After I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me, and I thought it was going to be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And you get to an Airbnb, and you're only there for a day.
Yes.
And you go nowhere except for 3 clubs, is that correct?
Yeah, in McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davian Murphy, right?
Yes.
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
It wasn't necessarily get back together. It was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan of, we get down here, go here, go here. If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip.
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified that he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at that time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the two of you, right?
The two of us went, because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that, because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the two of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught. There's nothing to get caught about, because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And then he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It
A
was
resist?
resisting arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa.
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
But he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying
For-
after they arrested him, he
for
let me know
leaving?
what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No.
So what, for resisting arrest, nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
No, they left a search warrant and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there for
I don't
him?
know if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa, is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
It's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that
And I
what you just
meant,
testified
because when
to?
they came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest, so I didn't know why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before, I mean, like when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? Do you have any memory issues?
No, I'm not slow.
Overruled, go ahead. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Any
I said
memory
no. I mean,
issues?
I'm not slow. What do you mean memory issues?
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And you saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for
Yes.
the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her States Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you are on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door, they ask you, you leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davy and Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're gonna show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb. This is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You gotta walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door, they asked you what door you got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so.
But it's a lie nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to.
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking me about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the 2 spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
In one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
Close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my bag.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those heavy guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Davy and Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
States Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb.
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb.
I mean, if you consider that staying.
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
Yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Davian Murphy, a member of 1200, or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them, so I didn't answer.
Also not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I didn't, but I do now.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a barbecue. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
He was introduced to you by your boyfriend of over 3 years of his second family, right?
Yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say all of his family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, "This is my second family," right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family, that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. Could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
And he's one of the people he's saying, "This is my second family," right?
No, he said little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, he considered them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go off to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said I hid by.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time, it didn't really look like him. I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you're at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
You were walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him, is that correct?
Yes.
And some points you were right next to him, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right, put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening, and
I said the code.
the code. But there is a call happening. He's actually on the phone, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think it went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him, you would know, right?
No, I mean, he didn't say anything, so that's why I said I don't think it went through.
And at some point, he hands it to you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the code back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes.
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him from the entire time to Teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah. At the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, and the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Cheese is just the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there.
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people are just standing there, standing around.
He never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if he went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's inactivity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Unlock it, but he never locked it back. If he didn't respond, he just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it, it's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time he got out the car, it's my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIGGA, pick up the FNO. He says that. He doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he rushing. He just regularly typing.
He just casually texts,
Yes.
pick up the effing phone, twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car.
I don't remember him having a conversation there.
But he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell us?
I don't really know what he texts, so.
And you don't remember or hearing him have any conversation in that car?
Not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of acting out what he thought happened after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
Yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, get here. He's going into the club now. You better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed and where y'all at.
Do you also remember, oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay. Did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot, not once, but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not going to know if it's them, though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happen to be at Home to Sweets, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
He showed you the video of the two of you walking out of that club, correct?
No, he showed me a parking lot, the first video when I said that.
He also showed you Julio, is that correct?
He did.
At the front door.
I believe he did.
And they specifically asked you at Teasers and at Truth 18, the two clubs that you went to, whether or not you had talked to the bouncers, right?
I think he did ask me.
And you said that you had spoken to them at both and that the price was too high, correct?
Again, I was talking about Players Club. I had the clubs mixed up at the time. I didn't know the names, and I didn't say specifically that. I said I talked to the bouncer, the guys that be at the front door.
And there's no footage at Players Club, right?
No. I said no.
You know that there's no video footage at Players, right?
I mean, if he would have investigated it, he would have found it probably.
And there is video footage at Teasers and Truth 18, correct?
Yeah, because that's all the detective went and looked for.
And you admit that you never went to any of the bouncers at Truth 18, right?
No, again, when I bring up the bouncers, I was referring to Players Club.
So you and your boyfriend on your reconciliation trip just went to walk in the parking lot of Teasers, right?
Teasers is the first club?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all you did, right? You just walked in the parking lot. You didn't even come close to the front door.
I mean, yeah, we were standing there, but it's his decision. He didn't want to go in there, so.
And you have no say in the matter on your reconciliation trip, whether or not you actually get to go into the club?
I mean, I didn't have an issue with it. If he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go.
So you're just happy on this trip to get back together with just walking in the parking lot?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, then you go to the second club, Truth 18. That's the club with the second story on the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And that same thing happens. You just walk in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following him.
Yeah. You don't even really walk up to the door. And it's at the same point when Charles Jones is at that location.
I mean, I didn't know he was there, so.
But you're okay just walking in the parking lot, right?
No, actually, I was irritated. I didn't really care to go in that when he chose the last club. After he took me to 2 locations, we didn't go anywhere. At that point, I am aggravated, so.
Well, you said they didn't go in because it was packed, right?
That's what he said.
Well, there was, at the time when you're walking on that video, there aren't tons of people in that parking lot, right?
It was. There was people parked on the side as well.
You don't even walk up those stairs to see how many people are inside, right?
We went by how many cars are outside.
Oh, so that's the definition of how a car is, or how a club is packed, by the cars, right?
I mean, to young people, yeah.
You said the next morning that that Isaiah Chance, the one time he did come in, it was to what? So you could look at his outfit, give an outfit check?
Yeah, he was showing me various outfits, laying on the bed. He said, should he put back on what he had on, because he didn't take any pictures. And that's what we were talking about.
Because he cares how he looks like, right?
Sometimes.
He got into a war with Foolio online because Foolio was making fun of him wearing fake designer clothes, right?
I didn't know of that.
You had no idea about that?
No.
But he is doing an outfit check with you because he's concerned about it, right?
I mean, not really. He's just saying, what do you think I should wear? Like a regular person.
And the two of you, you said you're going clubbing, right?
I mean, supposed to be.
Right. And how do you up when you go clubbing?
I mean, this will be our second time going clubbing, so he wears whatever he wants to wear. When I go, I just wear whatever I want to wear.
You just kind of said that he's very controlling about what you wear on your direct examination. And as a young woman, when you go clubbing, you get dressed up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, on your phone, you had hundreds of photographs on your phone and videos of yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was wearing, it was June in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID. Hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID mask
Okay.
to go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a jean jacket. I think I had on the regular shirt.
Is that how you normally go when you're going out for a night on the town to go clubbing?
I mean, no. Eventually, when I first arrived, I had a dress on, but once I realized other people were there, I took that off. So what you see me wearing is what I had on to McDonald's, and we stayed in the car, so I didn't go change. So I mean, I just kept what I had on.
Because when you go clubbing, you normally look like 75C9, right? You like to get dressed up, wear a nice dress, right?
Correction, I'm not clubbing in that. I'm out of town with my family.
Okay. And where are you going when you go out of town with your family?
Nowhere. I just put that on and take a picture.
Okay. But there are literally photo after photo, Instagram video after Instagram video of you going out with your friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not dressed in a jean jacket and what, were they sweatpants or?
No, they're just regular pants.
And when law enforcement asked you about Gutta, and I think the defense attorney played that for you, again, you specifically asked them, why are they calling him that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you are just surprised because they're law enforcement and you feel that they should be talking about his real name or mentioning him by his real name, right?
I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying I would have thought they would have came in a different way. We're starting the interview and you just say, oh, Gutta, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm just confused.
But you didn't say what. You said, why do you call him that, right?
Yeah, that was my response, but I'm saying in my head, I'm thinking like, why are two detectives coming to me saying a nickname? Like, what is this about?
And then they laughed, and then they said, do you or you don't call him Gutta? And you shook your head no, right?
No, I don't call him that.
And it wasn't just you shaking your head no. You said, that's not a thing, right?
I mean, it's not a thing for me to call him that. That's what I meant.
But you just said, that's not a thing.
I said it's not a thing or something.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit number. And Gutta, that's his rap name. That's the name that he uses for the gang, right? For those drill rap videos he makes. Gutta,
I
Gutta
wouldn't
Man.
necessarily say a drill name. It's just a nickname on Instagram.
But it's something you know, and you do call him that, don't you?
No, I don't call him that.
You just have it tattooed on your body, right? You have it tattooed down the middle of your chest. Gutta, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And that's not the only place. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 75G. It's there. It's a long tattoo, and it goes all the way down your chest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're familiar that he calls himself Gutta.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that you have that tattoo on your body, you have never referred to him as Gutta?
No, I still call him my Zay.
That's not the only place on your body that you have that Gutta tattoo, is it?
No, I have another one behind my ear.
I'm going to show you State 75C11. That's it right there. So
Yes.
not once, twice,
Yes, ma'am.
referencing Isaiah Chance,
Yeah.
someone who you're no longer in a relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a lie to law enforcement when you said that you don't call him that.
No, it wasn't a lie.
May have one moment?
Yes.
At the time when that photo, you said your Isaiah Chance took that photo in the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
That is, at that timing, that is when Charles Jones and his party are still up on that second floor. And you're saying you never saw that?
No, I didn't look up there.
Where are you looking at?
I mean, at him.
And you're looking at him taking the photo?
I don't think I was.
What?
I don't think I was. I seen the picture after because it's in my phone.
Are you looking at him when the photo was taken, or are you not looking at him?
I don't think I was.
So what are you looking at?
I think I was looking at him.
At
Not
Char-
like physically like what he's doing. I'm just sitting there just staring.
You're not looking at the club that you're supposed to be going to?
I can't remember if I was or not.
Well, you said that you can tell if a club is packed based on the cars in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, but we were parked on the other side. It was more cars.
Right, because there were parking spots available in Truth 18, right?
I don't remember that.
You could have driven through the parking lot and not even got out of the car if you could tell a club is packed just on the parking spots, right?
I mean, that's not my decision. Again, he's driving, so.
No. You said how young people determine whether or not a car or a club is packed is by the parking lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both at Truth 18 and Teasers, there were cars in that parking lot. You didn't need to get out of the car to go up to the door to know that Teasers was packed, right?
Yeah, it was. But again, it's not my issue with the back places. This is.
Well, what the issue is, you keep on giving us another reason why it is that you're in that parking lot. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following him.
No, you said that you believed that you didn't go in because it's packed, right?
Yes, because that's what he said.
And you don't have to go into the club itself to know it's packed because of the parked cars in the parking lot, right, ma'am?
That's what I said. I don't know what he's thinking, though.
When you are at Teasers, you guys have to go around more than once to park because you can't find a parking spot, right?
Yeah, and then we see somebody coming out, so he just waited.
So it didn't matter that it's so packed, you gotta wait for a parking spot to open up?
Well, we did get out, but, I mean, all the people in the front, that's when he decided he didn't want to go in.
So it's not the parked cars in the parking lot that tells you the club is packed?
It is, but I'm saying once you seen all the people up there and nobody was going in, he changed his mind.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
Okay, redirect.
Ms. Andrews, do you want to answer any more questions?
I can.
I'll ask you one more question. There's a tattoo that's missing that hasn't been described on your arm here. What does that tattoo say?
Psalms 46, God is within her, she will not fail.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
No
And
further
is there
questions.
another motion?
Judge, we would move to strike that from the record.
Granted, stricken from the record, jury's not to consider it. Okay, very good. Gentlemen, right with you.
All rise. All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. Let's have Ms. Andrews walked back to the defense table, and you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have you rest in front of the jury. State, do you anticipate any rebuttal?
No, Judge, we don't.
Okay, very good. So defense, do you have any, now that you have rested, do you have any additional motions at this time?
We want to supplement our motion for the disqualification, and we also make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, we'll deal with the supplemental record regarding the motion to disqualify after the jury goes out. You can make your record. And so what's your second motion for JOA?
Second motion for judgment of acquittal, understanding that the standard has shifted now, so whether a reasonable juror could find that Mr. Andrews For all of the same reasons that we listed in our first judgment of acquittal motion, we're reiterating the very same things. This is a purely circumstantial case. This is a case where Alicia Andrews is accused of first-degree murder as a principal. The state has to prove that Ms. Andrews intended for the result to happen and that she did some act that caused, incited, or encouraged the intent to kill Mr. Charles Jones. And in this case, the state has neither of those elements for a reasonable juror to find that Ms. Andrews did that. The same is true for the conspiracy. There is no evidence that Ms. Andrews conspired with any of her co-defendants. She didn't know two of them at all, barely knew one of them, and the only one she didn't know was her boyfriend. Again, zero evidence that Ms. Andrews did anything to conspire with her co-defendants in this case to kill an individual. There's no evidence that she knew anyone was going to be killed. There's no evidence that she intended for anyone to die. There's no evidence that she committed any act that would further a conspiracy or a plot to murder Charles Jones.
State, what's your response?
Judge, again, there is overwhelming evidence in this case, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, that the defendant and her co-defendants conspired to commit this first-degree murder of Charles Jones, that there was planning, that there was premeditation, and that is the sole reason that all of them traveled here to Tampa, was to do this one mission. The video evidence is direct evidence. The hunting and stalking of the victim in this case is captured on video at 3 separate locations. There is coordination between both videos. The defendant is the one, her device, she is providing that device as coverage for her boyfriend. She's protecting him, so this is investigated, that he will not be caught or found. So there is a specific purpose. She is being used as coverage as well as part of the surveillance team, so he is not alone walking in that parking lot at both of those locations. She is the one who tried to book the Airbnb together before them at Tampa. It is clear in that messaging that she's booking it for us, is the language that she is using. It is being booked for one day. They are booking it at a location that is close where the victim is going to be. She's not even with the defendant when that first attempt is made. And she lied to law enforcement about it. That is consciousness of guilt. She continually lied, specifically about the Airbnb when first asked about it. She said no. This is an interview that only happened within a month or so of this crime. There is no reason why she would not know exactly what those law enforcement officers were talking about. It's not until they tell her they have the phone message that she says, oh yeah, I try to book it. I try to get half-offs. It is very clear there is overwhelming consciousness of guilt evidence in this case where she is purposely trying to evade law enforcement. It's very clear from the phone evidence where she is gotten rid of her phone and she is talking to her a friend or her sister back at home watching the house where she knows law enforcement is looking for her, that they have her new device, and she is making fun that law enforcement doesn't really have the old device. Judge, all of that is consciousness of guilt. She is an active participant. She helped Isaiah Chance stalk that victim at multiple locations before they stalked him and hunted him down at the final location, and her and the defendant circled around the victim before the assailants came out and gunned him down.
All right, deny the second motion for JOA. There's enough evidence to go to the jury. Here is a copy of the final set of jury instructions, so I need you all just to quickly take a look at them, make sure there's no last-minute corrections we need to make, and then we'll come back in and do closing arguments, okay? Yeah.
Damn. Well, she might be cooked.
Nah, that was pretty brutal. That was pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I think he must be
Usually,
arguing.
I usually try to do some logic with it, but there's no help for this. It's a logical way to look at it, but I don't think folks are trying to hear it. I mean, because I
Yeah,
see what she
yeah.
talk. I see how she explaining it, how it's possible. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that she's the first runner up. Yeah.
Think to get I don't think the jury gonna think fall for her. I was ignorant speech. I don't think they're gonna fall for it. They might though. Again, she got light
They,
skin privilege on her side.
they might, because I can see what she's talking about. Like, they didn't double back to what she said as far as he said he was going to Tampa, and she said I was going. I'm going. So she automatically jumped on a trip that
She
he had.
wanted to go. Yeah, she wanted
Yeah,
to go.
yeah. So she actually at that point didn't know what she was involving herself into. You know what I'm saying? Right there at the beginning. Because he probably got her to book the shit and he was going to go and take care of the business and shoot back. But since she involved herself and put herself in it, and she probably cut up too. You know those kind that cut up and stuff when you don't let them go, or you don't, you ain't doing something that got daggone they don't want it that moment. Like get them something to eat or something like that. Just come on. She got putting herself up in it. I know you ain't going keeping it cute. I said I try to look at it with a little bit of logic first. There, not saying that you ain't using logic, but you got to be a devil's advocate to every side. You know what I'm saying? I try not to let emotions control the thought process. Quite easy. I could be like, fuck that motherfucker. I know she in that lifestyle. I understand the lifestyle. But I think I really don't think that she really knew too much about what was going on. She was getting bits and pieces and slow catching up until it was too late.
I'm glad your simp ass ain't on the jury.
Who?
You be the reason she go home, man. You be like, man, I can see it,
No,
man.
no.
Look,
I would go. I mean, I would have my opinion just to lay it on the table, just to see if anybody else can catch it. But that don't mean that's the way I'm gonna go. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not gonna follow the herd.
she guilty.
I know, but we at least go through at least 2 rounds back there to make sure.
So she wasn't doing shit while he had her phone the whole night. She just wasn't. She wasn't on social media or nothing. She
It,
just looking
it,
dumb.
what you call it? Yeah, yeah. She said she was on the phone. That's the reason why it wasn't unlocked no more, because he had took it at one of the points when it was unlocked because she was using it. She only unlocked it once for him, but then any other time that he was on it, it was already unlocked because she was using
Yeah, see, this is over with. They need to come back with the verdict today. What they doing? She said jury instruction and what? Did they done? They resuming their case? Where they not resuming? They concluding their case?
it. Yeah, I think this is the ending right here. They about to do the closing argument.
Oh yeah, we might get a verdict today. It ain't gonna take long to convict this heifer. She guilty. Then the rest of them know what they looking at. Some of them may start taking pleas.
Oh yeah, yeah. She's guilty on a whole lot of other stuff. But as far as knowing at that current moment, I think she was lost in the sauce that night.
No shit, but you see, I'm glad your black ass ain't on the jury. You keep saying that shit.
I mean,
That
because
hoe knew what was going on. She's a
what the
gangbanger. She
man? I
got
see,
gangbanger tattoos on her,
man,
sir.
man. I got cousins that act just like this dude. Some of these girls
She
are
got
dumb as hell to what the hell is
gangbanger
going on.
husbands. They know the difference between right and wrong, don't they?
They do, but at that point, once you locked in, you were more worried about him snapping out and smacking your ass up.
That's their fault. Leave.
Shit, that sounds easy. I even had cousins been through it myself, growing up
They
seeing
talk
it. You know
crazy.
what I'm saying?
They talk crazy to you and everybody else in the world. Leave. Whoop his ass like you tell everybody else you gonna whoop their ass.
I mean, that is true. But she is guilty on a whole lot of other stuff. Boy, she just dumb as hell. I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, man. Give her a little crack in the clouds. It's just
Why you lie? I thought it was irrelevant. Damn, so you the one doing the interview? Irrelevant.
boy, it ain't no saving her, man. No matter what I say, god daggone boy, it wouldn't be no saving her. But I still would lay that on the table. Oh no, she's stupid. She real stupid. She's not a quick thinker. Man, if she fooled the jury, boy, she a bad motherfucker.
What got
But
me is why are you still talking to this nigga 10 times a day? Oh, because I feel that's the right thing to do. I don't want to make him mad. He in jail, bitch.
yeah, that's another thing there, boy. If she do get off, is she gonna contact them? You know what I'm saying? Oh shit.
Hello, Greg. Yes, you see, I think that's the best thing to do because, so I need to have all these phone calls set up and coordinated so we could talk because, I feel like that's the best thing for us. I don't know how she feel like that's the best thing for them and both of them locked up. And she was like, you can pass messages, but that ain't you talking back. That's somebody delivering a message. That lady said, you done talked to this nigga 10 times in some days. That's because he told me to call back. Ain't nothing. Melly case pushed off to next year. I think I think the other guy, one of his dudes, Bortland took a plea. And Melly shit is next year. He scared me. I feared for my life.
Yeah, he was whipping that
He
trick.
had, well, she said she had female inmates was approaching her. This your boyfriend? He told me to tell you this. You should have told them hoes, I don't know who you're talking about, ma'am.
That's even threatening, to tell you the truth.
She lied. Ain't nobody walked up to her and said shit.
Possible. She brought it up. Shit.
She act like half the jail men, half the jail women. Yeah, it's over with for her though. It's over. But how long is it gonna be over for? I think she get about 5 years just cause she light skinned. She ain't getting off scot free, but she gonna get about 5 years, I think.
5 years. What did she do? About a year already? A year in there? A year off for that?
All rise. All jurors are in good.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. All right, defense, do you have an announcement?
This time the defense rests.
Any rebuttal from the state?
No rebuttal, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right. I believe you all have been given a copy, or you are going to be given a copy of the final set of jury instructions, okay? So you guys can read along with me. Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. Shortly, the state of Florida and the defendant will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the state of Florida and the defendant say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendant has given her closing argument. I want to thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Alicia Andrews, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Alicia Andrews is accused of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree in counts 1 and 2. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find that Charles Jones was killed by Alicia Andrews, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Alicia Andrews may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. Murder in the first degree, count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Second-degree murder, lesser as to count 1. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. 3, there was an unlawful killing of the victim by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter, lesser as to count 1. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, Alicia Andrews intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim, or B, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Criminal conspiracy count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. 2, in order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Charles Jones occur. For second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Charles Jones. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder or any lesser degree of first-degree murder will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree murder or lesser degree of first-degree murder to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree murder or lesser degree of first-degree murder to occur. To be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm or any lesser degree of first-degree murder with a firearm or weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree murder or any lesser degree of first-degree murder would be or was armed. For count one of the indictment, the state must prove that the crime was committed on June 23, 2024, between 1:40 a.m. and 7:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida. For count two of the indictment, the state must prove that the crime was committed between June 21, 2024 and June 23, 2024. The place where crime two of the indictment occurred was within a 10-mile radius of Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 10-mile radius of 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 4819 East Bush Boulevard, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 9700 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida. All right, State, to proceed forward with your closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court, defense counsel? Members of the jury, Charles Jones was a prominent drill rapper out of Jacksonville, Florida. He was known as Julio Foolio, Six, the Big Rapper. He had drill raps on Instagram, on YouTube. He had millions of hits and followers. He was well known in Jacksonville. They hunted him. They stalked him, they found him, they targeted him, and they gunned him down. That is the only reason all 5 of those individuals were here in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd, and then the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024. The defendant, Alicia Andrews, seated over there, along with her fellow co-defendants, her fellow co-conspirators, Rashad Murphy, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright, and her boyfriend Isaiah Chance. That is the only reason they came down to Tampa, was for that one specific purpose: to hunt and gun down Charles Jones. This was a rival gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years and years. You have seen those drill rap videos. You have seen the type of videos that they are. And Charles Jones came down to Tampa to celebrate his birthday with friends. Charles Jones had posted online drill rap videos disrespecting the other side, disrespecting ATK, disrespecting members of 1200. And the other side did the same thing. You saw those videos from Young and Ace, and the ones produced from ATK, and the ones produced by 1200. Both sides made fun of other members that have been gunned down in this horrific gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years. And one of the songs that Charles Jones made was When I See You, specifically making fun of the town center shooting where Young and Ace was shot and his little brother killed, and 2 other members of their group were killed, including someone who went by the name of 23, who was close to Isaiah Chance, the defendant's boyfriend of over 3 years. They had had intimate conversations about this rival gang war that had occurred.
Overruled.
They had had, the evidence shows, her messaging on her phone shows that she had had conversations with Charles Jones where she had been told by him about these deaths. They discussed the town center and how he could not go there anymore because what had happened at the town center. That is where 23 was killed. That is where Young and Ace was shot multiple times. There had been conversations on October 8th between her and her boyfriend Charles Jones. You know what happened on October 7th. Charles Jones was shot. There was an attempt on his life in Jacksonville. And you have seen ballistic evidence in this case that ties the people in this murder and this conspiracy directly to the attempt on his life in October of 2023. Sean Gathright, who is the arms person, who is the arms supply person, who supplies the weapons, who has the weapons and takes them away and transports them in the Chevy Impala and then transports them in the Toyota 4Runner and then eventually to his house. When he gets stopped in that Toyota 4Runner, there are rifle shell casings that are tested and compared to the shell casings that are collected from the October 2023 attempted murder, aggravated battery of Charles Jones that happens in Jacksonville, Florida. And it is the same gun that fires those shell casings, the one that are found in SeanGathright's vehicle and the ones that are found at the attempted murder scene of Charles Jones in October in 2023. They tried to kill him before and were not successful. And you heard that Charles Jones got on the internet and posted a video on the internet and taunted them after it happened, saying that they didn't get him. They planned to murder him, and this time they were not going to miss. This is a well-orchestrated, planned, first-degree, premeditated murder. State's Exhibit 22. This is at the Home to Suites. And we put many clips together, but this is Charles Jones, and this is his black Dodge Charger parked in front of the Home to Suites, and his girlfriend is behind him in her car. And you can clearly see that he is seated in the front passenger seat of that Dodge Charger. In the second clip, you're going to see at this location, this is the first time that black Chevy Impala carrying 3 armed and covered gunmen pull into that parking lot, and they don't go in front of where Charles Jones' vehicle is. You see them turn to the right. They are avoiding the line of sight of Charles Jones. They want to make sure that they get him. They never pull into the line of sight of Charles Jones and his party. Charles Jones now is laying in that front passenger seat with his feet up. The next clip that you see in State's Exhibit 22 is of the car pulling up of his friend. That's Typha McCrae, and in his vehicle is Camilla Bentley and Aaliyah Albritton. They pull up next. That's the next thing that happens in the sequence of events. The black Chevy Impala has already pulled in. It is now circling the parking lot so it can stay out of view. The next clip you're going to see is Typha McCrae and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, get out and go to the bathroom. Camilla Bentley gets into the front passenger seat. The next sequence is the silver Chevy Cruze. We all know who is in the silver Chevy Cruze. It is the defendant along with her good boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. They circle, they don't go to the right, they directly go by the cars of the victim and the victim's party. These are cars that they are very well familiar at this point because they have seen these cars at 2 other locations. They saw it first at Teasers and they saw it at Truth 18. It is not a coincidence that the silver Chevy Cruze followed them to this location and then pulls off into another parking lot while it waits for that black Chevy Impala with the 3 armed and masked gunmen to get there. They are waiting for the gunmen to get there. And when the black Chevy Impala gets there, they come and they directly look for the victim and the victim's vehicles. Again, State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see that silver Chevy Impala with the defendant and her boyfriend circle around, and they are going to the exact area where the black Chevy Impala is. The second clip, after they have gone to where that black Chevy Impala is and the black Chevy Impala has parked, they then are now leaving, and they again are going for a direct line of sight where the victim and his friends are parked and sitting in their cars. State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see at this very moment, they can see where the victim is. That silver Chevy Cruze is passing where the victim is seated in that passenger seat. They are the eyes. They are the surveillance tracking team of this mission. And make no mistake, this is a mission. The assault hit team is the black Chevy Impala with 3 armed and masked men. 2 of the men are having assault rifles. Their faces are covered. One of them has all black. The other has a white ski mask. And then the third shooter has a Glock with a switch that makes it a fully automatic gun and a weapon. you're going to see in this next clip that the first person to fire is the person with the firearm. And it's very clear what person they are shooting at, what person they are targeting. They are targeting the victim, who is the passenger in the black Chevy Impala. They don't care about any of those other cars that flee and crash. In this next clip, you're going to see that they are specifically targeting the victim. They follow his car. They continue to fire upon his car. That is the only car that they are interested in, because the person who has taunted them, the person who they unsuccessfully tried to kill months ago, survived. And now they are going to ensure that he dies. State's Exhibit 22. They are heavily armed. They are prepared. They are masked. They brought artillery with them. They are ready to kill Charles Jones. They didn't just kill Charles Jones. When they came to Tampa and they shot up that parking lot, there were many victims. There were 2 people that were in that car with Charles Jones. Xavier Edwards was shot. You see his injuries in this photograph. Gino Norris was shot, not in a gang. Law enforcement very clear on that. Another victim in this crime. Camilla Bentley also shot, not in a gang. They didn't care who they hurt. They just wanted to kill Charles Jones. They weren't the only victims in this case. They shot up a public parking lot in a hotel that had guests, that had families, that had people that were dropping off their children at University of South Florida, that is just across the street from Fowler Avenue, the other road that intersects McKinley where those hotels are. They shot up hotel rooms that had families in it, husband and wives and children. They didn't care who they hurt. Their focus was on Charles Jones, and they wanted to make sure that they killed him. In order to prove murder in the first degree, the judge just read to you what those instructions are. This is what the state has to prove: that Charles Jones is dead. That element, we only have to prove 3 elements beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. Charles Jones is dead. That has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a mountain of evidence, and we're going to talk about the principal instruction, because she is a principal to this crime, and you treat her as if she had done everything her fellow co-defendants did. You put her in exactly the same shoes. She is criminally responsible for everything that her fellow co-defendants did in this particular case, and that there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series or related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Premeditation can happen in seconds. There is no fixed time. There just has to be a conscious reflection by the defendant, where they reflect upon it and form that premeditated intent to kill. We are well beyond that in this case. This is a planned first-degree murder. Before they even got into that black Chevy Impala, they had planned to do this. They had got weapons together. They knew what sort of equipment they wanted. Not only did they have the type of weapons that fire rapidly, they intended to get away with this murder. They got brass catchers. They put those on the AR rifles, and none of the brass, none of the spent shell casings were left behind because they were collected. That is sophistication. That are people that planned to commit this crime and planned to get away with it. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you as jurors. From the evidence, it will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. The proof in this case is overwhelming, and you can see it yourself. Those videos are evidence. It is direct evidence. It is captured on video for all of you to see it. You saw what happened. You saw that they tracked and they stalked and they hunted that victim down in Florida, here in Tampa. He posted where he was going to be on his Instagram. She follows his Instagram. She doesn't like him. It's clear from her messages that she does not like Charles Jones. Why in the world would she need to follow him? She follows his Instagram. And on Instagram, well before he came to Florida, over 7 days before he came, he is posting that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd between 8 and 3 a.m. He also posts that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd. He is posting exactly where he is going to be. That is the reason why they are coming to Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. That is the only reason that they are coming to Tampa. She books that Airbnb. She does it on June 21st of 2024. She is trying to book the Airbnb. She's not the actual one that books it because the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, ends up doing it. This falls through. But it is clear that she is in the loop. It is clear that she is participating. She is the first one that tries to book the Airbnb in Tampa. It's very clear. This happens on June 21st of 2024. We had Detective Ramos say to you exactly where she was when she did that. The judge read to you the date of the crime, and for count 2, for the conspiracy count, the dates that we have to prove are between June 21st and June 23rd of 2024. And there are several locations that are involved in the conspiracy, but the first one is where she is located when she sends this. And she is not with the defendant, Isaiah Chance. Isaiah Chance is miles away on his own device, nowhere near her, when she herself is trying to book all of them an Airbnb. And there is a reason why they have her booking the Airbnb. There is a reason why, when she doesn't get the Airbnb, that Rashad Murphy uses the shared phone that he does of his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. Because when Foolio, when Charles Jones gets killed, who do you think the primary suspects are going to be? It is going to be the high-profile rival gangs that are feuding with him online. So Isaiah Chance can't book the Airbnb with his phone. So Rashad Murphy doesn't use a phone. He's known as Ghost. He uses the shared phone of Charmaine Steiger, because they know when law enforcement officers come looking and they know who's certified in a gang, that the first thing that they are going to look for is the usual suspects in this rival gang war. So Charles Jones isn't going to use his own phone. He's going to use the cover of his girlfriend. Just like Rashad Murphy isn't going to use his own phone, he's going to use Charmaine Steiger's phone. This is what they do because they want to ensure after this happens that they don't get caught. They also get rid of all of their phones because they don't want any sort of evidence to be linked and tracked back to them. So she says on June 21st of 2024 that she wants to book an Airbnb. She wants more than one bedroom, like two. And that doesn't fall through, or that falls through. And so Rashad Murphy on his phone, this is the phone that is confiscated in Rashad Murphy's possession when he flees from law enforcement in that silver Chevy Cruze, when he is found later by the Gwinnett County Police Department when they have put out an alert for that vehicle. And so he is the one on his phone, the extraction from his phone, there is the actual booking of the Airbnb that they end up using. And it is no mistake, it is no coincidence that this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane is within miles, just a couple of miles of where Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is shot and killed. It is in no coincidence that that Airbnb is only within a couple miles of the two very clubs that he is going to be performing at or going to be at in Tampa, at Teasers and at Truth 18. And so the other location for count 2 of the indictment that we have to prove is that it was within a 10-mile radius of both Truth 18 and of Teasers. And those addresses are both in here listed as well. 4819 East Bush Boulevard, as well as 9700 North Nebraska area. I'm sorry, North Nebraska Avenue. Both of those locations are within Hillsborough County. The other address as part of this conspiracy is the Airbnb itself, that they were within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida, County of Hillsborough. And the last and final address of that conspiracy is 11606 McKinley Drive, which is the address of the Home to Suites, as well as the address of Rashad Murphy, that phone, when this Airbnb is booked. And that is another Jacksonville address that you will see on this date of the crime, where it says, sorry, I'm going to go to the address, 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville County, also state of Florida. And the final one is the house of Sean Gathright, 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Circle, Jacksonville County, also, I'm sorry, Jacksonville, Florida, also County of Duval. Those are all the addresses of where acts that occurred in this conspiracy. And that is what we have to prove, and that is what we have proven. That is why Detective Ramos testified to exactly where this device was when they sent out this request to book the Airbnb and had it confirmed. And he had to send his driver's license to, in order to secure and book that Airbnb. You have seen the search warrant that was executed on SeanGathright's house afterwards. And these firearms, there were 2 assault rifles that were taken. And they were collected and they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. You saw the brass catchers, evidence in this case. All of this leads back to this first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. What you saw in the video, the type of firearms that were used in this case, 2 of the shooters had assault rifles that had brass catchers on it, and they lead directly back to Sean Gathright. His path was followed We know where he went in the black Chevy Impala after leaving that Airbnb. There is video evidence of all 4 defendants, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, and Alicia Andrews all were at that Tampa Airbnb. The only one who wasn't was Rashad Murphy. But because he took an Uber, we know he was at that Tampa Airbnb as well, because we see the Uber dropping them all off at Sean Gathwright's house. And you heard the testimony from the Uber driver, and he testified that the 3 people that he picked up at that Airbnb are the exact same 3 people that he dropped off. And then after we see Sean Gathright leave, he's the one that takes the Chevy Impala to his grandmother's house in Auburndale. And then he switches vehicles because, again, he does not want to be caught driving the vehicle that contains the 3 shooters who gunned down Charles Jones in Jacksonville, Florida. So he switches vehicles. He leaves that vehicle at grandma's house. And what does he do? He wipes down the entire car. He is getting rid of fingerprints. He wants to make it look like none of his friends were in that vehicle. They are very smart. They are very sophisticated. Those 2 shell casings, they are not from rifles. They were not fired by the guns that had those brass catchers on it. What those are 9mm shell casings. The only brass, the only casings that were left here at this homicide was 9mm. That firearm that had the switch that made it fully automatic, the one that you saw in State's Exhibit 22, the first gunman to fire directly at the windshield of the victim's vehicle, was a firearm. It was a 9mm, and it unloaded 31 shell casings onto the ground at that homicide scene where Charles Jones was murdered. And all of those shell casings were recovered. And you heard how 30 of them, they tried to get DNA off of them, were packaged specially and sent off to ATF. One of them was kept for Tampa Police Department to submit for analysis and comparison. And they did. They compared it to these 2 spent shell casings in the safe of Sean Gathwright's house. And they are a ballistic match. You heard from Amara Drew. She testified that she compared both of those shell casings to the one that was found at the murder scene and retained by Tampa Police Department for testing. And the same firearm that fired those 2 shell casings that were ejected out of the 9mm are a match and ballistically identified to the same gun that was shot that you saw on that video, State's Exhibit 22, firing into the windshield of Charles Jones's car. You also heard about the spent shell casings that were recovered from Jacksonville, from the Toyota 4Runner of Sean Gathwright. Remember all of those shell casings that were collected. State's Exhibit 50 and State's Exhibit 49A through I. Both of those shell casings were collected and submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Some were from the Toyota 4Runner in that box. Do you remember the photograph of the box? And then they went and they retained from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office the shell casings that were recovered from the October 7th, 2023 attempted murder of Charles Jones. And they compared those shell casings. And those shell casings, again, analyzed by Amara Drew, and they were matched, ballistically matched to the same firearm. They both by the same assault rifle. The other part of the ballistic evidence that you heard about were the fragments that were recovered from the medical examiner's office. And they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be compared against the two rifles, the two assault rifles that were collected in this case from that safe in Sean Gathwright's house. And what Amar Drew could tell you is from that fragment that one of them was found that it did not shoot that projectile. So one of them did. The other one was inconclusive, and that meant there wasn't enough detail on that projectile, that fragment that was found in the victim's body to say that it was or to say that it wasn't. So those two assault rifles absolutely can be the assault rifles that were used in this case. They match the appearance. They have the brass catchers on them that we saw was used in this crime. And because we don't have any spent casings, which again is part of their plan to make it difficult to link the firearms to this case, we cannot compare brass casings because there were none left at the scene. But there is definitely evidence in that scene in Sean Gathwright's house that are connected, and those are those 9mm that were found in that safe along with those two AR rifles. That is why you heard from Amar Drew, and that is why all of that evidence was brought down from Jacksonville, because it ties these defendants to the homicide here in Tampa and the attempted homicide of the victim in 2023. These were all of the type of ammunition that was consistent and capable of being fired in those assault rifles, also found in Sean Gathwright's home. And when we talk about planning and conspiracy, what we're talking about, we have the video evidence to prove and show all of it, just how well coordinated. Not only was it planned ahead of time, not only did they talk about it ahead of time, there was coordination each and every time. This was a mission to kill Charles Jones, and there was an assault hit team, and there was a surveillance team that the defendant was a part of. And again, when we talk about using her for cover, she was a part of it. She was an active participant. She's not just sitting in the car. She has a role to play. Her play is that she is going to give Isaiah Chance cover. They know who Isaiah Chance is. You heard from Robert Howard there. If he would have saw or recognized Isaiah Chance alone in the parking lot in Tampa in the same vicinity of his friend Charles Jones, they absolutely would have known that they were in danger. He wants to blend. That's what she is. She's covered. That's what they do. They use their girlfriends, and she is an active, willing participant, and she has protected him in that interview with law enforcement and on that stand today, and she continues to protect him. And the judge will read to you an instruction, and she will let you know that once the defendant takes the stand, you treat her like any other witness in this case, and you determine whether or not she is credible. You determine whether or not she is lying on that stand when she tells you that she had no idea of what was going on. Common sense does not leave this courtroom. There is no way that a plan this well executed, this well planned, that those killers would have brought in someone who had no idea of what was going on. She is a trusted confidant of her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. You heard those messages. You know not only Is she a trusted confidant, and that she knows all of the details of the gang war, that she has been personally affected by this, and there is no love lost for Julio Foolio, her boyfriend that she loves and that she is willing to lie for and ignore what her attorneys are telling her to do, and still call him and talk to him 5 times a day, sometimes more, about this case. It is because she is still in a relationship. She is doing that knowing that every single one of those jail phone calls are recorded. That is how much she loves him. That is how much she is willing to protect him. You see this chart. They went and they stalked that victim at more than one location. And you heard from Detective Ramos, and you heard from their own experts, Thomas Pullen, that all of the phones belonging to Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked, I'm sorry, not Isaiah Chance, Davian Murphy and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked to teasers earlier that day, before the victim was there, that they were going up and down Hillsborough. You know what that is? They're casing it. They want to know where is a good opportunity to shoot and kill the victim. That is why they are there before. The phone evidence in this case is overwhelming. That with the video evidence, you got to see with your own eyes exactly what happened in this case. And at this first location off of North Nebraska, you can see exactly by this diagram where everyone went. Those 4 cars represent the victim's vehicles, and the blue represents Isaiah Chance and the defendant, and they are the surveillance stalking team. The black Chevy Impala, it never gets to the scene first in any 3 of those locations: Teasers, Truth 18, and Home to Sweets. And they only ever go in the parking lot. This isn't a reconciliation. This isn't a romantic getaway. This isn't a time for the 2 of them to get back together. There is one purpose, and that is to find Charles Jones. They never go inside. They never talk to a bouncer. Their one job is to see when Charles Jones gets there. They walk in the parking lot. This is June in Florida, in Tampa, Florida. It is hot out. Isaiah Chance, who cares about his appearance, who wants to know what his outfit looks like, who gets into a war of words with Charles Jones online because he's accused of wearing fake designer clothes, is not going clubbing in a gray hoodie with the hoodie pulled up and a COVID mask on his face. And neither is the defendant. She's not going in some kind of track pants and a blue jean jacket clubbing in Tampa if that is their true purpose. They are wearing COVID masks so that their faces are covered, and they are appearing as a couple so that Charles Jones and his friends don't have any sort of alert or warning that the other gang is here. And the people in the black Chevy Impala never get out because they absolutely know who Rashad and Davian Murphy are. They never get out until they are ready and they know that Charles Jones are in their sights. And it is only after the silver Chevy Cruze gets there and park. And that club is packed. They have to leave. They have to circle around the parking lot because that parking lot is packed. It doesn't matter that her boyfriend doesn't like a packed club. If that were the case, they would have never even pulled in. They are there for one purpose, and that is to get eyes on the victim. And the video shows it. There is no doubt that is what happens. She is walking less than a foot away from him at all times when he is talking on their phone. It goes beyond belief that she didn't hear every single word that he said. And she is not shocked. She is not trying to walk away from him. And she certainly is not surprised because she knew it. All of the conversations about the conspiracy, they happened well before the date that we charged for that conspiracy. And you know it did. You know with your common sense that this was talked about at many locations, at many times, and many different places that we have never alleged and we will never be able to bring to you. Because
Overruled, go ahead.
the defendant will never admit what she did. She won't admit it to Detective Ramos and the detectives at the Tampa Police Department, and she's certainly not going to admit it to you, because that would mean that she is confessing to conspire in a first-degree premeditated murder. But you know that those conversations happened because of what you saw on the video. She is not surprised. She is playing her role. She is playing her part. You saw those messages between her phone and Sean Gathright. Pick up the effing phone now. Pick up the effing phone now. They are desperate for communication. To suggest to you that there wasn't an actual phone call that occurred after that second text message is preposterous. And she is seated next to him in that silver Chevy Cruze. And to suggest to all of you that you don't know exactly the type of conversation that happened in that car that she absolutely heard and knew about because she is a part of it. Your common sense tells you that. This was well planned, well executed, and they would not have brought along a girlfriend unless she served a purpose. And she did. She was their cover. And you know from the stand, she admitted what had happened on October 8th, that phone call. She had to admit it. She didn't want to admit it, just like when law enforcement officers were questioning her. When I was questioning her, she in her memory, she knows the conversation she's had with with Isaiah Chance. She knows their conversations. She knows what happened when his best friend, one of his good friends, was shot and killed on October 6th and 7th of 2023, and how upset he was. There are messages between the two of them where he is telling her how out of his mind he is with grief. And you heard her say, yeah, I had to stay away. I had to stay away. And then he's telling her to be loyal, to stay loyal. And then she is responding, don't worry, I'm straight. I will delete those messages. She is his intimate confidant. They have talked about this. And what exactly do you think that she needs to delete? What conversation could she possibly have to delete on August 8th of 2023? Charles Jones was shot on October 7th of 2023, and her boyfriend and the boyfriend's best friends are now ballistically connected to that attempted murder of Charles Jones. We know exactly what she's deleting. She's got his back. She had his back on October 8th of 2023. She had his back in that interrogation room with law enforcement where they are pressing her. And make no mistake, she knew why they were talking to her. She knew why they were questioning her. It's clear in her messaging to the person that they're making fun of law enforcement for having the wrong phone. She knows law enforcement officers are looking for her. You saw that text exchange. You saw her say, are they still there? It's very clear they're talking about police. And she's like, they still have my phone. It's just for a resisting arrest charge. Oh, too bad. They have the new phone. I don't have they didn't get the old phone laughing my effing ASS off, right? That's consciousness of guilt evidence. There isn't any reason she needs to be laughing at law enforcement for having the phone, for having her new phone, and not having her old phone, unless the old phone has what? The old phone has evidence on it, and you heard from law enforcement, there's an Apple iCloud that she didn't count on, that they were able to get up a backup of. They're able to get a backup of her phone of every single thing, messages, thousands of messages, but the one message area that they can't get is the day of the homicide. They are able to get it off Sean Gathwright's phone. That's why we know that her phone and Sean Gathwright's phone are communicating desperately when the tracking of the victim is occurring. You have video evidence of Charles Jones being stalked at Teasers for silver Chevy Cruze. You have video evidence of after the silver Chevy Cruze, the black Chevy Impala appears. Same exact thing happens at Truth 18. The two places where the victim advertised that he would be on Instagram, and she follows him on Instagram. And again, the same coordination. The surveillance tracking vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze, with again, the defendant and Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend, in that car. You know that there are communications that are not accounted for in those call detail records, that there is some other application that they are using for those calls. You heard from Detective Ramos. When that phone is up to Isaiah Chance's ear and he's walking on that phone, there isn't an attempted phone call. There isn't a missed phone call. There is no record of it. Those calls from that time period and those messaging are happening when he is in the car with her. So there is definitely another application that again shows sophistication. They do not want to be caught. They do not want to be tracked. They are very careful with what they are doing with their devices. You heard from their own expert that Davion Murphy and Isaiah Chance, they're not using their phones during the time of the homicide. And again, the same stalking that happens. The victim and his entourage get there, they go inside the club, and again, we have the blue being designated by the silver Chevy Cruze and of the defendant and her boyfriend. And this is not a romantic getaway. To suggest is beyond common sense, beyond all reason. They are just walking around the parking lot. They don't make any attempt to go to the door. And the reason why the coordination of the video shows it is because the victim's party has just gone up those stairs and that they are on that second landing getting ready to enter in the club. They don't even go up to the sidewalk. They stay well in that parking lot and they end up walking to the sign. Is a sign a tourist attraction, something of interest that they would need to go to? They are purposely avoiding that door because Isaiah Chance knows Julio Foolio. And there is no reaction by the defendant. There is no surprise. There's no reaction like, why in the world are we walking through the sign and the roadway and not going to the club if they truly are going clubbing? It is because it is a lie. She knows exactly what is going on. You know exactly the type of conversations that are happening inside that black Chevy Impala. The homicide scene. You have seen video of this many times now. I'm not going to show it again. But again, there is that coordination. You saw the USF poll cam. It is their car, the defendant, and Isaiah Chance in that silver Chevy Cruze that is following behind the victim and the two other vehicles with the victim. They don't pull into the home to suites because they're not the gunmen. They don't have any of the shooters in their car. They have to wait. You know that there is, again, communication that has to be happening between those two vehicles. It is no coincidence that at two locations where the victim is, the silver Chevy Cruze appears, and then shortly thereafter, the black Impala appears. And then at the third location, that is not ever advertised, never advertised anywhere. They just go to those hotels to get a room. The only way, the only possible way that Sean Gathright and that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victims are, because you know he's tracking them. You saw from his phone, he's trying to get this Kayla Enright or his sister to be able to call somebody who's with Six to find where he is earlier in the night when he's at the Airbnb. They're trying to get an address. There's only two locations they know where Charles Jones is going to be, and that is at Teasers and Truth 18. The only way the shooter, Sean Gathright, and the other two shooters in that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victim is because the silver Chevy Cruze, who has been following that car all along from Truth 18 to the home to suites, called them and told them. And as soon as the black Chevy Impala makes that U-turn and goes into that McKinley entrance, the silver Chevy Cruze with the defendant and the victim go right into the entrance and do what they have been doing all night, and that is act as surveillance. They are eyes on the victim. Where is he? And the reason why the gunmen know exactly where the victim is because that silver Chevy Cruze drives right in front of it and know where the victim is at the time of the shooting. Principles: if the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended to commit the crime and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. That is an or there. They only have to do one of those things: incite, cause, encourage, assist. She did more. She assisted. She did more than just assist. She participated. She was part of the tracking team. She tried to get the Airbnb, and she provided that cover for Isaiah Chance so that he could actively stalk the victim all night. Incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit. And then again, if we have proven those two things, you have to treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did. You have to treat her as if she had done all the things that Isaiah Chance did, all the things that Sean Gathright did, all the things that Davian Murphy did, and all the things that Rashad Murphy did. I want to go back to murder really quickly. We have three elements to prove. One thing that we never have to prove, one thing that is not on the murder in the first degree elements, and that is motive. The state never has to prove motive. Motive is something that is in a person's mind. We may never know the reason why things are done, especially when the defendant is not willing to say why they did a thing. So that is something that is not an element of the offense. We never have to prove motive. But in this case, there is overwhelming evidence of motive. You have heard about this gang war. You have heard how it has affected her, and you have heard how it has affected her boyfriend, and he is a part of it. He is in it, and he is out for revenge, and she is doing everything that she can to assist him in achieving what he wants, and that is for Charles Jones, for Julio Foolio, to be shot and killed. This is the evidence in this case. We had cell phone evidence, we had video evidence, and which quickly led to all of them, led to Jacksonville, that led law enforcement to this gang war, was license plate readers. There is no doubt that that silver Chevy Cruze and that black Chevy Impala were in tandem. Not only are they at all of those locations here in Tampa when they were committing this crime, they drove down together. These are the same points of interest when they are hitting off of the same license plate reader. The defendant, when she is in that interview room with law enforcement, I told you, she never admitted what she did. Just because a defendant doesn't admit what she did doesn't mean we do not prove intent. Doesn't mean that there isn't evidence, that there isn't overwhelming evidence, proof beyond all reasonable doubt of her intent. And that is called consciousness of guilt evidence. Evidence of a defendant who purposely evades prosecution, who purposely lies to law enforcement officers to evade getting caught. That is called consciousness of guilt evidence. There is a reason why a person lies to law enforcement. That is called consciousness of guilt, and that is evidence of her intent. If she truly knew nothing about this incident, if she truly was an innocent bystander, then the truth will set you free. If she would have provided law enforcement officers all of the information and been honest with them, then that would have shown that she had nothing to hide, that she was not involved in this, and she would have no reason to lie. If she truly didn't know what her boyfriend and their friends were doing, there would be no reason to lie. The interview would look a lot different. It would look like, I literally was just there with my boyfriend. This is what his name is. This is who he was with. This is where we came from. Yes, there were 3 other people there. I don't know how they got there. What else can I tell you? Because you heard law enforcement. They know that she has not been in trouble before. And they are pressing her. And they are trying to impart to her the seriousness of the allegation and the proof against her. They already have the video footage. They already have her phone. They already know her involvement at the Airbnb. But there is lie after lie after lie, just like she did on that stand in this courtroom today. And there is only one reason she needs to lie, and that is because the truth is that she is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiring with all of the defendants in this case to commit first-degree premeditated murder. There is no reason for her to forget how she gets in the door. And the detective may have had it wrong about her being the one to enter the access code. But what he certainly didn't have wrong is the lock code. That door is only unlocked 3 times. One by the person who first gets in and not captured on the video, and that's the one where you just see her walk in, because whoever, whether it was Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright, very quickly exits or puts in the access code, gets in, and the door automatically locks behind. And she's coming along with her bag, and the door is shut, and knocking, and nothing happens. That matches up with the lock code. She goes off to the back, and then comes back, and somebody lets her in on the lock code. Then there is a lock code where it is open, as if somebody is checking to make sure the lock is closed, but they don't open the door. No video footage. No other video footage from that night of her going to the McDonald's. She leaves to go to the McDonald's. She comes back. She leaves with all of her co-defendants to hunt down Charles Jones, and she comes back. Why in the world did she have to lie to law enforcement that she's using a back door? Because she knows she is protecting Isaiah Chance. She is protecting Rashad Murphy. She is protecting Davian Murphy. She went to Rains High School, and she would have you believe that she has no connection to Spaz, to Joe Rod Adams. He was killed. She was talking to her friend, her good friend Jewel Jones, about that homicide, and their good friend Will wasn't killed, but he was shot in that same homicide of Spaz, Joe Rod Adams. And Joe Rod Adams is the little brother of Rashad Murphy and the cousin to Davian Murphy. And she would have you think and believe she has no idea who they are. Do you believe that? That she has no idea and had no conversation with either of them, and they all have the connection of a deceased person by the name of Joe Rod Adams. And in that 3.5 ride back to Tampa in the Uber with Rashad Murphy, she doesn't have one conversation with him. There are connection after connection to this gang war with all 5 of the co-defendants in this case. This Airbnb, she is lying to law enforcement about it because she is a part of it. She is in the loop, and she is covering for all of them. And she knows that she is covering for all of them, and she knows that they purposely knew that there was a video camera on that ring door. And regardless of whether law enforcement got it wrong about the door, they certainly got it right. She's the only one seen on it. Why in the world, if people are there on a just romantic reconciliation to get back together, when you have bags to unload and you are there for lawful purposes on vacation, you would park in the 2 spots designated for the apartment with the easiest way to carry bags in? They're right there. They're open. They're not taken. That is because they don't want to be seen on a ring camera in Tampa, less than 2 miles from the homicide scene, unloading those large, heavy bags that you saw Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright load into that black Impala. Make sure nobody is seen on camera, and they go around to the back and go through a backyard, not even a walkway, through some grass to get to a back sliding door because they are all there to commit a crime. Again, she's covered. She's not involved in the gang. She can be seen on the ring camera. They can use her phone because that is what the cover story is, right? That is the cover story. That is what she's sticking with. That is what she told law enforcement. That she's just there with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and they're just tourists, right? That's what they tell the law enforcement officers in that interview room. We can drive anywhere. Tampa's a tourist city, right? Just a big coincidence. That's the cover story. That is another part of the conspiracy. And there certainly would be no reason to lie to law enforcement about the door at all unless she is in on it, unless she knows. If she doesn't know then what she would have told the law enforcement officer is, oh, my boyfriend just walked in before me. I was there, but the rest of the night, for some reason, we used the back door, and she would give a reason. There is a reason she doesn't remember. There's nothing wrong with her mind. She doesn't have a memory issue. The one time she comes to Tampa and they're unloading and they're walking through the dark backyard every time to get in would be something that she would remember. And if she's not doing something criminal, she could tell and talk about it. Isaiah Chance is there, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright, the Uber driver that takes us all the way from Tampa, where we finally know there are 5 people involved in this crime. There are 2 in the tracker vehicle, the surveillance vehicle, and there are 3 armed gunmen, and all of them stay at this Airbnb. Another lie. She lies to law enforcement. At first, it's just her and Isaiah Chance. It's just me and him, and you can listen to that audio again. Because she lies and she lies until she is confronted with evidence, and then the story changes. So it's not just her and Isaiah Chance, because they show her more evidence, and all of a sudden she knows, oh, they know Sean Gathright is there as well. They show him a photograph. And even though she has been in a car with him for 3.5 hours, and she has been in this Airbnb, she can't identify his photo. She will not give them any information, not a name. She would have you believe she only knows him as Little Bro. She won't give a description of him, and she certainly isn't going to pick out his photograph. But it is more evidence, not just their phone evidence. There is a witness that we now know and have the 5th person involved in this homicide, first-degree murder, and conspiracy, and that is because they take an Uber. And the Uber driver and the tracking, again, of license plate readers, we know that the Uber driver who gives Detective Ramos his trip ticket, who took them from Tampa, they had one stop at a gas station, but the same 3 people he picked up is the same 3 people for $187.51 that he takes to Sean Gathright's house, where we find all of the evidence of those firearms in his house. And we then find Alicia Andrews there, as well as Rashad Murphy for the first time, and again, Isaiah Chance. So the evidence in this case is overwhelming. And Mr. Harmon told you there is a mountain of evidence. And all of this evidence, the digital evidence, the video evidence, the cell phone evidence, the cell hawk mapping that you saw in this case, and the phone messages that you saw from her device show and bring to light the conspiracy that occurred in this case between all 5 of the co-defendants acting together and conspiring together. The conspiracy count in this case: to prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davian Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them, or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree premeditated murder must be expressed in any particular words, or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. This count is just the agreement. They don't have to actually commit it. They don't have to do an act in furtherance. This is just the agreement to do it together. And you know, based on their actions, that they all conspired to do this. Rashad Murphy, more evidence. This investigation led to Auburndale in Florida, Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house, to Jacksonville, to his residence in Jacksonville, and it led to Gwinnett County as well, where he is caught in that silver Chevy Cruze that belongs to a person that dates one of his family members. And then Jacksonville Sheriff's Office also assisted and got photographs, a video from Walmart that occurred on 6/21, where the defendant is seen in there, Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, is seen there buying some stuff. And they see what he is wearing, and they compare it to the still videos that are taken in this case. More evidence again. He's not just driving the tracking vehicle. He's not just found with the tracking vehicle. More consciousness of guilt evidence. Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office locate him in the second suspect murder vehicle in this case in Tampa. And we are days later. He is far removed from Tampa. And he is in the silver Chevy Cruze. And what does he do when law enforcement authorities from Georgia approach? He flees. More consciousness of guilt. You don't need Rashad Murphy on recording saying what he did. His actions, just like Alicia Andrews' actions after this crime, show their guilt. He fled because he knew what he had done and he knew what vehicle he was in. The phone evidence in this case. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davian Murphy, Alicia Andrews, you have all the evidence in this case about the phones. And just like the video evidence tracks them, just like all the photographs on the license plate reader of the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala, you have all of their phone and the timing advance showing that Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, and Davian Murphy, they all traveled together to Tampa from Jacksonville. It was coordinated. There is a reason it is coordinated. This was the plan all along. That is the only reason they were in Tampa, and that was to hunt and kill and gun down Charles Jones. That is the only reason. All of the evidence in this case shows you that. You were able to see, based on the video evidence in this case for yourselves, that he was hunted, that he was stalked, and that he was tracked, and that it was well coordinated. The McDonald's video, COVID mask, another lie. It is not her clubbing attire. It is part of her disguise. It is a part of Isaiah Chance's disguise. Do you think Isaiah Chance has any concerns about his health? Why is he wearing a COVID mask? It is to mask his face. She gives every reason to law enforcement why it is that she's wearing a COVID mask. Again, every time she is confronted in that interview, she lies again. She says that she's concerned about her health, and then because of all the smoke in the clubbing. You saw from this video at the McDonald's that her co-defendant, Davian Murphy, the driver, is sitting there puffing away while she is in the seat next to him, not wearing a COVID mask. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets into an Uber with a stranger and is in a car, a small confined space with him for 3.5 hours. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets out of that car. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she goes into the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane. But her phone tracks her everywhere, and that is why you get to see all of the video footage from that night. This was on the phone, again, showing them tracking and going back to teasers to stalk the victim. All of the license plate readers, all of the cell phone mapping, States Exhibit 77, which you heard from Detective Ramos, they don't just rely on the records provided to them by the cell phone companies. They actually verify and confirm the accuracy of those timing of the cell phone records by seeing if they could provide visual evidence. You heard from the defense expert and you heard from the defense attorney questioning the defense expert saying like, oh, they purposely kept out Players Club. They didn't purposely keep out Players Club. You heard from Detective Ramos that not only him, there are other members of the Tampa Police Department looking for surveillance video based on the timing advance records of the defendant. They were hoping to get video evidence of her everywhere. You heard of all the places they went looking for and asking for videos. That is what they were scouring. They were looking at the timing advance, trying to see where she had been, and they are following that path to see if they could get video footage of the suspects. And you saw that they got it at McDonald's. You saw that they got it at the USF poll cam. But you heard from Detective Ramos that there were no video footage at this Players Club. You heard from their expert that they are in the vicinity of Players Club. That is just another lie that she is telling you on the stand. There is no evidence whatsoever that they are doing anything but staging, waiting for the victim again to go to another location. But to fit into her story that she's just here for clubbing and not another lie to law enforcement, she must have gone to some other club to ask a bouncer whether or not the price was too high for them to get in. So what is it? Is the price too high? So they didn't go in? So that would make 3 clubs that she didn't go in. And the whole purpose of her coming to Tampa was to go clubbing. Again, she is telling lie after lie, and you get to judge her credibility and determine whether or not you believe any single word that came out of her mouth. This is that photo taken at Truth 18. This is her leaving. And we did ask about the bag. Is any of the AR rifles in the bag? We are not suggesting that there is any AR rifles in the bag. What we are suggesting to you, again, is that she is assisting. She knows all of the people. They are unloading that car at the same time. That is a bag that comes from Sean Gathrigh's house. It is loaded from Sean Gathrigh's house into the black Chevy Impala, and then it is unloaded again into Sean Gathrigh's house. She's telling you on the stand today that that belongs to her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. We see Isaiah Chance unload his vehicle. He never takes out a a pink duffel bag. Does it have the AR rifles in it? No. Does it have could it possibly have had clothes? We don't know. It is big enough to carry a firearm. It is big enough to carry ammunition. We don't ever have to prove to you what is in that bag. It is just another piece of evidence saying she is assisting them, she knows what is going on, and she is participating. She's not going to, she can't talk to any of these people, she can't have communication with any of these people, yet she can carry their bags out. She is comfortable with all of them. There isn't anything in these videos that suggests to you that she is afraid of any of them, that she is uncomfortable with any of them, or that she is scared of any of them. And I would suggest to you, when you're evaluating her testimony and what she said on the stand, it is full of not only lies, but contradictions. Is she afraid of Isaiah Chance? Was she forced to go on this trip? Was she a victim of domestic violence? Is she controlled by him? Yet she wants to make sure you know she doesn't live with him. She lives with her parents. And she can certainly tell him in a video and use language that isn't really suggestive of somebody who's truly afraid of somebody who can commit and control and make sure that they know every single thing that that person is doing. You judge that person's credibility and why it is they're telling you what they're telling you on that stand. Again, the cell phone mapping of her phone, cell phone mapping of her boyfriend's phone. There's only one time when he's using it, and that is close in time to the murder. And you know that there is a desperate attempt to get a hold of the other car. You have that pick up the phone, and then sharing of location, and then a couple of uses very close in time to where it is critical to get information to the shooters and the black Chevy Impala at 4:41 and 4:52 a.m. in the morning. This is that silver Chevy Cruze, again, with some unique identifying information. But you don't need that photograph. You don't need the license plate readers to know and to be able to be convinced overwhelmingly that she was in that vehicle, because she told you herself, in that interview with law enforcement, and you heard it. You heard before they really started confronting her with the evidence when they showed her photographs that she admitted that she was in those videos. So there is no doubt that she participated in her crime. There is no doubt as to her identity and her participation and everything that she has done in this case. And based on all the facts and all the circumstances of the evidence in this case, there is no reasonable doubt that she intended for this crime to be committed and that she assisted. She did more than assist. She participated as part of that surveillance team, posing as just normal, everyday people just happening to be walking in a parking lot so that her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, would not be detected by the rival gang, Mr. Rich Off War. There is no doubt that there was a war in Jacksonville involving both of these gangs, and that it came to Tampa when the defendant and all of her co-defendants brought it here. She is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as a principal in this case, and she is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And all of the evidence shows and proves to you beyond all reasonable doubt that she is guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a quick 2-minute comfort break, okay? Then we'll come back and we'll hear the defense closing.
All right.
Man, that closing argument sucked. She was dry as hell. No enthusiasm or nothing.
It did its job. She ain't had to do much.
Yeah, we see, boy. She was dry as hell. Like twerk or something. Put some spice to what you say.
Oh,
I think this is the break before
the defense
the
is
witch
about to. The defense about to give their closing arguments, but then the prosecution gets to give they get to do two closing arguments if they want, which I think is unfair. Yes, ma'am. Happy Halloween, I
Yeah,
guess.
buddy. They trying to nail her to the wall.
That's still Halloween.
Mm-mm. Like, do kids even celebrate Halloween anymore?
Yeah,
It's like I don't even see trick or
it's
treaters out here in
more.
the bayou I'm at.
Yeah, it's more Halloween parties than people actually going out trick or treating.
Try to get a damn Halloween costume. Got that on for me. I don't even believe in this shit. No damn costume.
What she say they was gone for a 15-minute comfort break?
I didn't even hear. I was doing something else. Well, I missed the last 3 minutes of our argument there. Of a close.
It's a lot of her argument. I had to go get baby Petty from school.
But come to think about it, boy, she really going through all this because she wanted chicken nuggets. When you come to think about it, she wasn't supposed to go on the trip from the get go. She put herself on the trip, and then she get hungry at the wrong time. That puts her in the car again. So I don't. So as far as them saying that she helped plot it. I don't think she helped plot it. I don't think she really knew what was going on at that time.
I guess. We'll find out in a couple hours, won't we?
Hell no, the nuggets wasn't worth it. She paid for half of it. It better been a 20 piece.
You got her 4 for $5.
Okay.
That'll be crazy to take one car. That leaves you one car to get back. You don't move like that. I'm sorry. No, I don't think she knew from the beginning. I agree with a couple of people over here in Pettigoat, man. I think she was playing the jealous role and she thought that he was going out of town to meet another girl. That's why she jumped in on the trip.
Boy, stop. She wanted Foolio dead.
Man, that's when she was 17.
What changed? Other than her
Yeah.
gang ties got deep.
All right, you win that round.
Man, you getting fooled by the light skin privilege, dog. Light skin privilege is getting you.
No, I'm just looking
They
at it
said the woman
from a
looked like
wider
her
frame.
auntie or her mama or somebody.
She do with them outfits.
No, I'm talking about the lady that just reached over her. They said they look like this her mama or somebody. And did say she came from a loving two-parent home. That could be her mama on her legal team.
Yeah. My baby ain't never hurt nobody.
And she got a baby in the midst of all of this.
She did speak better than dude's mom though. Dude's mom was just straight ghetto.
There's a pumpkin. There's a pumpkin.
Mr. McClement, can we get going while the rest of your team looks for the exhibit?
Oh.
Very good. All right, let's bring in our jurors. Oh, and I'm sorry, before we begin, do either the state or the defense object to me reminding the jurors that their identities will be confidential and that I've entered an order sealing the records regarding their names and that the signature and name of the foreperson will be redacted from the public record?
I have no objection, Judge.
No objection.
Okay, very good.
What's there to be scared of? She wasn't supposed to be scared. See, I know the brother gonna hold it down right now, man. He gonna come through and drop that soul. He about to drop that soul.
Yes?
All rise.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome back. All right, thank you, Mr. McClement. Everyone have a seat. You can proceed.
In the old days, old days, there was a warrior who had a best friend. This best friend of his was a dog. He named him Taz. These two went everywhere together. They were inseparable. But as time would have it, this warrior would get called off to war from time to time, and the dog would follow him out of the castle, out into the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he would leave Taz at the crossroads to go off for war. It don't matter if he was gone for a month, 3 months, 6 months. Every time he came back from war to the crossroads, he saw his dog, Taz, there, his best friend. One time, he took a wife, who bore him a child. And he had to go away to war. He came back one time, and he didn't see Taz at the crossroads. And that was strange. So he goes through the threshold into the courtyard, and there he sees Taz. But something is wrong with Taz. He's on the ground. He's not really moving. He's low to the ground. And there's this weird color to his fur. Taz leads him into the courtyard, into the castle, into a room where the bassinet was at for the baby. And there's blood all around the bassinet. The warrior knows exactly what happened. He takes his sword and he kills his best friend Taz. And then he hears a noise. He lifts the lid of the bassinet and there he sees his infant baby, alive and well. And next to the bassinet, there's a rabid wolf that Taz had killed. He drops his sword, never picks it up again. He picks up Taz, takes Taz out to the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he buries him. Builds a nice monument for his best friend. And every day for the rest of his life, he goes out to the crossroads and he asks his friend for forgiveness. The sword of justice has the ability to save the innocent when used with care and responsibility. When used recklessly, it has the ability to harm the innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent of every count, every lesser included, every crime that she is on trial for today. Perception is not reality. The perception of the detectives in this case was certainly not reality. The state sees Alicia as some gangster queen pin. They see her as someone who has red hair, bright red hair, bad tattoos, who hangs out with gang bangers, gang members, gang associates, an individual who's cold and heartless. But perception is not reality. What do you see? Alicia Andrews is an individual, a young individual, a young woman. She's well-spoken, she's mild-mannered, she's brave, she's strong, and she's a respectable young woman, as you saw when she took the stand. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. And that was clear from the evidence in this case, from every detective that testified. The Jacksonville sheriff's officers testified. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. She isn't. It doesn't matter how many pictures they show, the state shows, right? In fact, I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love these exhibits from 2021. And why do we love these exhibits? Because they embody exactly what the state's case has been about. Absolutely nothing. All of the evidence, now most of it, of this evidence has been about a gang war in Jacksonville for which Alicia Andrews does not take any part in. 98% of the evidence in this case that you saw over the last 2 weeks has to do with all of these individuals, whether it be Quan, whether it be Young and Ace, whether it be 6 Block, whether it be 1200, 2100. You've learned about where Jacksonville gangs live, whether it's on the north side, the east side. You've learned all of these things, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt that there are gangs in Jacksonville, that they kill each other, that they rap about killing each other, but you have not learned a single thing about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. From the start of this case, the defense never said anything about a romantic getaway with Alicia Andrews. The word romance never came from the defense. It came from Detective Ramos's perception of what Alicia Andrews told him.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes? Okay, so members of the jury, I've instructed you numerous times throughout this trial that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. It is just their opinions as far as what the evidence is and what the evidence means. Ultimately, what the evidence means is solely up to you. Okay? All right, go ahead.
As I was saying,
on the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip.
Is there a way to amplify the sound, Mr. McLemmon?
I want to start from the beginning. Alicia Andrews was asked by her boyfriend to inquire about an Airbnb. He doesn't say to her, Alicia, I need you to figure out about an Airbnb so that we can go to Tampa and we can kill Julio Foolio. He doesn't say, Alicia, I need you to go and inquire about an Airbnb so that me and 3 of my friends and you can all go hang out in the Airbnb. He doesn't give her any extra information. Sort of similar to how Sean Gathright was not giving Kyla Enright any extra information. No context. That's not how these individuals operate. He just asked her to inquire about an Airbnb, and innocently, Alicia Andrews does that. She gets on Instagram, she sends a text message to someone she knows and asks, do you have an Airbnb available? And the person says to Alicia Andrews, what day do you want the Airbnb for? And Alicia Andrews, not knowing that this is some murder plot, says, the 23rd, or what day do you have available? The first indication that she has no idea that she has to be in Tampa on the 23rd for Julio Foolio. Or else she would not be telling the person that she's inquiring whatever day you have available, or what days do you have available. The first indication, from the very first piece of evidence that the state has. If the detectives did not have this perception of Alicia Andrews that was flawed, maybe that would have been the first indication that she's innocent. That she did not know what was happening. The second indication from that same transaction is that Alicia Andrews never pressed the issue with this person. In fact, Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, off in their own world, got impatient. And they went ahead and booked the Airbnb without Alicia, because Alicia is not in the group. And because, like we said in opening statement, Alicia is not in the loop. Simple. The next thing that happens is that on the morning of the trip, what happens? Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, they're at Sean Gathwright's home. Where's Alicia? Not with the group. Not in the loop. Alicia Andrews is at home, doing whatever she's doing at home. Isaiah Chance gets to Sean Gathwright's house. You can see he has a gun. You can see he gets out of the car with the gun. He puts it in his waistband. He goes inside the house. He and Sean Gathright begin to pack the bags, moving bags from car to inside the house, or from car to car. They're moving the bags, shuffling the bags, hours worth of work, packing, get ready to go. It's only then, after they've done what they're conspiring to do, that they then go and pick up Alicia Andrews. She's not around them to know what they're doing, what they're planning, what they're discussing. She's not. It's simple. That's on camera. Thank the detectives for bringing you that footage. Because if we didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you that. So Alicia Andrews comes to Sean Gathwright's home. When she gets to Sean Gathwright's home, she doesn't go inside and say hi to him or his parents or anyone who's inside. She doesn't do any of that. She waits in the car, like Isaiah Chance tells her to do. She waits there until the other car pulls up. She gets out of one car, she gets in another, and then she takes off. Mind you, this is the third car that she's been in for that day, the third one. Because the first car was from her home to the place where Isaiah Chance picked her up. The second was Isaiah Chance's BMW to the home. And the third is this Impala that she's not familiar with to get down to Tampa. She gets to Tampa with her boyfriend and with Sean Gathright. And at that time, as the evidence is clear, there is no Rashad Murphy, there is no Davion Murphy at the Airbnb. At the Airbnb. So she goes inside of the Airbnb, and we'll reverse a little bit about that whole front door, back door issue. But she goes inside, and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy are not there yet. They're just not. And when she's asked about whether they're there when she gets there, and she says no, it's the truth, by their own data. She goes upstairs, and she's in the room. And at some point in time, these four men, they leave her at the Airbnb, and they go on their own mission, leaving her out of this group, out of the loop. So they leave her at the Airbnb, and she's not being texted to find out where Julio Foolio is. They're not asking her to DM Julio Foolio. There's no efforts by Alicia Andrews to reach out to anyone to figure out where Julio Foolio is, where his crew is at, where he might be partying, nothing like that. Alicia Andrews is back at the Airbnb looking for food after she was abandoned by her boyfriend. Looking for Pizza Hut, which she can barely afford, and then ultimately has to settle for McDonald's. So we'll talk about Alicia Andrews' arrival at the Airbnb for a little bit.
In order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner.
The detectives in this case were sure, 100% sure, that Alicia Andrews opened that front door with a code and let everyone else in through the back. Because as their theory, their perception would have it, is that Alicia Andrews is the cover for them. And so that was their perception, and so every piece of evidence that they looked at after that had to be that way. So this first piece of evidence, they see Alicia Andrews on the camera at the Airbnb, and they say, well, the reason why she's the only one on camera is because she opened the door and she let everyone else in through the back. And what kind of sense would it make if everyone is involved, everyone's conspiring together? What kind of sense would it make for Alicia Andrews to know that there's a camera at the front door and for her to sacrifice herself for a group of men that she's never even met before? To go to the front door of the Airbnb, stare the camera in the face, and put her identity out there. What kind of sense would that make? It would not make any sense. Alicia Andrews is not even concerned with the camera. You can see that from the video. You can see it. She doesn't look at the camera. She's not staring it down. She's not worried about it.
I'm in the car, you don't remember, and then you took it over?
I follow you.
And in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
What did Detective Ramos say? He said he spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. And so he's confident that he knows what he's talking about because he spoke to the owner. We spoke to the owner as well in court, in trial. And after he actually spoke to the owner, after he actually got the log in this case, the log, after he actually received it, a month or two prior to trial, he can't remember the date, he then realized that he was wrong. But that's not the only thing that Detective Ramos has been wrong about. It's not the only thing that the state has been wrong about in this case. But with the information that he did not have, with the video that he did have, he arrested Alicia Andrews on bad information. Without the log, without it, it is so evident that just by looking at the camera, Alicia Andrews never put in any code. It's evident because she knocks on the door. Why would Alicia Andrews knock on the door if she was the first person there and she had some code to put in to the Airbnb? She wouldn't. She would put in the code. She didn't put in a code because she knew somebody was already inside. So without the locking log, the Detective Ramos, should have known that there was no way that she was putting in a code to get in that front door because it's on video. But his perception led him down a different road. His perception was not reality. The door, as you can see, hinge open. She goes in, and someone's inside says, "My bad." But it wasn't until a month before trial that Detective Ramos realized he messed up. There's conversation, argument from the state that because Alicia Andrews didn't park in those two front parking spaces in front of the Airbnb, that's some consciousness of guilt. First off, Alicia Andrews is not driving the car. She's not driving the vehicle. Much less does Alicia Andrews know which parking spots are assigned to the Airbnb unit, if they are even assigned. We heard no evidence that the parking spaces at the Airbnb are assigned to anyone, that those two spaces in front of it, right in front, are particularly for the individuals that rent that Airbnb. There's no evidence of that. Don't forget that. And she's not driving the car. So if Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright parks on the side of the home, the Airbnb, she's going along with what they're doing. She's not going to tell them to park around the side. She doesn't even know where the door is until she's told where it's at. So, speed up. They leave the Airbnb. When I say they, I mean the four men. They leave the Airbnb, leave Alicia inside. When they don't see any sign or trace of Julio Foolio at Teasers, what do? Here comes Sean Gathright. Sean Gathright says, "I am going to text Kyla Enright, my girlfriend, and I'm going to see if she can get me the location for Julio Foolio." This is part 2 of their plan, or plan B. It's clear, because if Kyla Enright was a part of their plan the entire time, she would have been on point before they got there. It's clear that he's pivoting. He says, "I need y'all text Fat Boy." Kyla Enright says, "About what?" If she was in on any plan, if she had any idea what was going down, she wouldn't be asking him about what. He says, "Hey, sis, I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and you're trying to see him tonight." This is not a well thought out, orchestrated plan that the state would have you believe. These individuals are just flying by it, just trying to figure it out as they go. He know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. Sean Gathright says he in Tampa right now, but make it seem like you don't know he here or there. He at a B&B with 6. Be like, "Where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk." Then he says, "Never mind," at 12:39, for whatever reason. He's texting her these things. And then she writes back to him and says, "We at Tier the Club?" you want to come to the B&B with us, question mark. She thinks he might be where she's at, in a different city. She has no idea what Sean Gathright is texting her for or really about. But she's responding to him, innocently responding to him. He's trying to use her to commit a murder, and she has no idea. These individuals are very good at concealing their intent, at concealing what they're trying to do, and they're good at doing it to the people that they're closest to. Sean Gathright, his mother, and his grandmother have zero clue about what Sean Gathright does in his spare time. Zero. And they live with him. His mother lives with him. That's his grandmother's baby. You cannot tell Sean Gathbright's grandmother anything about her baby. They have no idea. She says, who B&B? And he says 6. Fools. It's his B-Day and Fat Boy with him. She says, not here in Jacksonville? And he says, nah, they in Tampa. So whoever is texting from Kyla Enright's phone has no idea that it's 1, Foolio's birthday, 2, that Foolio is not in Jacksonville. And so is it really that difficult to understand that not everybody is looking at Foolio or watching his page or knows where his birthday is or knows what club he might be at? It's not difficult to believe that, to understand that, to comprehend that, because it's here in your face. And this is not Alicia Andrews, but Alicia Andrews is in the same position because she doesn't follow his Instagram page like that. She may press the button. Julio has millions of followers. But it's clear from the evidence that she wasn't searching his page at or around this time. It's clear because the state had evidence that Rashad Murphy was using his phone to search Foolio on Instagram. That was clear. If the state had evidence that Alicia Andrews was searching for Foolio on Instagram, they would have rolled out the red carpet, put that evidence up there on the stand, and presented it to you all. There is absolutely zero evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to be in Tampa that weekend. Zero evidence. When Sean Gathright hears back from Kyla Enright, and Kyla Enright says, he's at Beezer's or something like that. She meant teasers. But Sean Gathright realizes that he's not getting anywhere with Kyla Enright because he's getting the same information that he already knew. So they have to pivot from that plan as well. So at that time, Isaiah Chance says, well, I might be able to figure this out. Alicia Andrews has a phone that maybe we can use. And you want to know why it's so obvious that Isaiah Chance was using Alicia Andrews? I mean, but for like the obvious detective realizing that in the interrogation. You don't know why it's so obvious outside of that? They don't need Alicia Andrews. They don't need her. You saw the photographs in Rashad Murphy's iCloud dump, which has a bag sitting in front of him with a burner phone or a prepaid phone. These individuals know how to get prepaid phones. They go to the store, they buy them, like Rashad Murphy did at the Walmart, and they're untraceable. But Isaiah Chance put his girlfriend's phone up as tribute. And she had no idea what was going on. Over 12,000 GPS coordinates from her phone for that weekend. 12,000. The others had very minimal. If you remember the testimony from Tom Pullen, very minimal. I mean, I believe Sean Gafford may have had 70 or someone else had 47. Alicia Andrews had 12,000. She had no idea that she should be either turning off her phone or doing anything to conceal the GPS points. She had no idea because she wasn't in the group, because she had no role in this conspiracy, in this murder plot. So Isaiah Chance says, okay, you all go in another car, and I'll go with Alicia. I'll take her in the Chevy Cruze, or the silver Chevy Cruze, and you all go in the bigger car, the Impala. And so he does come back. He gives her some McDonald's. He deals with her hunger very minimally, right? McDonald's, some chicken nuggets. And then he takes her to Teasers under this guise that he's taking her out. And does she know what he's actually doing? Absolutely not. There's absolutely zero evidence that she knows what he's doing. So he takes her to Teasers, and he's trying to use her phone, and he does use her phone. And the state's version of the story is that she is cover for him outside of this club. And while he may have been using her, it makes absolutely zero sense that Alicia Andrews is cover for him. And Alicia Andrews is not an invisibility cloak. Standing next to Alicia Andrews does not make him less noticeable. If anything, it would make him more noticeable. Robert Howard knows who Isaiah Chance is, with or without the medical mask. So if Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside as he testified, he would, I guess, let his friends know Isaiah Chance is around and he's in the vicinity. If Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside with a mask on, he would certainly let his friends know that Isaiah Chance is outside. Certainly. The mask itself, that's not helping. That's not concealing anything. If anything, that would make it worse. So when Alicia Andrews says that she's pregnant, and then when she went out to the club, she decided to put on a mask, it's because she's pregnant and doesn't want to inhale smoke from all these people. She's not wearing the mask for COVID purposes. Yes, COVID, you wanted to social distance. You wanted to not be around somebody, so you put the mask on. Even if it was just a couple of people, maybe you'd put the mask on. And then, you know, as time went on, people got lax. They wouldn't put the mask on if it was around people that, you know, a couple people. They would only put it on outside in the public. And remember, this is 2024. It's not the neck of COVID. It's not March 2020 when COVID started, or a little bit after that. Alicia Andrews is wearing the mask because of her pregnancy and because she doesn't want to inhale smoke. And she had just been to McDonald's on a McDonald's run. And during that McDonald's run, somebody right next to her started smoking. And she wasn't going to tell Davion Murphy to put it out. Somebody she doesn't know. This big individual in what she believes was his car. She wasn't going to tell him to put it out. But when they left McDonald's, she went and she got her face mask, and they went to the club. Outside of Teasers, in the video that you see, that you've seen enough times, I won't play it over for you, but outside of Teasers, you see Alicia Andrews arrive at Teasers. Her boyfriend is driving the vehicle. They get out. He asks her for the phone. She gives it to him. She unlocks it. He tries to make a call. The only logical explanation for what happened when he tried to make that call is that the other person did not pick up the phone. Why is that logical, and why is it the only logical explanation? Is because a few minutes after that, he's texting Sean Gafford to pick up the effing phone. Twice. You do that when somebody does not answer the phone. So when they're outside of Teasers and they're on video camera and You see him with the phone there. Yes, he's probably trying to call, and it's probably ringing. But the reason why he texts a few minutes later to pick up the phone is because the phone didn't connect. And the call detail records at 2:31 show that there was a call that went out and a call that did not connect. It didn't connect. So whatever the state wants you to think that Alicia overheard in that time, there was nothing to overhear. And Isaiah Chance says, okay, well, this club is packed, let's go. Alicia Andrews is like, all right, whatever. She gets in the passenger seat. They go to another area off of Hillsborough. This is what the detective testified to. And for some reason, the detective wasn't able to track down the location on Hillsborough where Alicia Andrews was at, but he was able to track down the other locations. He was able to track down the McDonald's that she went to and got cameras there. He was able to track down teasers. He was able to track down Truth 18. He was able to track down the USF parking lot pole camera. And he was able to track down Tesla cameras, Home 2 Suites cameras, all of these cameras, except for the ones on Hillsborough. And Alicia Andrews testified that she was at another place called Players Club. And if that's the location where she went up, where I guess Isaiah Chance went up to the bouncer, asked how much it cost to get in, gave them too high of a price, he's like, okay, let's try to go somewhere else. And Alicia Andrews, there's no Charles Jones at this second place. There's no Julio Foolio at this second place. And the reason why there's no camera footage there, the reason why that place was never really discovered is because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because Charles Jones was not there at that other place. So if Charles Jones is never there, the detectives aren't trying hard enough to figure out what's going on in that area, why they went over there, whether there's any cameras over there, because Charles Jones never made it to that location. He was never slated to go there. So they keep repeating over and over throughout the trial, you went to the only places where Charles Jones was at, the only two clubs he was at. That's not the only places where Alicia Andrews was at. So from there, they get in a car, they go to Truth 18, but on the way, I guess the GPS coordinates say they went to Teasers, and then they go to Truth 18. The times would show that if they did go back to Teasers, that Charles Jones was already gone by the time they made it back to Teasers, if I'm not mistaken. So then, somehow, Isaiah Chance takes her to Truth 18. Somehow he figures out that he should be at Truth 18. They go to Truth 18. He's again using her phone. He's on FaceTime with someone. He is showing the person the Truth 18 building. And he takes a picture, and Alicia Andrews says, I heard him talking to an individual. I don't know who he was talking to. But I heard him say, this place is packed, and where are y'all at? Isaiah Chance is a smart individual. He doesn't want to tell Alicia Andrews what's going on. He's not going to say on the phone exactly what he's doing. He has a way that he can communicate with somebody on the other phone, on the other end, without telling Alicia Andrews enough information for her to figure out what is going on. It's simple. Where y'all at? And they may say where they're at. And he's telling them where he's at. And if they're in the same group and they're on the same page, they clearly know that they should probably be at this location. Because they've already had this conversation. They've already had these discussions. He doesn't have to say much. She's following him around. At some point they get back in the car, and he starts to drive erratic. And Alicia Andrews said that this was different behavior. He was acting strange. He was acting funny. And he drives on that USF pole camera. You see he comes down this way. They make the right at the light. They make a U-turn, and they make a right into USF. And they're over there for 5 minutes. That part of it is off camera. I don't know if there was another pole camera over there that Detective Ramos could have picked up, but it's off camera. Isaiah Chance gets out of the car, just stops the car in sort of like the middle of the road, gets out of the car, takes the phone with him, and is out talking, out of earshot of Alicia Andrews. They stay in that area for about 5 minutes, then he gets back in the car, runs a red light, goes into the Home 2 Suites parking lot, is in there for less than a minute, goes in, circles around, and leaves out. And why does he leave out of the parking lot before anything happens? Because he doesn't want Alicia Andrews to see what happened. He doesn't want Alicia Andrews to witness what happened. He kept everything away from Alicia Andrews so that she wouldn't know what was happening. They get back to the Airbnb, and these other individuals are already there. They're already there. Whether they left their guns inside of whatever car they drove there in, whether they packed them up before Alicia got there. When she got there, she went inside, she just saw these individuals. Like she said, they looked disoriented, they smelled, and she decided to just go upstairs. And anytime that she did come downstairs and they were talking, anytime that she did come downstairs, they would stop talking because she's not in the group. And it makes complete sense, because why would some strangers, Davion and Rashad Murphy, why would they include Alicia Andrews in a plot to kill an individual? They don't even know Alicia Andrews. Why would you include someone you do not know in a plot to kill a famous person? But Isaiah Chance, he wanted to bring Alicia Andrews along, and whatever he had to work out with them, with these men or whatever, he worked out with them, and she was there. Common sense, if we're talking common sense, would have you know that he and the other men probably had a conversation. This is my girl, look, don't worry about her. I'll keep her out of it. And she was kept out of it. Alicia Andrews is never seen with any guns on any of these cameras. Alicia Andrews is not carrying any of these big, heavy bags as much as the state wants you to believe that she is. She carries her bags, and then the one time she's carrying the pink bag is when she puts it in the Uber. And that pink bag clearly does not have heavy ammunition and rifles in it. Clearly. When I asked Detective Ramos, will those rifles fit in the pink bag? Instead of just saying no, because that's the truthful and honest answer, he says, I don't know. I don't know how big the pink bag is, but we all can see the pink bag on the video. We can see how small it is, the size of it in relation to Alicia Andrews. The bag doesn't fit rifles in it. It doesn't. The rifles, you saw them for yourselves. You had Amara Drew stand right in front of you, show you the rifles, show you the safety on the rifles, show you how it works, what it does, why it does what it does. The brass catchers had an entire class on these rifles. So use that information. It's evidence. It may not be evidence against Alicia for this crime, but it's some evidence. And you can use that evidence to show that there's no way that those rifles could fit in that pink bag. And I don't know why the pink bag became such a big thing in this trial. Because there's no evidence, and the state agrees that they don't know what's in the pink bag. There's no relevance to showing this pink bag. It's just a pink bag. Probably dirty laundry inside of it. So, when you deliberate, there's some things that you should know that Alicia did not know. Alicia did not know to go through some back door at the Airbnb to conceal her face on the camera. That never made sense from the beginning. Alicia Andrews did not know who was going on this trip. She didn't know Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy were going to join them. She didn't even know Sean Gathright was going to be joining her and Isaiah Chance on this trip. Isaiah Chance said, I'm going to Tampa. She said, I want to go. He said, you can come. He meets with Alicia Andrews. They go to Sean Gathwright's house. She says, why are we here? He says, oh, we're going to ride with Sean Gathwright. She's like, all right, whatever. She didn't know who was going on the trip. Alicia Andrews didn't know who was on the other end of the phone calls that Isaiah Chance was making. She did not know who was on the other end of the text messages that Sean Gathwright sent out. She didn't even know that Sean Gathwright was sending out any text messages to an individual named Kyla Enright. Alicia Andrews did not know that she should stay off her phone, that she should turn it off. That's evidenced by the fact that she had over 12,000 GPS points, data points on her phone. She did not even know who Davion and Rashad Murphy were, if that wasn't clear throughout this trial. Didn't know them. Barely knew Sean Gathwright. Met him one time at a family gathering. And when you go to these gatherings and there are a lot of people that you do not know, it is difficult to remember who was even at the gathering. You see a bunch of people, you grab a plate of food, you go outside. People you could probably have seen and come in contact with during the gathering and not realize later on, a year later, 6 months later, whenever, that you even met this person before. She didn't stay there for an extended period of time. She wasn't hanging out with Sean Gathwright in the house. You heard what she said. Her boyfriend does not like her around other men, his friends, because he's controlling, he's possessive, he's jealous, he's manipulative. So he doesn't want her around other men that he knows, or other men that he doesn't know, for that matter. And that's evidenced by the text messages showing that he doesn't even want her posting certain things on social media, telling her to delete it. And she does what he says. Alicia Andrews, like I said earlier, didn't know that there were guns in some of these bags. And is that so hard to digest? No. The Uber driver handled the bags. He was helping with the bags when he dropped them off in Jacksonville. He didn't know that there were any guns in the bags. Sean Gathwright's grandmother watched Sean Gathwright transfer bags from one car to the next, and she didn't know that there were guns or ammunition in the bags. She didn't know that the Forerunner would be stopped and they'd find ammunition, casings, and all these different things in it. She never saw any of that. She was standing right next to him when he switched the items from the vehicles, standing right next to him. Alicia Andrews did not know where she was going in Tampa, except for, with the exception of the McDonald's, but she asked to go there. But she didn't know which club she was going to, just like any of the other women that testified.
Alright. Do 6 Block and ATK get along?
I don't know, I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into
Object, may we approach?
Okay.
Yes.
Then
Stop. Stop.
Yeah, I guess that mean if she didn't know what was in the bag and she was standing next to him, and the Uber guy didn't know, how was homegirl was going to know what was in the bags?
You heard the testimony for yourself.
He blowing
got
it.
up and they said, I was just a passenger.
You think so?
I was just following Foolio around.
Or am I
was
just looking
following
at it too simple?
My boyfriend around, or these other people around. All the women that testified in the state's case in chief all of them said the same thing. I am just a girl. I was just following the individuals. I don't know where I was at. I had never been to Tampa before. I'm not familiar with this area. I don't know the names of the places that I went. I don't know where they were at. I was just following people around. Alicia Andrews' phone came up in this trial. Alicia Andrews' phone was broken several times. Alicia Andrews' phone was never recovered. The detectives in this case never searched her home because they claimed they never had probable cause for a search warrant, which is a problem all by itself. But if you don't have a phone and an individual is supposed to have used this phone in a murder plot, surely you could get a search warrant to search where that individual lives. And that never happened. Never happened. The Text Now application that Alicia Andrews was using. The Text Now application, as we heard, is an application that you can use on an iPhone either when you don't have service or if somebody blocks you from regular service, you can use the Text Now application to text. And Alicia Andrews would use the Text Now application to text Isaiah Chance. Specifically around the time of this murder plot, she was doing it because he had blocked her on the regular text messaging app, and so she was using the Text Now app to text him back and forth. And you see the text messages that were recovered from the iCloud or the phone or wherever in evidence. There are text messages as recent as June 17, 2024. When Alicia Andrews got a new phone, when she got a new phone, her iCloud was still there. And they were able to pull from the iCloud. No evidence that Alicia Andrews knew of any murder plot. No evidence that Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. No evidence that she conspired with any of these individuals. Alicia Andrews had messages that went back years. And they have them. Thousands of messages. Dig all the way back to 2020, 2021. Back when she was in high school, talking to her best friend at the age of 17. They went all the way back. And the best that they could find is that Alicia Andrews in 2021, when she was 17 years old, told her best friend that she thought Charles Jones was ugly and that he needed to die. And why did she say he needed to die? Charles Jones, as you all heard, was an individual who caused a lot of havoc in Jacksonville. Does that mean she wants him dead? Does that mean that she was going to actually kill him? She formed it in her mind at the age of 17 that she was going to one day group up together with 4 individuals, go to Tampa and kill him? No, that's not what it means. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. And because Charles Jones, Julio, Foolio, is causing so much havoc in the city, there's only so many ways that he could stop doing that he could stop causing the killing, the back and forth, because that is what he was doing. Perpetuating it is either he stops making the music, or he decides that, hey, I'm going to make music that is actually good for the community. Or what happened? He's perpetuating this stuff. They all are, all these people in these gangs, perpetuating it back and forth. And it actually becomes reality for them. Because they're talking about it day in and day out. and they're going back and forth with each other, day in and day out, whether it be for money, whether it be for views, whether it be for clicks. It becomes their reality because they speak it into existence. And this is a tragic situation. All of those boys, those men that died, I don't care if it's ATK, 1200, 2100, it's completely tragic. This entire gang war that they have going on in Jacksonville, or so they call it. Individuals dying, going to prison. I mean, Alicia Andrews is really just a regular girl. And she knows people that she went to school with in middle school or high school that have died, gotten shot on school campus. These things aren't regular. These things aren't normal. This is a terrible situation that these young men are in Jacksonville. And you heard all about it throughout the trial. It's terrible, it's tragic, but it has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to go to Tampa and kill Charles Jones. Nothing. All of what you saw was a smokescreen. All of what you saw was an attempt by the state, by the detectives, to put Alicia Andrews in a box, to put Alicia Andrews in this circle of people, birds of a feather. And it was an attempt to get you to just say, oh, she must be guilty because she hangs out with these people, or she knows this person, this will go crazy individual. That there was really no evidence that she really spoke to him. She spoke about him in a text message. Okay. She spoke about Robert Howard too. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She spoke about Bibby. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She was just speaking about things that she had seen in either real life or on social media. She doesn't know these individuals, but she knows of them. Beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That is the standard of proof in this case. That is the standard by which the state has to prove this case. They have to prove that Alicia Andrews committed both crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you ask yourselves whether at the close of evidence you felt or you knew that the state proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt, you can almost guarantee that that was not the situation. So let's talk about reasonable doubt. The judge is going to read instructions to you and tell you where you can find reasonable doubt. And I have an acronym for it. It's called CLE. You find reasonable doubt in the conflicts in the evidence, in the lack of evidence, and the evidence itself. Is there really enough evidence in this case? Think about the conflicts in the evidence, the issues that the detectives had. Think about whether there were any conflicts in Alicia Andrews' testimony. Alicia Andrews did not have to take the stand, but she did. And she told her story, and you can't teach that. It either is the truth or it's not. Alicia Andrews showed you that she has nothing to hide from you all. Nothing. This is not a police interrogation room. This is not a room that she's being pressured by 2 detectives in some small closed-off area. This is a courtroom. And she came in here and told you the truth about everything. And as much as the state pushed and pushed and pushed and tried to get her caught up in some lie or some story, Alicia Andrews never, not once, went impeached. Not once. So is there any conflict in Alicia Andrews' testimony? No, not at all. 100% flawless. In this case, there is a clear lack of evidence, and it doesn't matter how many times the state says that they have overwhelming evidence in this case. They do not. The only thing that was overwhelming about the evidence in this case is the fact that there's a gang war going on in Jacksonville. That's it. Overwhelmingly, everybody is aware that people are dying back and forth because of drill rap music in Jacksonville. That is the overwhelming evidence in this case. This case is not about some October 7th, 2023 shooting. It's not. A shooting that's still under investigation almost 2 years later. A shooting which Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has not made any arrests. A shooting which there's no probable cause to arrest anyone. But they claim that Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright are the suspects in that case. But they haven't been arrested for anything. After 2 years of an open case. And that case is being used to tie Alicia Andrews into this case, and she has nothing to do with the October 7th shooting of Charles Jones. You saw text messages between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance around that same time period, from 2023. And what is Isaiah Chance telling Alicia Andrews? That he doesn't want to be around her right now, he needs some time because his friend has died. She's not even around him at that time. But somehow, some way, that information, that evidence is in this trial. It's being used to try to convict Alicia for these charges. And the two have nothing to do with each other. The town center shooting has nothing to do with this case. The fact that some person named 23 died, that youngin' Ace got shot, that his brother was there and his brother got shot as well, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews knew that her boyfriend and these other individuals were going to Tampa to kill Charles Jones. It has nothing to do with anything. This town center shooting, the Rains shooting, the one that happened in 2018 with Robert Howard, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones or even knew that he was going to die. Nothing. All of this back and forth from 2018 that you heard, all of it, just think about it. What does it have to do with Alicia Andrews? And over, every witness after witness, didn't know Alicia Andrews, couldn't tell you the relevance of some of the things that the state presented against Alicia Andrews. If this case were against any of Alicia Andrews' co-defendants, it'd be a different story. But this case is against Alicia Andrews. This is state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews, and I would like to stay in that world. Probable cause is a standard. You heard about it in this trial. You need probable cause to make an arrest. You also need probable cause to get a search warrant. It's not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is higher than probable cause. It's also higher than what they call the greater weight of the evidence, which is a little bit over 50%. If you put your hand on a scale, or if you put a scale up and you put a piece of feather on one scale and it tips it a little bit over, that's the greater weight of the evidence. Reasonable doubt is higher than that. Reasonable doubt is even higher than what they call clear and convincing evidence. It's higher than that. Reasonable doubt, beyond reasonable doubt, is the highest burden in a criminal trial. The highest.
This nigga putting everybody to sleep.
Great responsibility to the state. They are the individuals who own that burden, who have to hold that burden. And if there's any evidence in this case that you did not see, if there's any evidence that you wish you would have seen, that you feel should have been presented, that you need in order to make a decision, that is all on the state. The defense does not have a burden. The burden never shifts to that side of the room. Never. It remains with the state for the entire case. So if there's any evidence that you wish you would have saw, that you just don't have, that they don't have, it is on the state. Every Thanksgiving, there's a grandmother. She would make food. In her kitchen, she'd make this food for her family. She makes the food and she sits at the kitchen counter. She likes to make food with a glass of wine. She takes a sip from the glass of wine and she's making different things. She's seasoning the curry chicken, the brown stew chicken, the oxtail, the dumplings. She's handling it. And as she's taking a sip from this glass of wine, she drops it by accident. She starts to pick up the pieces of the glass and she starts to put them together. So she gets to the very last piece and she realizes she's missing a piece that she cannot find. She looks at the glass, she looks at the food that she's preparing, and not for 1 second, she takes the food, all of it, and she throws it away. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you all need to throw this case away. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of anything. Not first-degree murder, certainly. Not second-degree murder. Not manslaughter. Nothing. Not conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Absolutely nothing. The state has not proven anything against Miss Andrews, except for the fact that she hung out with a bad boyfriend. Fortunately for Miss Andrews, there are several reasons to doubt. There's enough to go around for everyone. There's no direct evidence showing that Alicia Andrews had any knowledge of a plan to commit the homicide in this case. Alicia Andrews is not a gang member or gang affiliate. All of the evidence that you heard in this case about this gang war has nothing to do with her. Investigators have found no proof that she participated in, planned, or assisted with the homicide in any way. In this case, when questioned by the detectives, Alicia Andrews was truthful about her involvement in this case. Truthful. She gave them the information about herself. She was not going to sit there and convey information about people she did not know, people who could potentially harm her. She was not going to do that. And the detectives started off the conversation, both of them said it. If you don't want to talk about something, you don't have to talk about it. She decided she wasn't going to talk about certain things. The detectives charged Alicia Andrews with first-degree murder on incorrect assumptions that she was some cover, that she was letting people into the back door to hide their identities. Unlike the other individuals, Alicia Andrews made no attempt to conceal her whereabouts. Her phone was on, fully active. She walked into that Airbnb, the front door camera. No issues. Made no attempts to conceal that. Alicia Andrews never possessed a firearm. All the other individuals in this case had on black. Black, all black. Alicia Andrews went out with her blue jean jacket, her Crocs on. This is not attire to go stalking anyone. This is not the attire to go running around shooting anyone. She went outside, colorful as ever. There's no confession in this case. There's no cooperating witness in this case at all. And there's no physical evidence tying Alicia Andrews to this case. The only evidence that was sent off for any testing was the 30 casings that were left at the scene. 30 casings. And those came back, nothing, no DNA, no evidence. There was other evidence that could have been tested. All the evidence that Sean Gathright had on him, the evidence at Sean Gathright's mother's house, when I say the evidence that was on Sean Gathright, I mean the evidence in the Forerunner, the ammunition, the guns and whatnot. Those things could have been swabbed for DNA, for fingerprints. And had Alicia's fingerprints or DNA been on any of those items, you would know that she must have been involved in some sort of planning. Because as people conspire to do things, and they conspire to shoot someone with weapons, what do? They pass them around. Things get passed around. You take this gun, you take that gun. There's no evidence of any of that. There's no evidence that any of that stuff was ever analyzed. Not by the ATF, not by Tampa Police Department, not by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, not by the Gwinnett County Police Department. This was a multi-agency effort. And they presented zero evidence that any of that stuff was analyzed for any DNA or fingerprints. And they did that because, or they didn't do it, because I guess they felt they had a strong enough case without it. And maybe they do for the other individuals, but not for Alicia Andrews, not for an innocent person, not for a person who had no knowledge of this conspiracy, not for a person who had no intent to kill anyone, not for a person who did not commit any acts to kill someone. I want to go over a particular jury instruction, this principal jury instruction. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the following two things. So, Alicia Andrews is only treated as if she was one of the shooters in this case, if those two things at the bottom exist. So Alicia Andrews has to intend for the crime to occur. And in addition to that, she has to do some act or say something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. So one, she's got to intend for this crime to happen. And where is the evidence of Alicia Andrews' intent for this to happen? None. As much as the state says there's overwhelming evidence, there's a mountain of evidence, where is it? Can you identify it after an entire trial? Intent. It doesn't exist. The second part, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended. Again, you still have to intend. The act that you commit has to be committed with an intent. So if Alicia Andrews gives her phone to her boyfriend, but does not intend for him to use that phone to kill somebody, then she's not guilty. Not just because you give your phone to somebody or because somebody uses you means that you're guilty and you should be charged like the people who actually committed the offense, who actually committed the shooting. So this is a very, 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 very important jury instruction for you all to understand completely. The defendant intended the crime to occur, and the defendant did some act. And that act was with the intent that this crime occurred. And the state has neither in this case. I do want to go over second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a lesser included in this case, right? So on your verdict form, you'll see different boxes that you can check. It'll be first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of second-degree murder either. Yes, Charles Jones is dead. That's the first element. There's no debate that Charles Jones is dead. So we're not debating that, but that's not how someone gets convicted of second-degree murder, not just because someone is dead. You have to have some link. So 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. What act did Alicia Andrews do that caused Charles Jones's death? Absolutely nothing. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Charles Jones by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for life. Alicia Andrews did not commit any acts that caused Charles Jones to die, and therefore she is not guilty also of second-degree murder. Manslaughter. Again, it's similar. Charles Jones is dead. That is the first element, and there's no dispute about that. But there still has to be some link to someone being dead and someone being convicted for that person's death. So either Alicia or acts that caused the death of Charles Jones, or Alicia Andrews intentionally procured an act that caused the death of Charles Jones, or the death of Charles Jones was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. And Alicia Andrews is not guilty of manslaughter either. Alicia Andrews had no idea, not at any point that night, that her boyfriend at the time or that any of his friends intended to kill Charles Jones that night. No evidence of that whatsoever. The state keeps mentioning a consciousness of guilt. That is not an element in this case. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an intent to kill. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an act which is required under the jury instructions. Consciousness of guilt is a term that has no bearing in your decision.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these are just the opinions of the attorneys and their closing arguments. You will be given the law, and you are to follow the law that I give you. Okay, thank you.
And as the judge gives the law at the end of this case, when the judge reads the jury instructions, I want you to look for anywhere where it says consciousness of guilt. The state is begging you to ignore the law and find Alicia Andrews guilty without any evidence of it. They're asking you to speculate every step of the way, to just believe that there must have been something out there that they couldn't find that would have Alicia Andrews convicted of this crime. Speculate, assume, make assumptions. Just find her guilty without any evidence. You heard the detective from the ATF task force. He testified in this case. Testified about how the federal government, he works for the ATF, the federal government did not get referred this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Its relevance.
Again, members of the jury, you will rely upon your own recollection of what the evidence was in this case, and you'll take that recollection and apply it to the law that I give you in reaching your verdict.
The ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said the ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
Okay, well, that is not relevant to this, to your...
He testified to it, Judge.
I understand, but it should have been objected to, so...
In this case, the state has the burden. And because the state has the burden in this case, they get the last word. So they get a rebuttal closing argument. So after I sit down, the state gets up, and they get to argue one more time. The defense doesn't get to say anything after that. But we've said enough. This trial has been 2 weeks long. It's been a very important trial for everyone involved, especially for Ms. Andrews. Today is the most important day of her life. And we ask, just as we asked in voir dire in jury selection, that you treat it fairly. There is one place that you cannot take away someone's voice, and that's inside of a courtroom. I have an innocent individual's life in my hands. And so do each and every one of you. When the state gets an opportunity to argue to you, you should be listening to where the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt is that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was even going to be in Tampa. That Alicia Andrews knew beyond a reasonable doubt that Charles Jones was going to die. That her co-defendants had that intent. There is no evidence, much less evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. These individuals did not need Alicia Andrews. She was not some sort of cover, some invisibility cloak for them. The state mentioned in opening statement that Alicia Andrews was used by Isaiah Chance to look less threatening, to provide some cover. None of that ever bore out during the trial. During opening statement, the prosecutor stood before you and showed you videos of Isaiah Chance packing with Sean Gathright. Then he said that Alicia Andrews was picked up and that Isaiah Chance returned to the party with his contribution. He was referring to a gun, and he showed you on the screen there a gun, and he showed you how the gun was sticking out with the extended magazine and the dust cover of the gun. And it was almost as if he was saying that Alicia Andrews was with Isaiah Chance when he had this gun out. Because if that was the case, she would know that there's guns involved. She would know. But that wasn't the case, because none of that happened in Alicia Andrews' presence. The prosecutor in this case, in opening statement, said twice that Alicia Andrews was driving We alluded to the fact that Alicia Andrews was driving a vehicle in this case. And at no point in time is there any evidence that Alicia Andrews drove any vehicle. There is evidence to the contrary. Alicia Andrews doesn't drive. She doesn't make the decisions. She's not in control of the vehicle. And Alicia Andrews is not in control, or was not in control, of what happened to Charles Jones. So when you go back into the jury room and you deliberate, you've seen all the evidence. There is no more evidence to show you. Because you've seen all the evidence, you know all the facts, there you know that there is only one verdict for each count. There's only one verdict, and it's the same verdict for each count. The same verdict. That verdict is that Alicia Andrews, as it relates to the charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, is that Alicia Andrews is not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McClement. State your rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor. Members of the jury, we're almost there. Mr. McClement told you that this gang war in Jacksonville is tragic. That's the only thing that I think that the state is in agreement with what he just argued to you. It is very tragic, the killing on both sides that happened, and the law places a high regard for the sanctity and the protection of human life. And the law protects everyone equally. It doesn't matter who the victim is, and it doesn't matter what the victim does for a living. If you purposely intend to commit first-degree premeditated murder and kill a person, regardless who that person is, and we have proven all of those elements, the law requires that that person be convicted. And when you talk about the standard of proof, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that is what you have in this case, and you have higher than that. The defense attorney has asked or suggested to you, where is the DNA? Where is the fingerprints? All of that type of evidence is to establish one thing: who is the perpetrator? When there is a killer and there is no evidence, there is no eyewitness, and there is no videotape, then the law allows us to present evidence, direct evidence, and circumstantial evidence to you to establish and prove the identity of the perpetrator. Somebody broke into a house and shot and killed a person, and nobody saw it, and that person broke a window to get in and left their blood on that window, that could be used to establish what? The identity of the perpetrator. If they weren't wearing gloves and they touched that window and the law enforcement officers dusted for prints, they would send it off. It is very, very rare when you capture the entire crime on video. This age of digital technology proves beyond all reasonable doubt what happened in this case. You don't need an eyewitness to come in here and tell you what happened to Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024. You don't need a fingerprint analyst to come in here and tell you who killed Charles Jones on that date. And you certainly don't need a DNA analyst because you saw it. His murder is captured on video. There are 2 cars involved, and you saw what happened at each and every location. We don't have to present DNA evidence to you. We don't have to present fingerprint evidence to you. Law enforcement officers didn't need to submit any sort of DNA to the labs to figure out what happened in this case. Because of digital evidence and video evidence, you know everything that happened to that victim. He was hunted. He was stalked. He was hunted at teasers. He was stalked, and then he went to a second location, to Truth 18, and he was followed, and he was hunted, and he was stalked. And you saw both of the vehicles that are involved in this case. And she is in the silver Chevy Cruze. There is no doubt about that. We don't have to fingerprint the silver Chevy Cruze. We don't have to dust it or swab it for DNA to know that she is in that car with her boyfriend. You saw that silver Chevy Cruze. You saw it at teasers, following, going, parking, and then the two of them get out to get in eyesight of the victim. All of that is clear. What is also clear is she is not going up to the club. She's not going clubbing. Neither is her boyfriend. It is for one purpose: to stalk the victim, Charles Jones, in this case. And at the second scene, all of that is on video as well. You see the parking lot of that location. You see it with your own eyes. And there is no doubt who every single individual is in both of those cars. We have proven it beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And you saw it at the Home to Suites video. You saw it at the USF poll cam. That victim is followed. And you saw those text messages from Sean Gathright to Kayla Enright. They want to know where Julio Foolio is, where 6 is. And in those messages to Kyla Enright, you know that they are watching him. You know, and you saw what Charles Jones is doing that night. He's on Instagram. When Sean Gathright contacts Kyla Enright, they say what? We're looking for 6. He's in Tampa. He's at an Airbnb. You saw his Instagram story. He's posting live. He's at an Airbnb. The only location that they weren't aware of that wasn't planned is this pool party at the Airbnb. Defense has suggested to you, Kyla Enright, she's not charged. No, she's not. There is a law, the law of principle, that shows that we have to prove that the person who assists, the person who is a principal, intended the crime to be committed and did something to assist. Kyla Enright is in no way in the same position as this defendant. She is not in a vehicle with all of the perpetrators. She is not stalking the victim. She is not in Tampa. There isn't any evidence other than a message to her while she's in another location to contact someone to find 6. To suggest to you that any of the girls or young women in the victim's party is in the same position of her is preposterous. Nobody in the victim's party is doing anything but celebrating a birthday party. When you talk about beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, to suggest to you that evidence from the defendant's phone only 3 years before this homicide has been committed, of where she says the victim in this case that she hopes he dies, to suggest to you that that isn't relevant to intent. This is a homicide case where she is charged with first-degree murder of Charles Jones, of Julio Foolio, where she is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. To suggest to you a message to a friend where she specifically says, I hope Foolio dies, is not important critical evidence for you to hear. To suggest to you that the attempted murder of a victim that occurred only months before his actual murder, that connects them to that, is not evidence of first-degree murder. It absolutely is. The killers didn't get him in October. The rifle that was used to shoot him, that shot that projectile, that shot him in the foot, a casing was recovered from that scene. The fact that that is connected to the homicide to kill the exact same victim is absolute evidence of intent. It is the most powerful type of evidence of intent that could possibly come before you. When we talk about her phone evidence, when we talk about what we have to show to prove that she had the knowledge and the requisite intent, that is why we brought that phone evidence to you. Because there's no doubt of what happened to this victim. There's absolutely no doubt of how he was stalked. And I think the defense attorney said and talked about Rashad Murphy and Davan Murphy, about how they would not allow her to know what was going on. What I can make an argument about that and submit to you is that I do agree with that. There is no way that people who are going to commit first-degree premeditated murder would allow anybody into their inner circle unless they were absolutely trusted, that they absolutely trusted that person 100%, that that person is ride or die, because all of them can be identified if law enforcement finds out. And she absolutely proves that that's exactly what she is, because when faced with law enforcement, when faced with telling her that you could be charged, that you will be charged with first-degree premeditated murder, she would not give any of them up. She would not give a name. She would not give a description, because she did not want to implicate any of them. And when we talk about consciousness of guilt, that is evidence. Just like circumstantial evidence, all of that is considered evidence in a case. There's not going to be anything in these instructions that define for you what direct evidence is, what circumstantial evidence is, or what consciousness of guilt evidence is. But all of the evidence that is presented to you can be evaluated by you to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty. And she is not innocent. The evidence in this case proves overwhelmingly that she lied to law enforcement. And that evading of law enforcement, that lying to them, shows that she has something to hide. Innocent people don't have to lie to law enforcement. Innocent people are cooperative and tell what they know when somebody has been killed in cold blood. And that is what has happened in this case. Charles Jones was hunted and he was tracked down and he was killed. And to suggest to you that she was not a trusted member of this group, of this conspiracy, flies in the face of all of the evidence. We rely on you to use your common sense when you evaluate this evidence, and when you look at what is on her phone, and when you see the personal animosity and what she was living in at the time when she wrote those messages. The one message that isn't in evidence, when I asked her about Antonio Tilley and the person who died the day before Charles Jones is shot in the foot. Remember that? I refreshed her recollection.
Well, you need to link it up to evidence they did here, okay?
You heard her testimony. I questioned her on her conversations with Isaiah Chance, her co-defendant, her boyfriend, the person that she continues to protect again and again and again. I questioned her about the communication she specifically had with him in 2023, not 3 years before this homicide, less than a year before this homicide. And she claims she knows nothing about the gang stuff. She knows nothing that is going on. There is more than one conversation with her and Isaiah Chance about what is going on in this gang war and who has been killed personal in their lives. One you saw in evidence, the town center, where it is clear they have talked about it before, because her response when she realized it's about the town center and that 23 has been killed there, she says, I forgot. I'm sorry, we don't have to go there. That conversation is in evidence. You also have testimony from her on the stand specifically about the death of her boyfriend's good friend, Antonio Tilley, that occurred on October 6th, the early morning hours going into October 7th of 2023, where I specifically asked her on the stand, you've talked to him about that. Oh, I can't really remember. So we refreshed her recollection. It's not in evidence, but we refreshed her recollection with the conversation. All of a sudden, she remembers it, right? That's what she does. She doesn't remember it until she's faced with hard evidence. She sees that conversation, and now she's got to answer questions about it, right? And what is it about? It is about another person close to her boyfriend that has died in this gang war. It's about Antonio Tilley, Tilley's death. He is upset about it. And before I can even get a question out, she says, oh, yep, he didn't want me to be around him at that moment. He was so upset, he didn't want me to be around. He needed to be by himself. And then there's another conversation on October 8th, the very next day, where he has done something and they have talked about it. And he needs her to be loyal. She remembers that, right? She would have you believe, now that we've confronted her with that evidence, that he wants her to be loyal and that she needed to delete that conversation that they had texted about, that's about her cheating again. The same boyfriend that she has testified to you about domestic violence, that she's afraid of him. Now you hear that she's worried about him and that he needs her to be loyal and that he's confided something to her on that day. That is the day that Charles Jones is shot in the foot. That is the crime that also is connected to this case and evidence of all of the perpetrators' intent. They tried to kill him in October and failed. They were successful here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2023. That is why that evidence is so important. Conspiracies to commit first-degree murder don't happen in front of eyewitnesses. They don't happen in the light of day. They happen in dark places where people know that it is a crime and they know what they're doing and they want to get away with it. Actions speak louder than words. The defendant is never going to come in here and admit to being involved in a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Defendant is never going to be admitting to anyone, to law enforcement, or on the stand about her knowledge to agreeing to be a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. But the law allows us to show you all of the evidence that can show what it is she intended. And that is why you saw those photographs from her phone. Nobody from the state side ever suggested to you that she is a gang queen pin. Nobody has suggested to you through law enforcement, to any witness the state put up with law enforcement that is an expert in this gang war in Jacksonville. They have all said the same thing. She is not in a gang. She is not charged with being in a gang. Why is all of that relevant? Because, again, to law enforcement, she lied about it. She lied about knowing anything about the gang. She wants them to believe that she has no knowledge. She wants them to believe that she doesn't even know about her boyfriend's nickname, Gutta. And you all know, again, the evidence is overwhelming that that is a lie. Not only does she call him Gutta, not only does she know that that's his nickname, not only does she know that is his gang stage name for his own drill rap videos, she has it tattooed on her twice. That's the reason why those photographs are relevant. It again shows her lying to law enforcement. The reason that you saw all of those messages to other people in the gang about the gangs, there's conversations about Bibby and Robert Howard, gang member after gang member. That corresponding message to Jewel Jordan, we brought that to you. That's a good friend of hers. You think she wanted to testify against her friend? You have to evaluate each and every piece of evidence and what it shows and what it proves. It proves that she knew exactly what was going on in this gang war. It proves that she personally knew people that were affected by this gang war. When you look at the phone evidence, I know that there is a lot in there. The defense attorney argued to you that there is no text messaging of her or Instagram of her from her phone. That is because she got rid of her phone. You heard from not only our expert, but their expert, some of this information is not backed up. Some of this information you can only get if you have the device itself. That text messaging that we have between her phone and Sean Gathwright's phone during the time of the crime, that was only retrieved by Sean Gathright. Didn't have those same messages. Her phone is backed up, and her phone had photographs on it. Her phone had conversations on it. But the time period you heard from Detective Ramos where they were looking at that time period for the crime was not on the Apple iCloud backup. And there's two ways that can happen. It can happen either by it not being something that she backs up, or it can happen if a person personally gets rid of that time period and deletes it from their phone. We never got her phone. You heard that others got rid of their phone. Sean Gathwright, who was using his phone in this instance. So it wasn't just her that got rid of her phone. Sean Gathwright got rid of his phone as well. And again, more evidence of her intent is the conversation when she knows law enforcement is looking for her. That's why we presented all of that information from the phones to all of you. Because again, it is evidence of her intent that something is on her phone that she does not want law enforcement to know about. That is the reason she's laughing her, LMFAO. That is why she is laughing out loud, because law enforcement got her new phone. And in the middle of this search warrant, when law enforcement is executing it, she has a new phone that she is trying to back up all the stuff from the iCloud. She got rid of her device, and she got rid of the specific text messages that surround that time period. If you look at those videos where her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is walking around with her phone, it's not just up to her ear. Look at it. He has it out like this. That is a way a person holds a phone when they are speaking on speakerphone. There are conversations happening, and there are calls that are being made and communicated between him and the shooter's vehicle. And they keep on suggesting to you that the call, the attempted call that is in the call detail records, happened when he is out in that parking lot in Teasers. That is not. If you look at the timing, both by our expert and the defense expert, the timing is clear. That's why we went through so much trouble about making sure the timestamp is accurate at each and every video that you heard. And when you look at the call detail records, the calls that are reflected on the call detail records of her phone show that she is already in her car with the defendant when those calls are being made. What is not captured, what is an unauthorized app that they are using when she needs to put in her passcode, is not captured because they are using another app to make those phone calls.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this time. Can we go sidebar?
Yes?
So going back to the phone, there is clearly phone communication that is being used that is not captured in the call detail records, and the timing is important because, again, there is communication going on with the vehicle that has the assault team in it, and that is not something that they want tracked. The other piece of evidence that is important that she says to law enforcement in that interview is that she has to enter her passcode. Her phone is protected. She has a passcode that she has to put in there, and that is something that happens automatically. Anybody who has an iPhone that has a password or has to get into their phone by their face knows that that is something that happens automatically. When you have a phone, it goes dark and you have to put in your passcode. That is what is happening there. She is still using her phone. She uses her phone all the time, and she is allowing her boyfriend to use her phone. And when it goes dark, she has to put in the passcode for him. She knows what is being said on that phone to that second vehicle. There is no way that she did not hear what was going on. There is no way that she did not know everything that was planned to occur in Tampa. This whole story about teasers, and now to make it, I guess that she didn't lie to law enforcement this one time about the bouncers, they're saying that that was about that was about the Players Club. That makes it even a worse story, because now it isn't that she didn't get to go to 2 clubs, now it's that she didn't get to go to 3 clubs. All 3 clubs were either too packed, overpriced. Is it based on it's too packed based on the parking lot and the amount of cars in the parking lot? If that were really the truth, then they never would have had to get out of their vehicles. But again, that crime is on video. And you know, the only time they get out of their vehicle, that is to see if the victim is at that location, at Teasers, at Truth 18. That is why they are there. The defense attorney talked to you a little bit about the jury instructions. He talked about murder in the second degree, and so I just want to touch briefly upon it. There is another instruction that you will hear from the judge, and that is that you should find the defendant guilty of the highest crime that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the top count for count 1 is first-degree premeditated murder. And principle applies to this. Principle also applies to murder in the second degree. But this case, murder in the first degree, is the top count, and all of these elements have been proven and beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the reason why I'm putting this back up is because the death, count 2, if you look at element 2, count 1, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That always is going to be read in a principal case. She is never alleged to have touched a gun. She is never alleged to have been one of the shooters. She is guilty as a principal. And because she is a principal, you have to put her and treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt she intended the crime to occur, and that she did some act or said something that was intended to and did assist the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. That is read in conjunction with murder in the first degree, which this is a murder in the first degree. This is the highest crime, the top count that has been proven in this case. The second, the lesser to murder in the first degree is murder in the second degree. The principal instruction also applies to this. So when the defense attorney is up there arguing to you that Charles Jones is dead, obviously that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That the principal instruction also applies to that. So if you find that a lesser has been included, you don't say that she's not guilty just because she's not the person that committed the criminal act. The principal instruction applies to that. If you're looking at murder 2, that there was an unlawful killing of a victim by act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life, and then it describes what the act includes. It also says in order to convict of second-degree murder, it's a distinction for first-degree murder. It is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had any intent to cause death, but she can still be convicted as a principal. What separates second-degree murder from first-degree murder is premeditation. Premeditation, we've already gone over what that means. And in this case, there was premeditation. There was planning, there was getting weapons. All of that is a conscious intent, a reflection for a homicide to be committed. And that's what separates first degree from second-degree murder. And with the judge's instructions, you will hear that you should find the defendant guilty for the highest count that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And in this case, when you hunt and you stalk a victim in order to kill him, that is first-degree premeditated murder. The defendant argued in his case that the defendant was cooperative and truthful to law enforcement. You heard all of that evidence, and we argue and submit to you that she may have said one or two truthful things, but the majority of what she told law enforcement was not true. You will see all of the messaging on the phone. You will see the conversations that she had with all of her friends. You saw the photographs. And here's another one, again, from her Apple iCloud that has been put into evidence. State 75C3 was not published, but we asked her specifically about Kay Shorty, another person in one of those photographs that you saw where that person is throwing gang signs. I'm not going to read all of it to you, but she's having a talk with him. And again, it is about more and more gang stuff. She is having a conversation with him, and if you look at this, it goes more and more about the death of Bibby and why he is so torn up about it. So this is state 75C3. Another person that we showed you a photograph that she is friends with that is in her phone. So look at all of the phone stuff and see that what she is saying when she suggests to you that she doesn't know what is going on simply is not true. She's not using a first name like Tom or Jeff. These conversations aren't about somebody named Ryan or Steve. These are names of gang members who have been killed in this gang war. You're going to see names like Bibby, Leaky. All of that is evidence of her knowledge of what is going on in Jacksonville and what is affecting the very people who she is dating to such of effect that she has to delete messages from conversations. She says she doesn't know Davian Murphy, and she don't know Rashad Murphy. She says that she cannot say to Davian Murphy, this big guy, that he shouldn't be smoking because she's pregnant. That's not what she says to law enforcement. In fact, and that's not even what she says on the stand. She's not saying that she's not giving their names because she's afraid of them. She's not saying she's not giving them their names because they're in a gang. She's saying she's not giving their names because she don't know them. She doesn't know he's in a gang, that she's not going to give any information on these people. And then in the same testimony on the stand, she is saying that she is afraid because they have not offered her any protection. Why does she need it? She didn't know anything happened. That's what she's telling you. She didn't know any crime had occurred. She didn't know Davian Murphy, doesn't know that he's connected to a gang, even though he's related to the person who was killed at Rains High School when she went there. She doesn't know that Rashad Murphy is in a gang. She don't know him. She don't know them. I don't know those people, right? And in the same breath, she is saying that nobody offered her protection. Did she look afraid in that interview? Did she look scared talking to law enforcement? Did she look intimidated talking to law enforcement? Or was she laughing? Was she bored? Was she annoyed? All of the evidence in this case show that the victim in this case was killed. All of the evidence in this case shows that the way that he was killed is first-degree premeditated murder. And the way it was done, it was planned, it was premeditated, and none of that can be done unless everybody talked about it and planned it and conspired together to do it. Based on all of the evidence in this case, we are confident that you will find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder.
All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to pick back up with the jury instructions where we left off, okay? The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 8, has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to, 1, whether when the defendant made the statement she had been threatened in order to get her to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 6, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 13th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Hillsborough County Criminal Justice Division, State of Florida versus Alicia Latoya Andrews, case number 24 CF 11996, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of October 2025, and then there's a signature line for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in the case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items are received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the laws spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, a couple of things. Number one, we discussed this during jury selection, but just to affirm it here. All of your information is confidential and under seal, okay? Nobody has access to any of your information. Your identities have not been disclosed through the media or otherwise. From this moment forward, I will only refer to you by your initials and your juror number. Also, the foreperson of the jury who signs the verdict form and prints the name. When the verdict form is read, I will only identify the foreperson by the initials and the juror number. The signature and name of the foreperson of the jury will be redacted from the verdict form. It will not become public record. Additionally, it is late. I concede it is late. However, whatever time you all reach a verdict, there are sufficient law enforcement personnel to escort you safely to your car, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Okay, a couple of things. So, juror number 77, initials BS, okay? You are our alternate, okay? So you're not going to be participating in the final verdict. So this is what's going to happen. Do any of you have electronic devices on you right now? Okay, if you do, that includes smart watches, okay? Anything that's got internet connectivity, because you can't have that in the jury room. Leave those in your seat. Our alternate, juror number 77, do you have anything in the jury room? Okay, so what's going to happen is you guys are going to go back to the jury room as a group. The bailiff is going to collect any electronic devices from the 12 remaining jurors. Juror number 77, grab whatever belongings you have, step out. I'm going to talk to you a little bit further. And just so you all know, you cannot begin deliberating until everyone has cleared the jury room. Okay, that includes law enforcement personnel and the alternate. Once it's just the 12 of you, then you can begin deliberating. You're going to be sent back all of the evidence in this case, and do we have a laptop or something that they can?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll be sent a laptop. If you want to review any of the digital evidence, you can use the laptop, but there is no internet connectivity, okay? And there was one more thing. Oh, I know. In the pack of jury instructions, those are your jury instructions for each of you to use. However, there is a copy of the verdict form. The bailiff will send back the official verdict form, all right? So the one he gives you all is the one the foreperson needs to sign and date when you will have reached a verdict. Okay, very good. And I think he's going to talk to you about ordering food. So you have that to look forward to. All right? Okay, very good. Our alternate juror, please collect your things and step back out. All right?
All rise.
I say 1 hour or less.
Yep.
Can we just text the family that they're going back? Or?
Yeah, that's fine. Do me a favor. If you need to notify a family member, do it now while the law enforcement's in there with you, and then turn over your electronic device. And also, if anybody needs to reach you in emergency, we have your devices. So, but you can do that before you begin deliberations, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, just waiting on the alternate.
Judge, we wanted to get with defense and ask permission if we have the exhibits that are on video downloaded to there were some issues with the disc skipping. I don't know if defense has an objection, but they can look at all of this stuff. If not, we can take it all off. Just of the video exhibits.
So I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
If that can remain on the computer that goes back, or if not, we can delete it.
Okay,
But
well,
some of the discs were not.
Right.
We're skipping, so if defense wants to look at it and see that they're just the exact replica of the disc.
okay.
But, or, I don't know if they have an objection to that.
I don't.
The ones that are on video.
Okay, stop, hold on, stop. All right, come on out. Okay. So, I'm not gonna keep you here any longer. I just want you to know how much we all appreciate your willingness to serve. You may be elated that you're not participating in the final verdict. You may be incredibly disappointed. We have to have 12 members of our community agree to serve on these juries. As you can see, a lot goes into these trials. And if one of the other jurors had gotten sick or had a family emergency and had to drop out, I would have to declare a mistrial. We have to start all over again. So I sincerely hope that you don't feel your time was wasted. We are indebted to you. All of us are indebted to you so very much. So with that, you're now free to talk to anybody that you would like about this case. You're free to stick around. You're free to run out of here as quickly as you can, whatever you wish to do. And on behalf of everyone involved, again, thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jury exiting. For all purposes.
Okay, very good. So I guess you guys can just talk about the laptop or disk issue. And Madam Clerk, do you have all of the evidence? Okay. Okay.
We have some at the table already.
Okay, so just make sure Madam Clerk has everything before the evidence goes back. And Reggie, can you give this to Ron?
I'm just tired. I'm just gonna. Yeah. Okay. Are you going to wrap? We'll let you know.
Okay.
No, not you. Okay.
I would have been mad. Like, you just gonna dismiss me? Y'all don't need the alternate. What if somebody gets sick? I don't think this gonna take long though. It shouldn't. But the last time I said that, we had to wait a day. But I don't think. I think if the judge thought it was gonna take a long time, she would have went on and said recess to tomorrow. She think that can have Well, they dismissed the alternate juror. They told her she good. Thank you for coming, getting that $50 a day, and you could talk about whatever to anybody. Enjoy your Friday. Go trick or treating or something. Y'all know them jurors trying to go to a Halloween party. Yeah. Let's see. Verdict watch. Man, they don't need to review no evidence. She lied. She still lying. She still talking to the nigga who is implicated in murdering him. She guilty. It's over. It's over with. Just she guilty. She knew. Man, how long you been back there? I ain't doing all types of shit. I thought I seen you, but I thought you was up on the screen till I looked up. How long you been backstage, sir? He ain't saying nothing there. Whatever. This actually should be one of the quickest verdicts in trial history. She got about a year time, sir. How long she been locked up? Grayson ass is full of sugar. She is bouncing off the walls. Guess she talking about trick or treating. I don't know nothing about the baby. Hadn't heard anything about it. What's wrong, man? Oh yeah, she ain't. That ain't nothing. Well, I wonder if she gonna get sentenced today.
much longer you think they're gonna take? By the way, did they get any pictures of her throwing up gang signs? Since it was all up in the phone, unless she hit him. And this D Troop gonna be camping out at Walmart in the morning. As soon as they open, he gonna go up get all early sales on the candy corn. Yeah, I won't mind a couple of bags of jelly beans. Have them stored up in the cut.
Jelly beans? Who the fuck eat jelly beans?
Man, shit, I
I
eat
feel
jelly
like they're gonna
beans.
be I feel like they're gonna be coming out in a minute. They ain't showed the lights yet.
Nah, I seen somebody walk through with a post office box, I think. Shit, Tanya, right there. You just saved yourself about 15, $20 right there. That's how you move. That's how you move the needle right there. Man, for Christmas, boy, I want to find some of that old ribbon candy. That shit used to take about 2 days to got there to eat one piece. Okay, check this shit out, right? This is a story I just came across. A South Carolina man, 24 years old, will spend several decades behind bars for trying to kill his girlfriend, shooting at the victim more than 40 times after she confronted him about using her car to cheat. Have these people lost it over 40 times? What was the point of shooting if you ain't? It ain't no need to even finish reading the rest of this crap. This shit's stupid. It started over an argument over a goddamn car. This dude shot at the woman 40 freaking times. Now that's some crazy shit. Damn, is New York underwater again? Well, that's some big news. Texas is getting 2 new Buckies along with 6 other states. What the hell is Bucky's? I think he did hit her, but I think she survived because they said tried to kill her. That would have been an overkill. 40 shots. Yeah, seeing it's a restaurant gas station. It seems like it. I'd never heard of this motherfucker. But they got new locations opening up in Goodyear, Arizona, uh, Benton, Arkansas, and I'm not sure the name of this city. Oh, that's Acola, Florida, Monroe County, Georgia, Minbay, North Carolina. I never heard of Minbay. Hubert Heights, Ohio, Bourne, Texas, and San Marcos, Texas. Look like they got some big ass food. The hell? They got a fajita wrapped around a damn 1 foot long sausage? What kind of shit is this? Hopefully I'll come across one day. Check them out. Oh, this guy looks crazy. Okay, now I understand we coming up on the holiday seasons here. Please be careful with the cinnamon you buy. It seems like we have a recall out there, and a lot of cinnamon out there has high lead levels. So for your sweet potato pie, candy yams, uh, your pot roast, 'cause it works pretty good on beef too. Um, be careful of the cinnamon you get. Right. Um, Sorry, y'all. I'm multitasking at the same time. When I flip back, that's when I come across an article. Do, 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 do. Back to the cinnamon here. That they're going Devon brand, and I'm not sure what this name is. It might be Chinese. Beilafing, a brand brand ground cinnamon, the latest products to be added to recall, increased to 18 number. Who the hell wrote this? Number of products distributed and sold at multi-retailers across the country, including Dollar Tree in California and Fish World in New York. They do have an FDA health alert, including Devin Bailey Fang. I ain't never heard of no damn Bailey Fang. What the kind of Roshni? It's a Dura. I never seen these names in the store before in my life. Jiva Organics, Super Brand, Asley. These shits look Mexican. Let me see the ones up here that I would. Supreme Tradition. I believe that is a Dollar Tree brand. And Spice Class. I believe Spice Class is another one. The rest of these motherfuckers, man, I don't know what this is. Swad, Markham. A lot of these shits look damn Spanish. So I'm not sure. Matter of fact, this Devon looks Spanish by the packaging on it. That's some funny looking stuff. Yeah, these are the ones that's added to the list. I'm not sure what the first ones was. There was a candy bar recall too.
They said they in for the long haul. I ain't mad at them.
That's how it works. Get my stuff all
Oh shit, we got audio. We got audio.
And then by the time we gotta get everybody
Oh, false alarm, false alarm.
jury has a question, correct? Okay, very good. I'm going to read the question. All right. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder, signed by the foreperson? Right? The legal answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Criteria, you talking about the element?
Said that's the exact. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder?
I don't know what criteria. If they're talking about the element, I guess I want to clarify that before I just send back an answer. I don't know what they're referring to when they say criteria.
All right. Let me take a look. I'm assuming that's what they mean. So you want me to send a question back, or just bring them back and ask them, or bring them out and ask them?
I guess they can come out.
Judge, can I ask you about, not this case, Pedlowski, that was just canceled, right? That wasn't heard by somebody else?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, the jail's just confirming.
Okay. Very good. Go ahead and bring them in.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and I've received the following communication from the jury. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder, signed by the foreperson of the jury? And by criteria, do you mean element 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur? Okay, so any objection to me answering the question? Okay, someone nodded their head yes. Is that correct? Yes? Okay.
No objection.
Okay, the answer is yes. Okay? All right? It does. Okay, very good. Sorry about us taking so long for the pizza to get here, okay? It's coming. They promised us, okay? All right. Okay, very good. Thank you all. You can
All right.
continue your deliberations.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Oh, come on now. I would have did great as a lawyer. I mean, I could have curved her around this. You know what I'm saying? You got to put the right things out there. You got to prepare, plan for the unexpected questions. Don't ask me how. She from the streets. Just make it happen. Nah, I ain't got the button to open the elevator.
What the hell are you talking about?
Computer's on her way up. And all I was saying is, man, I should have been the lawyer, man. I could have got her. I could have got her around this, man.
Well, she disappeared. I guess she'll be back. Let's see what's going on in the Dodgers. Okay, the Dodgers trying to tie the World Series up.
Shit, I was watching Carolina get beat up by goddamn Stanford. Not Syracuse. I think it was the S. I might start getting back into college sports. Because the pro shit sucks. Everybody look like they changed. They turned in the corner for the next generation. So I
Man,
wait
can you
till
hear me?
yeah.
Bro, what could you have done to help this young lady get off?
Hell, I know. I mean, you gotta wing it as you go. You know what I'm saying? They look
Come on, man.
they
Come
look
on.
over.
It
They
was
look.
too many text messages. It's too much evidence against her. Come on, man.
I don't think it's a lot of evidence against her, but she did lie. That's what they're gonna get
You're
at. And
blinded. You know what? You're
which
blinded because
which
her
call because
small statue
mm,
and in her angelic
no.
look.
Why do y'all think we
All of
all
that.
think like? Why do you think men think like that? I'm not thinking like that. I'm thinking that
Come on, man.
real evidence that made it look like that she ordered the killing or she shot him or anything like that. All her
It
charges
doesn't
she come
matter.
from
She
lying
knew
and which
what
call.
was going on. She
They
was
couldn't.
down.
They ain't got. They haven't proved it. To me, they haven't proved it.
They
She was
have.
there,
They
but
have. They have proved it. Money boy, can you step in and help out? They have proved everything. In her text message, she's bowdy bowdy. She talked a lot of shit.
I didn't see all that shit talking.
Oh my
I mean,
God. Man, you didn't see the text
besides
message.
she wanted him to die.
You
That
didn't
was one
see
thing.
all you didn't see all the text messages and all that. Come on, bro.
I mean, you talking about to him while he was locked up?
To
Or
him talking to her friend, all of that.
I mean, yeah, but where was the setup for that day?
She's small in stature, but she's a feisty bitch. Come on, bro.
Hey, I look at things with a little.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I'm not saying she innocent. I'm just saying that she's not guilty for the main part of the shooting and what they saying that she was a lookout. It don't seem that way to me.
She may not have pulled the trigger, but she was in it all along. She knew what was going on.
That she
You
did
mean
a
to
very
tell
good
me,
well. She did very
man,
well by not putting it in text message
bro,
because I didn't see that in the text message.
you mean to tell me in that long drive, there was no conversation that she overheard listening to them niggas talking, them on the
She
phone,
she's
plotting,
not down.
planning, all of that. Come
She she
on, man.
she's not down. The plan was already together before they got in the car.
Come on,
She was
man.
not down for the information. I wouldn't have let my girl know that information. You're a weak link.
That's you. But come
What
on, man.
what you
I
call it?
don't
We don't, I
believe
don't
it.
if I'm your boyfriend, I don't see you post your phone get cracked. I seen you show your friend got daggone the what you call it, the bloody eyes and all that shit. If there's some shit like this go down, you gonna say something to one of your friends. No, I
First of
want
all,
you
she's real stupid. Why you got to keep using my phone?
to, I'm telling you, I seen that type. She dumb and gullible. And she probably, I mean,
Man,
she put herself in that situation.
no.
He was go. I agree with the person in Pettigoat's chat earlier. She she wasn't part of the trip. She planned I mean she tried to get the Airbnb. Somebody else got it. He was going to take a trip. She probably thought that he was going to cheat on that trip, so she wanted to be a freaking tag along. She was
No,
never
see,
supposed to
now
be there
you
from the
going,
get go.
you going to, mad, you going left.
No,
You
that's what
thinking what she thought cheating and all that. No,
what you
she
call it?
was
No, that's
down
that's what
with
she
it.
just said on the stand. She said that on the stand too.
Mad, she was down with it from gate. First of all, l- let's start here. Your boyfriend is a gang member. So you know that lifestyle. You've been with him for 4 years. You've been with him long enough to know
Keep
the lifestyle. You was
keep
on
it
social
cute.
media, all of that.
Keep it cute.
You know
I
what
ran the
was
street
going
for over
on.
20 years. I ran in these streets for over 20 years. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
You're giving
She
her
might not
to,
have known,
she did know, man. She did.
but
She
she might
did.
not have. I'm
She
not gonna let these
did.
people's ifs and all that stuff convince me, because it seems like
It's not
it's,
about convincing, it's
I,
about all the evidence that was presented.
I didn't see
It's
enough.
not about that.
I'm not easily convinced. I didn't see enough.
Oh,
Now,
man, man.
now her,
True.
which called now her
Oh, my
talking on the
God.
phone. Now her talking on the phone to him while he's locked up and stuff. Now that says something different. That's saying you are guilty about something. No matter what she says after that, there's a lot of other things that I could say she's guilty about, but I can't say that she absolutely knew the whole play.
Man, you are overlooking so much stuff that was presented. That young lady, a part of me feels bad for her because she's young. You got caught up. You're dumb. You're not thinking about yourself. You're not thinking about your baby. That part of me feels bad for her because she has a child involved. But other than that, girl, even when I was her age, I was not gullible like that. Now I'm a ride or die, but to an extent, I'm not gonna risk myself, my life And that's why it's hard for me to understand why these young girls get caught up with these street ninjas
I mean, it ain't just the
and
street ninjas.
withstand.
It's
Oh
been
my
going on in
God,
history forever.
I get it. But with all the shit that's been presented, all the shit talking she done talked to her friends and text me, all of that, this girl she knew what was going on. She knew until this day. She's locked up for murder and she's still talking to this ninja after her lawyers told her not to have contact with her. She don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I give you that one there. Yeah, I give you that point.
She don't give a fuck. Your life is on the line and you still don't give a fuck. My whole thing is whatever that plea deal was, I don't even know what the plea deal was. She should have took it. Because at that point, you should have thought about yourself and you should have thought about your baby. She should have took the plea deal because she's fucked. By the time she gets out, her baby gonna be grown, a young adult, her age. That it just
Man,
behooves me how women will just fall for this shit. And I guarantee you, when it's his turn to go to trial, he's gonna throw her dumb ass up under the fucking bus to save his shit.
and they should whip his ass because if she wasn't down with the set from the get go, how in the hell she get mixed all up in this shit to get her? It don't make man. He needs his ass whooped.
Oh my God. Mm-mm.
I mean,
Trust and believe he's gonna throw her ass under the bus when it's his turn to come to trial. I guarantee it. Cause he gonna see that she gonna get some time. They gonna find her guilty, and he gonna throw her ass up under the bus.
which really ain't gonna make sense to me. Eh,
It never makes sense, but that's how the story goes. That's how it goes. My God, I got this. Oh my God, she is so young, and she's throwing her life away for a motherfucker. Mm, I would never.
I mean, he shouldn't even be trying to save himself, Tanya. I mean, he should be already guilty. If they got her up in here on this, then he should be automatically guilty. We shouldn't even waste our tax money on the other ones. If she guilty, we shouldn't waste our
But
tax
by
money.
law, everybody deserves a trial. You get what I'm saying? Everybody deserves the same as she has. You get what I'm saying? But in my opinion, like I said, I don't know what her plea deal was. Excuse me, but I felt like she should have took the plea deal.
It sounds easy.
Yeah, because I guarantee you, she's about to get more time than what the plea deal would have gave her. You get what I'm
I,
saying?
I just know everybody out here ain't half stepping. And if she down with a certain group of people and know that they don't half step, just shut the fuck up. I mean,
Man, you know
I,
what? You make me want to beat my
which
head
go.
against the wall
I
sometimes,
mean, I mean,
bro.
I mean, I mean, what would it look like her parent? I just seen gang members go burn down somebody's grandparents' house while they was in it. I don't seen this twice.
I
What's the
get
point of
it.
what's the point of saying something? You have to worry about others around you, your loved ones.
But at the end of the
She
day,
she put herself in this.
it doesn't matter. Either way, who's to say her family still ain't in danger?
Yeah, they might be. That's the dang. That's what she put them into. You know what I'm saying? But she has to take this standing like a woman, just like they tell us to
And
take it like a
hopefully
man. She got to
her
take this like a
family
woman.
done uprooted and moved away with her baby to raise her baby. You know, so it's fucked up. This street life, this gang life, it ain't worth it.
And maybe that's the trick right there, and it didn't work. They wanted her to testify against him, and she didn't buckle.
No, she didn't. I give her that. But at the end of the day, she gonna have plenty of fucking time to think about that shit.